And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting down to SC off. Bring in SC off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep red. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks. You know the drill. It is nighttime over here on the Space Coast as we are standing by for an attempt at Polaris Dawn. We've been standing by for quite some time here, but trying to shoot a hole in the weather. I guess shoot a hole in the weather, make a hole in the weather, find a hole in the weather, not just on the launch here this evening, but also on the recovery days from now. They got to have good weather for both to get this mission going. But I'm John Galloway for NSF. Give me some 5x5s in chat and let me know what's going on as you look very carefully there at the crew access arm where there are people walking around out there at the launch pad. We're going to be doing a whole thing for you right now. The clock is counting down just under 5 hours. So we have the gang all here to share some views with you, answer some questions, read some chat, and the whole thing that we tend to do here for the missions. I see tons of 5x5s. So let's go ahead and get the team introduced, and we will hop right into it. Out in the field today, we have D Wise. D Wise. I actually don't know. D might be able to say hi right now. Can you, D?
I sure can. It is a beautiful evening out here, and while we've had some weather today, it is somewhat clear right now, so I'm looking forward to this thing going, getting off this pad at last.
Excellent. Think clear thoughts. Everybody think calm, clear thoughts here. Also out in the field, Max Evans is out there tonight. Max, we got you on?
I sure hope so. How do you have me?
I heard you just fine. Chat, how'd y'all hear? Did y'all hear Max there? How you doing, Max?
I'm doing swell. It is a gorgeous, although humid evening here at the Kennedy Space Center, but you know what? It is always a great night whenever Falcon 9 and Dragon are poised on the launch pad. And as you said earlier, we've been waiting for quite some time now for this mission to depart the heavenly bounds of Earth. So hopefully that occurs in just under 4 hours' time, and they can find a hole in the weather.
Good deal. Y'all, Max and D out there are running cameras, videography. You'll get some slow motion. You'll get some stills all over the place. But we have these views like this one up right now because they've rolled out the equipment and they're standing out there in the humidity to bring us this live coverage. Back in the studio, talking with me, I've got a couple friends in alphabetical order. Ryan, we got you on comms?
Hello, everybody. What a wonderful hour this is. But this is something, I would do anything to watch this launch. In my opinion, this is the mission of the year. When we come end of year, when we do our end of year Flame Trench wrap up, which I'm sure will be coming, I think this mission will be the thumbnail. This is just, how can you get cooler than Polaris Dawn? This is a private mission with 4 incredible humans on board, incredible amounts of science, incredible amounts of charisma. I mean, this just has... What more do you want? What more do you want?
Did you say incredible amounts of charisma? It's like the payload is cool.
How can you get cooler than arriving at the shuttle landing facility on your own private fighter jets to launch into space in a private crewed vehicle? I mean, as you can tell, ladies and gents, I'm very, very excited.
Ryan sounds a little excited. We'll see how we get going here, Ryan. Thank you so much. Ryan's going to be helping us answer questions. You've seen Ryan from the videos and stuff that we do. But also here with me He's going to unmute. I know he is, Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, how you doing?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's always exciting to see history and to be a part of history here as we get ready for the first private spacewalk and 3 people making their first flight into space. And I'm really excited for them and excited to be here.
Good deal. There's a whole bunch of things that are special about this mission. We're going to talk through that in just a little bit here. But there's another cool thing to talk about. Not only are we going to be hanging out with y'all, answering questions, reading some chat, making sure that y'all are a part of this experience here. By the way, I say y'all a lot. If you don't know, I haven't been on many streams lately, so maybe it's a little bit jarring to some people, but you'll just have to get used to it. Honestly, I can't change it. We have a lot of cool things to talk about the mission, but one cool thing that you will see here, one of the big things that Polaris Dawn is doing is supporting St. Jude's. St. Jude's Children's Hospital, of course. There's an entire Polaris Dawn fundraiser, so we are happy to let everybody know that we are helping out with the fundraiser. If you do ! St. Jude's, Thomas H. Mod there got it into chat. If you click that direct donation link, that will take you to a special page. We actually worked with St. Jude to get that page set up. You'll see it's right there, nasaspaceflight.com, Polaris Dawn mission. And we've got a running total over there on the right-hand side. So some people have already showed up, some of our channel regulars tossing some money into the hat for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Over the course of the evening, we'll be watching that total hopefully go up, saying thanks to some people and helping the Polaris Dawn mission raise money for St. Jude's. So the ! St. Jude's, it's got an S on the end of it there. If you want to help contribute, we're helping support and promote awareness of the fundraising that the mission is doing. Honestly, there's so many cool things that this mission is doing, I don't even really know where we're supposed to start. Ryan, Sawyer, where should we start here? Like, should we start about the altitude they're going to, the things that they're doing, the fact that somebody who wants to give a mission overview?
I mean, again, where do you start? I'll kick things off with what we can actually see right now, which is a Falcon 9 booster with a wonderful second stage and a Crew Dragon vehicle on top, and the booster for today's flight is B1083, which, as you can see, is not the citiest. This is a relatively young booster. It's only flown 3 times before. It kicked off its career with another crewed mission, Crew 8, in March of this year. So this is, one of the newbies of the fleet, and we had a couple Starlinks in between, 648 and 656, and now it's got Polaris Dawn up ahead of it in just shy of 4 hours' time. The Crew Dragon, which they're going to be flying, is Crew Dragon Resilience, serial number C207, and this is flown only twice before, so again, relatively fresh, although its last flight was many years ago, and it's one that you'll all be familiar with. Its last flight was actually Inspiration 4, so since Jared Isaacman last flew on this vehicle, it has been taken to Hangar X, it's been taken to Hawthorne, it's been converted, it's been modified, it's been given all of the facilities it needs in order to conduct the spacewalk, which I'm sure we'll get onto, as well as all the scientific research, the Starlink demonstration. So It's been down for many, many years, but it's coming back.
Good deal. So vehicle there, and that's one of the interesting things that we will really talk about. This is a private mission. This isn't NASA has shown up and, NASA's chosen some astronauts in the astronaut class. They're going to put them on a rocket and send them to space, right? It's not NASA's rocket. It's not even NASA doing the mission. This is a private mission that was commissioned by Jared Isaacman and crew specifically for this purpose. It's actually a set of missions, right? This is Polaris Dawn, the first in the Polaris program, but they're going to be doing more, but this is something that does not happen very often. Hopefully in the future it happens more and more, but we've had, what have we had? We've had Inspiration 4, which was also Jared Isaacman. We've had the Axiom missions, which are private missions that went up to the ISS. Have we had any other private missions?
Yeah,
like
the
this?
Axiom program.
Yep, the Axiom program.
That's the closest we've had to it so far.
There you go. So something that hopefully we will get more and more of in the future, but this is a thing because this is a private mission where a private company, a private group of individuals have commissioned this rocket, like bought a ride on this rocket from SpaceX, and are, I say, sending themselves to space, going to space, whichever way you want to say it, right? But Sawyer, tell us a little bit about that. Like, let's do a summary, then we can answer some more detailed questions. Private mission to space. Where are they going? They're going to the moon. They're going to the International Space Station to hang out. None of those things, right?
Correct. They are not going to any of those. What they are going to do is they are going to start by setting an altitude record that is previously held by the Apollo program and technically Gemini 11. So the initial orbit will go up to a distance that has not been traveled in a very long time. I apologize. My brain just went blank there. It
like
is
into the Van Allen belts, isn't it?
1,200 kilometers up. Exactly.
There you go.
That the previous record, as mentioned, Apollo 11, Gemini 11, was a few short of that. So it's just barely beating it out. But the goal is, as you mentioned, to fly through the Van Allen belts and test out a few radiation experiments, as well as to see how well the vehicle holds up to radiation, as obviously if you want to go beyond Earth, you're going to need a spacecraft that can withstand the harsh radiation environment that is space. It will then drop down to a 700-kilometer orbit, trying to keep the crew as little radiation exposure as possible while still getting the job done. So it's only about 10 hours up there. Then they will prepare for the first private spacewalk on day 3. They also have a demonstration on day 4 of the first use of Starlink on an in-orbit spacecraft, in orbit totally. They're going to be using the laser link to see if that is a potential future option instead of the current tracking data relay satellite network.
The TDRS.
Yes.
Nice.
And then a whole bunch of experiments about the human body. There are 36 different experiments from 31 different organizations.
All that sounds fantastic. I want to talk a little bit more about the Van Allen belts, right? Because that's something, humans, they get fried. It's like a microwave. You can't go into the Van Allen belts. Well, A, that's not true because we've done it. But you said something important, like they're doing this mission, they're increasing the apogee, the highest point in the orbit that they're doing, so that it actually goes up into that higher radiation environment, specifically to get more information about it. We've sent satellites through it. We sent people through it back in the 60s. We have a firm understanding of what's up there. But we don't have a lot, actually, we don't have any crewed spacecraft that have gone out there since we went to the moon. A shuttle never went that high, did it?
Nope, the
Not
highest
even
it
close.
went was about 400 kilometers or so, and that's in relation to the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yep. And the Dragon capsule has never gone this high either, right?
Yeah, that goes to the International Space Station, which is about 250.
Yep. So there are a lot of firsts here, but part of it is sort of revisiting, proving, doing some things that some people think are a big problem. Oh, the Van Allen belts. But what you said, like, we're going to go up there, we're going to get to that altitude, we're going to do some radiation. I say we. Whatever, I like this mission. I'm going to say we. They're going to learn a little bit more, but they're not going to hang out up there because when we went to the moon, I wasn't even born, but we still went to the moon, whatever. When that happened, they flew through them. They didn't hang out in the Van Allen belts for, days and days and days. They basically punctured them and went on their way to the moon where the radiation environment was different. So here, they're not just going to orbit at that altitude for days and days and days and then come home. They're going to go up there, they're going to do some stuff, they're going to lower the altitude down to a different altitude and continue on with their experiments. So I think that's very interesting. I'm sure there's still going to be people out there that are like, Van Allen belts, whatever. But tonight, if everything cooperates, we'll be sending some humans out there to, I'm not going to say boots on the ground, right? Anyways, let's see here. I want to get this question up at the very beginning. I think it's going to come up over and over again. But there's a question from Garrett H. over here in chat. Does Jared count as an actual astronaut? And let's extend that to everybody aboard the spacecraft here, right? Not just the commander, but Jared and crew. Are they actually astronauts or are they just space tourists? Garrett wants to vote that he counts. What do you think, Ryan?
I think it is a very, when this kind of question comes up, I always go back to the point that if you fly as a passenger on a plane, are you a pilot? No, you're not. You're a passenger on a plane, right?
Right.
But in this instance, the crew have done years. They've done years of training to prepare for this mission. They have been trained to fly this spacecraft. 2 of them have been trained to leave that spacecraft in a first of its kind private extravehicular activity. If you look at that and say, nah, they're not astronauts, they've clearly put in the graft. They've clearly put in the effort. They've put in the training.
Yeah.
These are qualified, professional people. So there's my answer. They're astronauts 100%.
All right, Sawyer.
The fact that they are literally trained on how to fly the vehicle, in the event something goes wrong, your commander and pilot can take manual control and fly the vehicle. So they absolutely, I would consider astronauts. And in terms of the people that are the mission specialists, so-called, riding along, this mission, they will be exposing the entire inside of the Dragon capsule to the vacuum of space. So they will all be in their spacesuits through all of this. If that doesn't qualify you as an astronaut, as you're orbiting the Earth, the highest we've been in 50 years, I don't know what is. That's well beyond the Kármán line.
Yeah, my opinion here, if you show up at the space facility, the spaceport in your own fleet of fighter jets, and you've been training for this mission for months, it's not even your first time in space for Jared himself, but they're doing an EVA, they're going outside the capsule, they have specific spacesuits. None of this is just tourism, right? It's not like you just show up and, oh, well, all I really have to have here is the money to buy it, right? There's so much more involved, not just in getting the mission, but qualifying to be on the mission, right? I don't know. I don't think that I could qualify. I would love to try, but I don't know that everything that I could do would qualify me to do this, because I don't know that I could pass all the physical requirements, right?
I can barely get up and down the stairs.
I can't make enough money.
Oh, geez. But there are so many things that need to be done to qualify for this. And then you do an EVA, and you're going higher than anybody's gone in how many, 50 years or whatever, right? All of these different things. This is not strapping yourself into an amusement park ride. And I saw most of the people in chat agree here that these are astronauts. But for the people saying they don't actually fly the spacecraft, okay, maybe one's a pilot, there's a mission commander. On the shuttle, the vast majority of people who flew on the shuttle had no clue how to fly the space shuttle, right? Like, being able to pilot the craft yourself has never really been a requirement for being an astronaut, because all the mission specialists, and NASA moved into that with the shuttle program, right? All of the other people that went into space literally had no clue how to fly the shuttle. Emergency procedures, what to do, all these things, sure. But it's not like everybody aboard was a pilot and was able to fly because of it. So I think 100% squarely here, we're dealing with astronauts on board. Even if it doesn't launch tonight, they've gone through the training, they're ready, they're strapping themselves into this vehicle that's capable of taking them where they want to go, and they have earned it in my estimation. It seems like most of the people in chat as well. So, where do we want to go next?
I mean, preferably we want this rocket to go to space, and part of that is the weather saying no.
Low Earth orbit. Hey, that's a good thing. When were we looking at the weather? Right, we know that weather has been sort of the stumbling block for the mission so far, having to scrub at first due to a problem with the rocket, but then weather not just on the launch side but on the landing side, because they have to come back home on that timeline. They can't hang out at the ISS like the Boeing capsule is capable of. I'm kidding. The Dragon capsule is capable of doing that as well. They're just not going to the ISS. So they have to come back down. What does our weather briefing here look like? Let's go with Sawyer on that one.
Sure. So in terms of the launch weather, it is 40% go. The main concerns being thick clouds and potential flight through precipitation. The other watch item for the launch portion is ascent corridor recovery weather, which is considered a moderate risk. So basically, in the event that they need to abort and the abort system activates, the motors fire, and they splash down somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, you don't want to be splashing down into 20-foot waves.
Right.
That also brings us to the issue with splashdown. You've got a hurricane currently out in the Gulf. You've got some issues that are being eyed in the tropics towards the Atlantic. So that's the other concern is 5 days out. How are those wave heights going to look? How's that weather going to look? We don't want the crew to get seasick and space sick.
I think that makes good sense. So there's a great question in chat here from Jaden Booth. If the weather suddenly took a turn for the worse while they're in orbit, how long is it possible for them to wait to return? I don't know that I've seen that specific question answered. Have y'all?
No, I mean, they haven't give a date per se, but the main concern is consumables. The
Right.
ISS, you get constant resupply ships. This is a Dragon capsule. It's a lot smaller than the ISS. Fit 4 people, and you can only fit so much oxygen and food and all that stuff on board.
Right, because they don't have anything like a regeneration of the oxygen. They only have so much water. You don't add in all these long-term devices like a water recycler and all these sorts of things that you would on a larger space station inside the Dragon capsule. It's roomy. It looks fantastic inside, but it doesn't really have the room to carry all that much. You also have fuel, thruster fuel, and that sort of thing that could also limit you. But the nominal length of the mission is what, from takeoff to splashdown? Was it about 5 days still?
Yep.
About 5 days. And I haven't seen an official answer on whether or not, can they make that 6 days? Can they stretch it to 7 days? I do believe that their limited consumables would be things like air primarily and maybe fuel. You can stretch water for a day. You can stretch food for a couple days, right? Just normal survival training stuff, like cut rations down. But I think there are some hard and fast consumables without which the spacecraft won't operate. That might be the limiting factor. That is a really great question. We'll listen in, and if we hear the answer to that question somewhere, we'll pop back over and answer that again. But that is the plan. We're going to keep on going through here. A great follow-up question, actually, here. If something goes wrong, can they just divert to the ISS, Sawyer?
No, they cannot. A lot of it has to do with phasing, so basically where they're located. So the inclination is going to be very similar to what we're used to for the ISS in terms of the angle that it launches at. But in this case, you're talking altitudes of 1,400 kilometers, 700 kilometers by 190 kilometers. It's going to eventually be their orbit, the one that they stick in the most, and the ISS is in a totally different plane from that. So basically, it's either you come back home with a splashdown or you come back home with a splashdown.
Yep.
I
and
also just want to quickly point out that even if they got to the vicinity of the International Space Station, they've replaced the docking port with an EVA mobility structure, so it would be quite difficult to dock anyways.
They've removed the docking port and they made the hatch that they can open up and go outside for the EVA, right?
Yeah, they built Skywalker, which is, I guess, a way to describe it would be fancy handlebars, but essentially it's a platform which allows both the astronauts who will be exiting the spacecraft, that's Jared and Sarah, it allows them to basically hold on and not be, flying off into outer space forever.
Yeah, just hanging on the end of the tether. It's not like in The Martian or whatever.
They have something to hold on to.
That's not a thing. The other thing, what if they could get to the ISS and they could use the airlock on the ISS and just float free from the Dragon and then go in the airlock and close it? Well, even that wouldn't work because these EVA suits are more like Gemini-style EVA suits, right? Where they have an umbilical that tethers them to the ship, not just to hold them onto the ship, but also their life support comes from the ship. They don't have the big self-contained backpack like you see the EVA suits on the International Space Station, right? So even if you get the Dragon close and grab it with the Canadarm and then hold it here next to the docking port, and they're going to open the hatch and go into the air, well, still you're tethered to the ship and you can't close the ISS airlock. You cut your hose, then there's the entire thing. But at the end of the day, they're not on a trajectory anywhere near the ISS. They're not on the same phasing. They're not on the same inclination. When we launch to the ISS, we have to do it at a very specific time. You see those ISS launch windows are very small because the ISS basically has to be flying just about over at the time that you launch, so you can get up and catch up with it in the exact same angle of your orbit and everything, right? And none of those things are true. So rescue from the ISS just isn't an option here for Polaris Dawn. They do have to come back down again. Oh, I'm literally just reading some chat here and answering some questions. Did we? We've got the question about the meal. There's always a question about, oh, what was their meal? Has anybody seen anything on social or anything about what meal they may have eaten before going to space? I haven't seen
I'll
it.
be honest, I haven't seen anything to do with that. I think the last image we have of the crew was from the official Polaris program
Yeah.
account, and it was a very happy Sarah with 2 thumbs up. Everyone else seems very happy as well, and I can see there's probably some coffee in sight. There is definitely some coffee in sight, but no food, unfortunately. So.
Can I point out how appropriate it is that the coffee they're drinking is Starbucks? Because it is a Starbucks cup.
Oh my gosh. I severely doubt that Starbucks has sponsored the mission. That's probably just what somebody got. I do wonder, was that in quarantine? Because they've been stuck in quarantine for an extended period here. Remember, before they launch to space, they basically stay away from the public who are nasty and smelly and can get them sick. Right? I don't know. I've walked around like the shopping mall. I think that's an accurate assessment. But they've been in quarantine, and then when the mission was delayed, it's not like, oh, we're leaving, and then we go back. They've been in quarantine the entire time, haven't they?
They have. Yeah. It started a little bit before they arrived in Florida, and then they came, they did a special press event, and from there onwards, they've been in quarantine, and that includes after that first scrub, they didn't get to leave. They stayed in it and have stayed in quarantine now for about a week and a half, at least on the Cape.
Now, of course, when you're Polaris Dawn crew being in I'm doing air quotes, y'all can't see me. Quarantine means you get to do things like run around the launch pad and fly fighter jets. So I'd like to be in quarantine with them.
I mean, as long as you stay 2 meters apart from everybody, and I think you'd be more than 2 meters apart when you're, flying an airplane. I mean, there's some distance there. You can get away with it.
Go. Jeez.
Yeah, during the press conference they did as they flew in, everyone was kept a distance back from them. So they've been, even when they have the huge group there's some distance there. They keep themselves in quarantine.
Yep, because you don't want to get up there in space and end up sick, like, oh, I got a flu bug or something worse, and you end up launching and then figure out, geez, I am in space for 5 days and I am puking my guts out, or whatever. You get everybody else sick. You can't really isolate anybody once you're stuck in a capsule together. So quarantine and controlling the germs that are aboard the spacecraft has always been a thing since we've been launching people. Like, it's just always been a thing that I say they're continuing the tradition here this evening. But we are coming up on T-minus 3.5 hours. D, since you hopped in, how's the weather out there looking right now for y'all? Is there no wind? I don't really see any vapors drifting, maybe some trees. How is it out there?
It is pretty still out here. I see just a little bit of cloud in the sky, but nothing that would be of concern. But of course, like you said, we are still 3.5 hours away, and that local weather was only one part of the considerations. But as far as Florida days/nights go, it's humid, as you would expect, but it is pretty clear. So I'm looking forward to this one, and my fingers are crossed that every bit of the weather cooperates.
Yep. Earlier, when we looked at the weather briefing that came out, it was at 40% go, 60% no-go, right? But the primary concerns were cloud layers, cumulus clouds, and flight through precipitation. So as long as the skies remain clear, that's all good for the launch pad here. So you're just looking up in the sky and seeing that there's some stars there is a good sign. But also, it's not just the launch pad, it's downrange as well, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, so they have recovery zones all the way down to Shannon Island, I believe is their last one. So they're going to be launching roughly the same trajectory they would to the International Space Station in terms of inclination, but obviously, as we have previously discussed, nowhere near the International Space Station in reality. So they're using those, you'll hear them call out on the radio as they launch, you'll hear them call out various different zones, and those are the different recovery zones if they had to abort at that time. So there, it's not just Florida weather, it's not just Cape weather. We are monitoring weather, I say we, they are monitoring weather from Florida all the way across the Atlantic to Shannon in Ireland, And then they've also got to monitor weather around Florida for 5 days' time, 6 days' time, when they want to land. There is so much forecasting going on.
And that's
even
go ahead.
Even earlier today, the weather was rapidly changing. We were out setting remotes, and while we were out setting, we watched this huge cloud form over 39B. And by the time we were driving back to the press site, it was a downpour that continued on the pad for absolutely hours, just drenching our cameras out there. So it's Florida weather. It is unpredictable.
That is how it is out there. But we'll continue to watch the skies under 3.5 hours now. I guess the other thing to note here is they have multiple attempts. So I believe they have
Missions
three
like
different. Nope. We got a little bit of comms audio there for just a second. But I believe they have 3 different windows, or not windows. They have 3 different T0s that they can target. The clock right now seems to be counting down to that first T0 at 3:38 a.m. local time. But there's a couple others, right, Sawyer?
Right. The second one would be at 5:23 a.m. and then the last one would be at 7:09 a.m. all times Eastern. And if for some reason they try again another day, same window.
And that's one of the reasons the window doesn't change is because they're not going to the ISS, right? Because they're going on this own higher trajectory, the window can stay consistent, right?
Exactly. And technically the window is from 3:33 and then continues until 9:01 a.m. But because of where they want to go through the Van Allen belts, where there is the highest risk of micrometeoroid and other orbital object debris, MMOD, that's why they're targeting these 3 specific times as opposed to any random time in that 5.5 hour window.
Exactly. So we'll be hanging in there. We have sort of a relay race set up where we can hang out with y'all while something happens, but the clock continues to count down over there for that first T0. Let's see here. That's, you know something, it's an awful lot of work to bring the coverage to y'all. And so I think we may actually have something to show. A lot of the times we reserve some of the behind the scenes content for members. So if you're a member here on YouTube, you see some of the things that we do behind the scenes on occasion or hang out and chat with us or whatever. But I think we have something we're going to show publicly this evening. I'll see if it pops up on the screen here with the team out there.
Space Coast Chronicler at Cosmic Perspective, and I have Max Evans here at Spaceflight. We got DY Cinema behind the lens on this one. We're out here at the old horseshoe along Saturn Crawler Way. And
Saturn Crawler Way?
Crawler Causeway. That's the name of this road, right? Causeway?
I think so.
Saturn Causeway.
Saturn Causeway.
Crawler Way, Causeway, same thing. Anyways, beautiful Indy Space Saturn. We got Polaris Dawn. We got a rocket. We got a capsule. We got some amazing media friends out here. We're ready to tell the story of this.
That's awesome.
Epic
going up tonight.
Quartet going to space planet. So, I got a serious question.
Yes.
And both of you can answer if you want. What does this mission mean for you, personally? What is like the? I know for me, like when Inspiration 4 went off, it just felt like it was just kicking open the gates for access to everyone to space in a way. But I just felt so connected to the mission just by like being here on the ground and like covering it and like just being all in on it. And I'm kind of like feeling the same way. Like, what are you feeling?
This is like, for me, this is the #1 mission of the year.
Oh,
without a shadow of a doubt. And if anything, for anyone who was doubting SpaceX capabilities before, whether it be human space flight, the commercial sector with satellites, with any of their hardware, if Inspiration 4 was knocking on that door or cracking that door opening, this is them literally just full on like SWAT, kicking that door down.
I mean, and severely underpinned by missions like Axiom, and now we got Frame 2 coming up.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's like the frame of spaceflight is broken. Like, we are in uncharted territory.
Well, we are currently at the old crawlerway just outside of LC-39A, wrapping up a remote camera set for the launch of Polaris Dawn, hopefully tonight. As you can probably see behind me, the weather doesn't look too great, but the good thing about that is we still have 14, 15 hours until launch, so not going to be a huge factor for us right now. So cameras are probably going to get wet, but that is why we bag and protect everything. Godspeed Jared, Godspeed Kid, Anna, and Sarah. So fingers crossed for a good lift off tonight. Honestly, this never gets old coming out here.
Yeah.
It really never does. And we've also never seen Falcon with Dragon on it horizontal from this perspective either. So this is pretty cool. So last night, SpaceX elected to push the launch of Polaris Dawn by about 24 hours. And the reason behind that was they found a helium leak in one of the QD umbilicals on the transporter erector. So this is essentially just giving them more time to resolve that issue and fix any hardware that may need tending to. But in the meantime, SpaceX graciously has brought us back out to all of our camera spots where we had cameras planted yesterday to check on batteries, wipe off our lenses, replace hand warmers, etc. So basically it's just a full camera reset. And we always take any opportunity we can to make sure our cameras are happy, healthy, and ready to go for launch. So fingers crossed everything still works and liftoff occurs on time tonight. So fast forward 2 weeks almost since the last launch attempt, and we are back just outside of LC-39A, hoping to get Polaris Dawn and Dragon Resilience off the ground tonight because this is their last week of viable launch windows before the pad conversion process has to begin for Falcon Heavy and Europa Clipper next month. So hopefully weather plays ball tonight. It's only around 40% PGO right now, so about 60% chance of violation. Just hoping to get off the ground, and hopefully the weather plays ball, and hopefully our cameras work and stay dry.
Well, there you go. From earlier today, where we had Max and Dee, and a friend from Cosmic Perspective there. You saw John Pisani out there capturing some cool stuff. But remember, some of the shots that you see come in from these launches are unattended remote cameras. The photographers have their equipment and they have to set it out on the tripod and just leave it there, right, Sawyer? Like you don't get to be there to press the button. You can't be there to press the button. You just have to put it out in the rain and pray.
Exactly. 99.9% of the triggers out there basically are sound activated. Some of them are timer based, but typically you set it for a sensitivity, and then comes the question of, all right, you see some of them had plastic bags over it. Is it so sensitive that if it downpours, like it did, as Dee was just mentioning, is it going to fill up your memory card? Or is the settings just right? Because the lighting changes through different parts of the window. So these are all the things that are going through the mind. So when you do get one of those shots, it's that much more special because a lot of work goes into getting those settings and the protective covers and everything just right.
Yep. So see the tripods that have those cameras and the different ways they wrap them and try to weatherproof them, and then Mother Nature comes through. It's not just the weather that affects the rockets. It affects our ability to share the shots with y'all as well. But massive thanks for everybody, especially when it scrubs, right? You go out there, you set everything up, you leave. Okay, it scrubs. Okay, we go reset it. Okay, now it's a few days. Go pull your gear, pull it back in again. There's a lot of work that goes into launch day, not just on the launch side, but on the sharing the launch side as well. Massive thanks to Max and Dee and all the talented photographers and videographers out there who help capture it and share it. All right. Where are we at? T-minus 3 hours and 20 minutes and counting. For just a second there, you might have seen another close-in shot. Another cool thing that we worked on was working with SpaceX and KSC to get a couple different feeds. Look at that. That one's not our camera. That is a clean feed coming out there from the pad that's being provided to us. So now apparently we're looking at the doors here.
And I think that's a good thing to bring up, actually, with the doors there, as they talk about the crew, is we're so used to seeing for all the NASA crew missions, they come out of the operations and checkout facility, which is part of NASA property.
Right.
Well, that's because NASA then has to transfer their astronauts over to SpaceX. Since these are already SpaceX astronauts, they actually have a special building right near the launch pad, which is where they get ready instead. And we'll see what vehicles they end up using to take the short drive from their current suit-up building that they're in, where you saw the doors of up to the pad.
Yep, and it's cool they put the logo there on the door. I guess you buy a space mission, putting your mission patch on the door is the least they could do. So where are we at right now? Are the astronauts actually already out on the pad? Are we waiting for them to drive by? I mean, I saw the doors there and I was confused for a second. Like, wait, are they going to walk out? But I don't think that's where we are. Is it, Ryan?
No, so the crew actually arrived at that building there, the Falcon Support Building, about, where are we now? T-minus 3:18. So they arrived there about 90 minutes ago-ish. If you were watching Space Coast Live, which, why weren't you if you weren't? We saw the Teslas drive by the press site there, and they drove down to 39A, and they have been there ever since. So they'll be in there getting ready, suiting up. You know, normally for NASA missions, we see this happen. We actually have cameras inside seeing this happening live at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building on Kennedy Space Center. This is obviously not a NASA mission. This is a private mission. So SpaceX does all of that in-house at the Falcon Support Building at the pad. So that's where the crew are now. Shortly, we should see that, according to the timeline, that crew suit up will be getting underway, and then in about an hour's time, maybe just less, they will make their way. They'll get driven. They'll get chauffeured the few hundred meters up the ramp to the launch tower there. Hopefully, they'll do the classic lean back, the whole crew, take a look at their vehicle before they ride it up into space, and then they will be riding the elevator up the fixed service structure there, walking across the crew access arm, and then getting in Dragon Resilience. So a very exciting time coming up now within the next few 60 minutes or so.
60 minutes or so. So just under an hour. Like, what is that? 45 minutes. I can't quick math. 320 to 225. Oh, that's going backwards as well. 20 plus 25 is 45 minutes. Yeah, I got it right in the first time. Nice. Before they actually get out there, but we are going to see if we can't spot them walking across the arm there from some of these shots. And of course, we'll also share whatever other SpaceX feeds they are able to give us of them. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to show suiting up, walking out, all those sorts of things? We will see what gets shared, but not your typical NASA mission. Might be a little bit different than we are used to here for Polaris Dawn. Continuing to count down. Weather wasn't great, but here at the launch pad, we can see the rocket just fine this evening. Nice and calm and working towards the launch. Where else are we? Geez. Hey, here's a good question. Is it 40% for just the first window? It's really the first T0. Or does that 40% cover the entire window? I actually don't know the answer to that.
I think that 40% would cover the entire window, because we've seen before. This is talking about the forecast provided by the 45th Weather Squadron. So this was issued sometimes when they have a good start of the window and a poor end of the window. They'll show something like 20% probability of violation, and then an arrow, and then down to like 80% probability of violation. We don't see that on this forecast. They're showing 60% for today, 60% for tomorrow, and 50% for the day after. That's probability of violating their weather constraints. So that's 40 go, 40 go, 50 go. So I'm going to using that prior knowledge, I'm going to assume this covers the entire launch window or each of those three T0s that SpaceX has keyed out for today.
There's an interesting footnote in the 45th Weather Squadron note, or the 45th Weather Squadron Launch Mission Execution Forecast is what they call it. Say that 10 times fast. It says the probability of violation, POV, is the chance of a local safety or customer constraint violation occurring any random time during the launch window. That's interesting. Any random time during the launch window. And of course, the window going from 3:33 all the way up till 9 a.m., even though they don't have T0s in there. But what the 45th provides says that it is based on a violation occurring, the percentage chance of a local safety or customer constraint violation occurring any random time during the launch window. So maybe a little more pessimistic when you've got a longer window than this, like this. You've got multiple hours where the weather can clear up that you can go, and maybe that's why SpaceX is going for the first one here. So maybe not as dismal as we thought. Go ahead, Sawyer.
I was going to say, it's also worth noting under the additional risk criteria, they look at upper level winds, the ascent corridor recovery for crew missions in the case they have to abort, the booster recovery weather, since they are still planning to land that on Just Read the Instructions,
Yep.
and solar activity, which in the past has taken out some Starlinks when they launched at the wrong time. Those are not included in that percentage.
There are additional risk criteria, right?
Exactly. They still mention that, say, ascent corridor recovery right now is a moderate additional risk while the others are low, but that does not factor into the 60%.
So once again, just to reiterate here, we could have beautiful weather at the launch pad, perfect conditions, everything good to go, but just in case something happens, you can't have beautiful weather at the launch pad and then launch, and if you need to abort them into a hurricane, right?
No.
So you don't just look at the launch pad, you also have to look downrange at the booster landing zone weather, the places that they may end up if they had to abort during any portion of that, and then special for this mission, because they're not going to the ISS, they also have to look 5 days out and make sure that their splashdown weather is clear. So a lot more weather constraints than normal for a mission here, right?
Yeah, and I've just measured it out. The distance between Cape Canaveral and Shannon Island is 6,200 kilometers. That's 3,800 miles. They need to forecast over 6,000 kilometers of Atlantic Ocean, and that needs to be clear. That needs to be perfect so they can go ahead with this launch in the event they have to abort. So, with a Starlink, you can just, they can just toss it up there essentially. Compared to this, they can launch as long as they've got good launch weather and good weather to land the booster on the drone ship. They can go for it. With this, they have to make sure 6,000 kilometers of ocean is clear in case they have to abort. This is, this is nearly halfway around the planet.
Well, to an extent. Because, yeah, that's the length of it, but there are specific sort of like circles within it. And you'll hear the call-outs during launch of 1A, 1B, 2A. Those are all of the different zones. So that if in case they need to abort for some reason, they can then use some of those thrusters and kind of maneuver themselves into one of those splashdown zones, each of which has their own buoy that they also use to keep track of those specific conditions. But it's still a lot of ocean to cover.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, this is live coverage. We're not an AI voice making up stuff to you. I can read chat right now and I can be like,
wait, you're real?
No, yeah, well, I mean, last I checked, yeah. Pretty sure I'm real. I'm also not asking for your Bitcoin wallet or anything, so you know we're legit. A question from New Normac, live from chat. How large is the splashdown area? Is there more than one? Sawyer, you just answered that, didn't you?
Glad I could help.
There you go. I'm mostly just reading some live chat so that people know that we are here for real. It's like shoe on head, Rob Mando, actually. He's like shoe on head or it's not real. Unfortunately, we don't have any cameras, so we can't shoe on head for real. Anyways. Let's see here. We've got another... Oh, that's neat. Look, is this showing us on the screen that transport for pad has been completed and they're now moving to crew
I think
ingress?
they might just be flowing through the whole
talking
timeline.
through it.
There you go. They've all got the hatch closed now. I hope the hatch isn't closed at this time.
There you go.
If you look closely on the right side view, you can see people moving.
Yep.
We like to call them the pad ninjas. I don't know if that's their official name, but that's what everyone has grown to call them in the black suits as they prepare the capsule itself to be ready for the crew to enter.
All right, so it's slightly confusing there as they put that timeline across the top, but they're just talking through the different things. Clearly, we're not in terminal count or launch yet.
Yeah.
So
it does look like they might need to take a pressure washer to that crew access arm, though, because is that some moss building up there underneath the windows? It's in better days.
It's like
Needs a bit of a scrub.
sludge. Oh, yeah. Look at Innsbrucker.
We can ask John Innsbrucker.
Just ask him right there. It says SpaceX engineer. That's certainly selling him short. Anyways, let's see here. There is our camera, a little bit further away, but you can see people sort of walking in the arm there. The pad ninjas were walking out, probably standing by for the crew arrival, if I'm not mistaken, right now.
Yeah, the last that we heard is the advanced team, which are the people that are out there now, have prepared Dragon for crew arrival.
All right. So we will see what else we get there, but continuing to count down, coming up quickly on 3 hours before the launch. We're just going to keep swapping around these different feeds and see what we can see while we continue to read chat, answer questions, and not ask for your Bitcoin wallet or whatever. Somebody in chat was like, oh, is this one of those scam streams where they're like, update from Elon Musk? And I'm not Elon Musk, that's for sure. I can give you an update.
No. Unfortunately, we were not able to book him for today.
Was busy. So, anyways, we are for real. We're hanging out with y'all, answering some questions. Johan, last we heard, we are go. They're going for that first I keep saying window. They're going for the first T0. But you know how it is. We still have 3 hours. A lot of things can happen in 3 hours. We'll see if they get going. But even if they don't make the first window, even if they don't make the first T0, it's just so confusing. They do have 2 other T0s that they could target throughout the course of the window. All right. Yeah, no, definitely not a scam stream. We're not trying to be hilarious. We're just trying to answer your question, Ryan Coles. Jeez.
I've been told to limit my puns.
You've been told to limit your puns. Wait till they're safely in space, then we'll get on the puns, Sawyer.
Deal.
Let's check in really quickly with one more thing. The Polaris Dawn St. Jude's fundraiser. I'm just going to look and hit refresh. We started off the stream with about $1,300, and now we're at $1,733. So some more folks added in some contributions. If you're interested in supporting the St. Jude fundraiser that's part of the Polaris Dawn mission, remember, we worked with St. Jude and Polaris Dawn, and we have a custom fundraising page set up. Over in chat, !St. Jude's, there you go. There's the donation link. That is not a scam. Please don't send us crypto or anything like that to that. That is supporting St. Jude's Children's Hospital, which is the primary fundraiser that St. Jude or that Polaris Dawn is doing here. I think we had one other interesting thing to share. Sawyer, Ryan, y'all know Tony Bella? Oh, well, there's the fundraiser. Hey, that's the fundraiser right there, $1,733. The next thing we were going to share is there you go. Swiping across. Has anybody seen these fantastic infographics that Tony Bella does?
Yes, I have, Das.
I'm glad, Ryan. You should have seen them because they're fantastic. How about you, Sawyer?
I have. I kid.
This is my first time actually seeing it. It is beautiful.
Wait, are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
Oh, no way. Tony does like all sorts of cool infographics. They're unofficial infographics. He's like an independent illustrator. You could check out his website. There's the link in chat, tonybella.com. But for most of these missions and like Starship flights and all this sort of stuff, he'll do these awesome, just so well drawn illustrations of the mission. I think he has posters and stuff like that as well on his website. But if you're interested in all of the things that will be happening, there is the entire... It's not a list, really. There's the entire illustration. It even has the EVA and the little handlebars.
Yeah, I think the only thing is we changed the booster since then because Shortfall of Gravitas kind of had a little hard landing. So you got to just read the instructions for tonight.
I follow him. I read all the things that he posts on social media, and some people pointed out like, oh, that booster, it's not accurate. It's not dirty enough. And that's an intentional thing. Like when he draws them, he answered this online, and he said, you know, when I draw them, I'm not trying to make them exactly accurate and get every smudge and stuff like that. Like I'm drawing the clean booster as part of the clean infographic, so I'm not trying to match the booster numbers or the smudges or soots or anything like that. So in any event, such a cool thing that he does. I really don't think that he gets enough credit, but it really is a fantastic thing. Make sure you check out his website. And if you hop over there, you get a post or something, tell him NSF sent you because more people should be aware of the awesome work that Tony does. All right, where are we going next? Space, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, for the crew, it's going to be the tower there, which we are standing by for everybody. So I see people asking, where are they? Be patient. They'll be coming here shortly. As soon as we see them, we'll let you know.
Yep. Oh, hey. Speaking of,
what perfect timing was that?
I was like, they should raise their helmets so we know that it's them going to space.
Yeah, it looks like from left to right, Anna, Kid, Jared, and Sarah.
Excellent. Kid and Jared there in the middle, they are I guess Jared's the entrepreneur, and Kid does a ton of work with him at multiple different companies. And on the outsides, they're SpaceX employees, aren't they, Sawyer?
They absolutely are. Anna's worked on the medical side, Sarah's worked on the integration side, and both of them have worked in the SpaceX mission control for different crew missions. And also a fun note, those two women will now hold the record for the furthest any woman has ever traveled into space at 1,400 kilometers out.
No, kid, that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah,
They have
all the
three
records
rows
are
of
set by
seats
men.
in that Tesla, right? Sorry. Oh, they're not in the driver's seat, are they?
I think they. Wait a second, that's a good question.
Is there 3 rows of seats?
I don't think so. Are there?
Yes, there is.
There are 3
Sorry.
rows. Okay.
Yes.
I was
It's like,
just
wait a
very
second.
confused for a second. I apologize for interrupting. I was like, are they in the driver's seat? Sorry,
That's-
Sawyer.
You saw him poking in, or you saw him plugging in the little air conditioners, right, into the suits. But you're right; it really does look like they're in the front of the car. But this is like a mid camera, and surely there's a attended driver up in the front seat.
Yeah, one of the Pad Ninjas has the Pad Ninja chauffeur job.
The Pad Ninja chauffeur job. They do look a little bit like stormtroopers. The coloration of the suits are very stormtrooper-esque. The helmets, not so much. Hopefully they can aim better than stormtroopers can. Oh, look, the door's closing. the hatch, the first hatch closing of the evening. They're on the Tesla that they'll ride out to the pad.
And yeah, it's rare we get this inside view as well.
Yeah, this is. Oh, look, see, there's ninja mode on the right-hand side. That's why we call them pad ninjas. One time somebody had an umbrella in their back, and it looked like a sword, but it was actually an umbrella.
Oh, look at that fist bump. Oh, that's a priceless face if we're going to space.
Yeah.
They're probably
They
pretty
are
stoked to
very
be.
excited.
Yeah.
I love how Jared and Kid have their game faces on the left-hand side, and then Anna and Sarah are like, we're going to space!
So there's
this
the Go ahead, Sawyer.
I was gonna say this is not a super long ride, as you'll see. They're gonna be right next to the horizontal integration facility, which is that big long building that says SpaceX on it, and then just work their way up to the pad.
It's not all the way down the causeway like when they come from the NASA building. It's literally just a right turn, and then you're there at the pad. Did you see the superchargers? There were superchargers in that shot outside when they were pulling away from the building. It's like, oh, plug in your cars here, and then surprise, you've entered the gate to the pad already.
Yeah,
Just to
we
the
can
left
see
of that
the
is where we
police
set up
now pulling
remote
over.
cameras.
Nice. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we could see the police then pulling over, escorting them, 300 feet up the road. But anyways, here we go, up the ramp to 39A.
I feel like they should slow down, but they're hauling it up the ramp there.
Yeah.
Well, this is.
They're,
I was just gonna say this is slow compared to when they're gonna be going 17,500 miles an hour. So speed is relative.
I knew that's what you were gonna say.
Of course.
When you said, like, actually this is I knew that the next thing was going to be when they launch they'll be going a lot faster. But Sawyer, technically won't they be going faster than normal low Earth orbit? 17,500 because they have that higher apoapsis?
It will be going a little bit faster, yes. I don't have the exact speed that they plan on going, but the minimum orbital speed is 17,500 miles per hour, so maybe a touch faster.
Nice. So here they've are those Starlinks on the back?
it does look like they might have internet connectivity for their... What was that? I forgot to start my stopwatch about
It was like a
90-second drive up the ramp.
I was going to say 14-second drive, but 90 seconds is probably more accurate. Do they really need to get on the internet in the time that they drove up the ramp?
Hey, that might be what's
Twitter one
providing
final time.
our view.
That's a good point.
Oh, interesting. I feel like I should ask if they're actually using the Starlink. You see the white squares mounted on the back windows or the back roof of the Teslas there? That it is possible that those are the high performance in motion dishes that they're for vehicle mounting, and I truly wonder if these cameras we see right here are being transmitted back to the control room, I guess, via those Starlink dishes. I think they are. Did you see how that one just pixelized? Classic Starlink.
Yep. That was a satellite handover.
The satellite, now the high performance dishes aren't supposed to have that, but the satellite handovers are so obvious when you're pushing video, unbonded video over a single Starlink connection. I don't know, but that little fuzz made me think that that might be the Starlink sending the signals.
Couple things from that view. One, you could see the light that they use, so we get that great video. And second, you could see the number plates on the back as they do the look up to their rocket there. The 4 St. Jude. They always come up with custom number plates for it, so it's nice to see them supporting St. Jude's there on the back.
You think the other one's 5 St. Jude, or are they both 4 St. Jude?
No, they're copy and pasted.
No. Is that legal? You have copy and paste license? I guess they're just driving up the pad, huh?
They're on a government facility, Das. I'm sure they'll be fine.
I think you need extra license plates for that. You don't just have to have no license plates. Folks, of course, we're kidding as they hang out in the FOD critical area. Who in chat knows what FOD means? I'm curious. Nobody tell. Nobody say. FOD critical area. What is that? What do y'all think that side means? Somebody just asked. Chris Hilbert just asked what a FOD critical area is.
As they do, it looks like a final prayer before they go up there.
I was about to say something funny, and then I realized, I was actually about to say what it actually means.
We should have said wrong answers only. Like, FOD critical area, wrong answers only. Of course, there's a couple different things that it might mean based on the context that you're using it as. In foreign object damage or foreign object debris are 2 things that you'll hear. There's the lean back, looking up at the pad because you can't tilt your neck up very far in those SpaceX suits. But foreign object debris or foreign object damage, basically you don't want junk sitting around the pad. If you're on a runway, like with jets, and you have junk out there, it could get sucked into a jet engine and damage the plane. Here on the pad, if you have things that are just flapping around, they could contaminate seals and umbilicals, and you don't want them to get in lines. Like, there's all sorts of different things that you have to make sure are not inside the rocket, so the propellant and gases and things that are supposed to be in the rocket are able to do their jobs. So, look at those big smiles.
There we go, posing for one last photograph.
And we can see friend of the channel, John Kraus, there, taking the photos. Of course, I forgot what his official title is. It's something like content director.
He's content director, and
and his nickname is
Snap. Yeah.
Final hugs from him and the crew.
Nice. So you said one final photo. I'm almost positive there'll be more photos. It's just that John is not going to be in the capsule with him one day. You know something? I wouldn't doubt it if John is in one of those capsules one day.
I would hope so for his sake. He's a great photographer as well.
Yeah.
I mean,
Folks,
Polaris 3 is meant to be the first flight on Starship, and Starship's quite big, so maybe there's room for more.
They should have plenty of room. We're talking about, if we're correct, the person with 30 on their back waving and taking photos. Do we think that that's John?
I saw them mouth the word their snap, so yes.
A longtime friend of the channel. I've had a chance to hang out with John on more than one occasion, and he's not only a super talented individual, he's just a cool guy. Like, he's just a good guy to hang out with. So, over there helping document and share the mission as an official part of the program. I do hope that was, I will text him and be like, dude, are you wearing number 30? So, he's a little busy right now.
And the crew arriving. Yep, there is a special button that they added recently with SpaceX to that elevator to reach this level. It just says space.
So quite technically a space elevator?
There you go.
I was told that we didn't have the technology, like something carbon nanotubes. It's right there. So, do we know, do they do the phone call?
I think they might now be queuing up to do that. I think the phone is on that corner.
I think it is.
There it is. Are they
I don't know.
A penny in the meter, or what's happening?
I think they were checking that there's a dial tone.
Yeah, they're like, is this thing on? Is it working? Can you hear me?
Check, 1, 2, 3.
Also, it might be hard to press the phone number buttons with their gloved hands, so it could be that as well
That's a
that they're
good point.
dialing.
Oh, you can see the white suit dead center in the frame there? You can see the white SpaceX suit right there on the corner of the tower, not on the access arm yet, but you can see them. This is Max's view back from the press site about, what is that, 3 miles, 2 point something miles away?
Yeah, it's about 2.5-ish.
About 2.5. Sawyer, tell the story of the phone. There is a phone on 39A that's been there basically forever, right?
Pretty much, yeah. This goes all the way back. This was a chance for the crews to call up loved ones or friends and say one final farewell before leaving the planet. And this is a tradition that has continued on for years. And as you could tell, it basically seems like the same phone that they've been using for decades.
Did they move the phone? Like when they changed the pad around, did they keep the phone, or is there a story on that?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look that up.
Gonna have to ask
I would
somebody.
assume the phone was moved, because if it was if this phone was in the location it was during the shuttle program, it would be a few feet on a floor below. So I assume they would have moved the phone up or bought a new phone.
I mean, I want to see if it's is it like a rotary phone? Does it have like push buttons? Like, how does it work?
Define how old a phone is, because I can't say that an old phone for me is going to be very different to an old phone to you, Das. But it is not cordless, and it does appear there may be mechanical buttons on the side of the wall. So I'm not sure what era should we say, like 90s, 80s, 70s. I'm not sure.
Do you even know what a rotary phone is, Ryan?
Is it that one where you put your finger in the number and then you twist it round and it goes and it goes?
Yeah, you saw that like in a cartoon or something, didn't you?
And movies, yes. I've never actually used one.
You have never actually used one?
No,
wow.
Luckily enough, I was born into the age of modern technology where everything's a touch screen now.
Well, I will tell you that back in the day, that was modern technology, sir.
Yeah, thanks for making us both feel old. But yes, per Julia Bergeron, also part of our team and part of Cape History, saying that Elon Musk insisted it was kept unmoved, and based off of a photo from Kid Poteet, it is, in fact, push button.
It is push button. Gotcha. It's like I'm stuck on the rotary phones here. I want to explain how a rotary phone works, but you know something? That's a Wikipedia rabbit hole that you can look up. Look up rotary phone if you're interested.
I'm very confused in the current hand position with this crew member here. They're using the phone, but they're covering their face with their gloves. So are they trying to wedge the phone into their helmet? I'm not 100% sure what's happening.
I don't know. It looks like they're eating a piece of corn, but that can't be right.
Yeah, but
no,
they're
I
using
think you're
the
right.
phone.
Oh, here, hand it to the next person. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, we'll hang it up for you. We have a designated phone hanger-upper.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
We're
list
using
on
the
their
mobile
phone.
phone. We're using the mobile phone with Notes app open with all the actual telephone numbers we have to call, which will then program into the old-fashioned phone. Ding, 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 ding. Ring, ring. Hello, is this who I think you are? Yes. Okay, I'm going to hand you over to your loved one right now. And,
That's literally
hi, honey,
what's
I'm going to
happening.
space for 5 days. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep.
They're looking up the notes on the more modern phone to type into the old phone, because it's not like it has, I don't know, a contacts list or anything. It's not AI. You pick it up and say, ring me, whatever, I don't know, my loved ones, whatever you would say into a phone.
Yeah, when you press 0 to dial operator back in the day.
That was the whole thing. You would just pick up the phone and you would just talk into the phone. And somebody would listen to what you told them, and then they would plug in the wire. Anyways, we're dating ourselves. Yes, I am really that old. My birthday's actually coming up here in September, but I'm older than y'all think I am. I've been around a while. I'm seasoned. Flight proven.
Now here comes another beautiful tradition. This was going back to the shuttle era as well, in this room called the White Room, right before they enter their capsule. They sign the wall. You'll notice there is a NASA logo. That is for anyone flying on a NASA mission, so the crew missions the ISS, and anyone that is a SpaceX astronaut on a SpaceX mission signs the X.
What is this, some sort of contest?
I mean, the wall's going to fill up quickly. We'll see which side goes faster.
And there
That
was an interesting question in chat earlier from John asking, will Jared sign his name again next to the SpaceX logo? I guess we're about to find out, because he's already signed it, because he flew on Exploration 4.
That's a
So
great
I
question.
wonder if he'll put his name there twice. We'll just have to wait and see.
He could just put a little tick mark next to his name, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then cross the 5th one, and he could just put little marks,
just
tally
tally
marks.
it up.
It's fantastic that we've got these views here, though, as they are making their phone calls, signing the wall. They've walked out across the arm. We'll see if maybe we can't catch them walking across the arm, just cutting back and forth between the two different shots. But very cool that SpaceX is providing this for us to share with you.
It looks like checking all of the final suits to make sure that everything is sealed and zipped up and ready for them to go.
Yep.
I wonder what the backpack's on the wall there. Is that like an emergency egress hood or something, I would guess?
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Certainly the kind of colors you would expect for an emergency use backpack sort of thing.
Nice. I like the side-by-side here. Of course, on the left-hand side, they're still over on the tower. The right-hand side is the white room. It's like the little room at the end of the crew access arm that touches the spacecraft. There you go. The white room in the little door of the spacecraft. The hatch is right there in the background.
Trying to see what's on her leg that they're taking a photo of there. Looks like a patch or something.
Was it like an indicator or something? We might actually have some audio from here. We're going to check it in just a second. If they say something, we might actually hear it here. Did he just make a heart?
He did. Yes, I believe Anna did the same thing. And that was Kid Poteet doing it.
All right. So first person ingressing into the capsule, getting into the capsule. All right, which one's taller? Because that one's... Okay, there's Kid. So there's Jared. Like... Is he going to sign it? He's doing something. He's deciding. Am I supposed to sign it?
Yep. He's pointed it out.
That's a lot of hand motion.
Yeah, this seems more than a tick.
He's writing Shakespeare. No, I don't know.
He did write a lot on there. Isaac. I mean, I guess he's got a long name. But maybe he did sign it twice. Go ahead.
And with the gloves like that, it's probably not super easy to grip a pen.
At least it's not like a touchscreen. It's like tap to check in.
As we check in on the left side there, as they get strapped in.
Yep.
I hope this gimbal cam gives us a close-up of the logo, because I would like to see exactly what was written.
Like the zoom in, like they walk up and point the camera right at it to show. That's a good... I don't know if we're going to get that, but that'll be a...
Well, one can wish.
Interesting thing to watch for.
Also worth noting that the seat position, if it looks kind of weird, that's because it is. They will actually use this position to get the crew in. Then once everyone's in and strapped in, the seats actually move and rotate backwards so that they're underneath those touchscreen panels that are at the... You can see the corner of it there on the top left.
This is like the loading position, right? Like the seats move into a position that it's easier to load into, and then they move into a launch position, right, Sawyer?
That's the actual sound they make.
Yes.
Could y'all hear my sound effect there?
Yep.
I wonder if that's what they sound like. I don't know. Final
read the logo.
Checks on the gloves there, checking the seams of the suits, making sure everything is fit and trim and proper before they get into the Dragon spacecraft.
Oh, that's a cool zoom in.
I feel like I would have put a space between the dot and the Isaacman, but...
Yeah. Maybe they just ran out of shoulder room.
That's a legitimate strategy here, I think. It is a long name.
Also, I think I saw someone in chat asking about that blinking light That is the status lights on the launch pad. Green means it's totally okay for people to be there. You'll see as they get ready for fueling operations and things like that from our wider cameras, you'll see some of those flashing lights change colors.
Yep, and that's a pretty standard thing. I've been around a couple different launch pads, and part of the safety training to actually go and work on the pad is to know what the status lights mean. So a lot of times you'll have 3 lights. The green is sort of like all clear, operations as normal. There's a yellow that's like, hey, some stuff's going on, but you're still okay to proceed. And there's a red, which is like hazardous operations, critical personnel only, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know the exact 39A tiers of lights or whatever, the definitions of lights, but normally that's how those status indicators or those status lights keep you informed as to what's going on the pad. All right, duck in, make sure you don't hit your head.
Right, you don't want to accidentally damage your helmet or rip the spacesuit. That's also why there's that black frame around the edge. That will actually be removed before they close the door.
It's like a pool noodle. Not really. But it's like a seal protector. It protects that edge around the capsule seal there, right?
Exactly.
All right. We're now under 2 hours and 45 minutes. All 4 of them are in the capsule with their Game Boy Advance on their leg or whatever they've just plugged in. Nope, that is a suit umbilical, isn't it?
Oh, I see.
What is that?
It's slightly different, I think, because of these are modified suits for what crews use, since these have to be able to withstand the vacuum of space. So that is where the connector is currently for their main line right now, which is all of their communications, all of their air conditioning, cooling, all of the data is going through that one connection.
Interesting. They're on the top of their, that's not their calf, the top of their thigh, I guess is the right way to say that.
Yes.
This looks like it might be a drone shot. It's a little, I don't know that it's a helicopter shot. Maybe it is, but it's a little low.
Yeah, I will just... I'll do a quick check for you, Dad, see if anything's pinging on the ADSB.
Thank you.
It's a helicopter. It
is a helicopter?
It's helicopters. So they've obviously asked NASA very, very nicely if they can borrow one of their helicopters or pay them for one of their helicopters. But that's a helicopter.
They probably, I don't know the specific situation, but I do know that you can hire NASA assets like that. If you're there at the spaceport and you're doing a mission or doing business at the spaceport, there are capabilities to hire like tracking cameras. I assume the helicopter is included as something that you could hire for your mission. All of those things are things that I've seen before.
Yeah, NASA security as well. You'll also see their helicopters flying around, and those happen to have the camera gimbal underneath them as well, so potentially view from there.
Yep.
What a coincidence.
Sometimes the people hanging out the sides of them with assault rifles and that sort of stuff. But NASA security is no joke around KSC there.
And it is also a no drone zone, so that might be part of it too.
Yep. I like this. Like the practiced maneuver. All right, hands up. Like you're a kitty trying to get stomach pats. And we will get you all strapped into the space capsule and send you on your way. Pat, pat.
Yeah, that's what they're getting.
I mean, where was I supposed to go with that? Like, folks, I see Michael W. here in chat is not particularly optimistic, saying all strapped up to only be unstrapped in 2 hours. We've talked a little bit about this, but they are targeting that first T0, even though the POV was 40%, or the POV was 60%, 40% go, 60% no go. That's sort of across the entire window. And SpaceX thinks that they may have a hole here early in the window, so they are all going for it. So I guess if you don't get on board the capsule and don't give it a try, you won't go either way. Suddenly, showing us a footage of a Dragon capsule docking somewhere, it looked like. That should have been at the ISS. They certainly will not
be doing that on this mission, I can confirm that.
Yeah, that is not related to this mission at all, approaching with the hatches open.
And also the fact that there's even a docking port on it.
That's true. There is no docking port on this one. So 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They continue to count down. We are reading through. Oh, here's a quick one. Either one of you, has anybody heard about a 0G indicator? I haven't seen that on social or the website or anything. Did I just miss it?
Yeah, it is once again I believe it's the dog once again from St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, which is where the money is going to help benefit this. So I believe that is the same zero-G indicator to what we saw as Inspiration 4.
Gotcha. All right. So the zero G indicator, if you're not sure what those are, when you get up there and the thrust is no longer pushing the capsule forward, you can let go of something, right? And if there's no acceleration, you're in that microgravity environment, whatever you let go of, it'll just float in front of you. So sometimes you'll see stuffed animals, a little earthy plush, all sorts of different things that you've seen in missions. And here, Sawyer, what was it going to be again?
What, the zero-G indicator? It's a little dog in a spacesuit, which is used to represent St. Jude's.
All right. And I apologize if I said 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm super excited to get this mission going. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes, not 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
If only.
All right. I think in just a second, we're going to be able to talk a little bit more about each of the crew members here, the astronauts that are on Polaris Dawn, in just a second. Sawyer, if you can prep to talk us through that. Some pretty talented people we have on board. They didn't just walk down the street and get their friends or get a couple randos to get on side of the rocket here. We have a couple talented folks. Apparently we're just going to roll it. So let's learn more about the folks on the mission, the crew.
Let's do it. And let's start here with Anna Menon, whose name for this one, they all have these sort of code names in a way. It's Walker. So this will be her first space flight. Previously, she worked as a biomedical flight controller for the ISS, working with the ISS crews, and even led the planning and execution of every single biomedical operation during the Expedition 47-48 mission. She's been in mission control for a whole bunch of different Dragon missions. Demo 2, Crew 1, Crew 3, Crew 4, Axiom 1, and she also helped develop the role of Core, which is the capsule communicator role that SpaceX uses. So
it's like what they call Capcom, right?
It's exactly Capcom, except this is the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer, or Core.
Gotcha.
And so, yep, she's volunteered Engineers Without Borders, Engineering World Health, and has a lot of experience there. Now, Sarah Gillis, with the nickname Cooper, I do have a personal connection to, as part of the Astro Access Flight, which is an organization that is designed to help get access to people with disabilities to fly in zero gravity and eventually space. She was one of the people that helped as a veteran zero-G flyer, and now she's getting a chance to finally go to space. She's a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, in addition to being the mission specialist for this. She also helped develop the mission-specific curriculum and training for all Crew Dragon astronauts, going all the way back to Demo 2, which was the human return to flight from U.S. soil after the end of the Space Shuttle program. She also helped train the Inspiration 4 crew ahead of their flight, and has also acted as Core, the Capcom-type role, and helping with navigation officer roles for other Dragon resupply vehicles. Moving onward, we will continue up the rank to our next astronaut, and that would be Scott Kid Poteet. Now, he is a pilot, once again, also on his first flight. Not just the pilot for this mission, but is an experienced pilot with over 20 years in the United States Air Force, commanded his own squadron, has flown with the Thunderbirds, in total more than 3,200 hours in the air. He was also the director of business development at Draken International, which is kind of like a private military organization, along with working on Shift 4, the CEO,
He's with Jared there.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Jared's company. That's Jared's payment processing company.
Yeah, he's the vice president of strategy
there you
at
go.
Shift 4, which does payment solutions and tablets and things like that. You may have seen the company on Bar Rescue. He's also a triathlete, completing more than 15 triathlons, including making it to the World Championships a couple times. And then, of course, we have the mission commander making his second flight into space after previously flying on Inspiration 4, Jared, not so much a rookie, Rook Isaacman. He is the CEO of Shift 4, which we were just talking about, and previously flew on the Inspiration 4 mission back in September of 2021. Not only is he flying Dragon, he also has more than 7,000 hours in all different kinds of aircraft. He co-founded the Draken International, which we were just talking about, and holds world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 08 and 09 that helped raise money and awareness for a different charity, Make-A-Wish.
Good deal. Can I just say real quick, this looks like we're choosing a character in a video game. Did you make these, Ryan? You made these animations, didn't you?
Yeah.
I want my Xbox controller and I'm choosing my character. Which character would you choose, Sawyer?
Well, again, I'm torn because I know Sarah personally, so I would probably select her just for that reason. Also, again, the whole training astronauts part, you know me and my love of being with astronauts.
Oh, geez. What about you, Ryan?
I would pick Jared. I think that might be a bit obvious. I don't know. He's a commander. He's in charge, and he flies fighter jets for fun. I like planes. Just saying.
There you go. Chris in our back channel said he selects Jared because he has special skills. It's like buffs against bosses and flight skills and stuff like that.
He's got all the ranks that are like, he's like 9.6 XP.
He's already got some XP because he's been in space, right? It's like an XCOM mission. So anyways, y'all, that's the crew. They have gone on board Ingress. If I say Ingress, I'm just being cool. I'm trying to be cool. It doesn't always work, but they are in the capsule. The buttoning up will now commence. Apparently some tapping on a touchscreen will also commence here. But that is our current status as we approach 2.5 hours, not minutes, before that first window. Everybody gets fist bumps all around. Mission Control wiping the brow there. That's out in Hawthorne, isn't there? Are those screens in Hawthorne?
Yeah, their mission control is located in Hawthorne, right in the middle of their factory there. And by the way, in terms of your video game choice, there is now a poll.
Oh, hey.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
Comms checks, y'all.
That's seat rotation call, actually. So at this point, they're going to be, you'll watch the seats physically move from the ingress position, the getting in, to the actually able to use our touchscreens properly.
As you just
position.
saw and heard, the Polaris Dawn crew members inside Dragon, they've completed their umbilical comm checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the crew inside their white suits.
There you go. John joining us for just a second there, special guest from SpaceX. But they are in, and we got a couple beeps of the comm checks there, making sure that the umbilicals are all doing their job, and they are, could I say 1 with the spacecraft? Maybe I should say 4 with the spacecraft.
Oh.
Hey.
You're taking my job.
Suddenly Innsbrucker. Nice. All right. So how long do we're going to wave. I want to see when they start to... What are these hand motions? There was a pinky hand motion there. I don't know what the pinky hand motion
They've
there.
been doing the thumb and the pinky, kind of like the Hawaii was up.
Like hang 10 sort of deal?
Yeah.
This camera is much better quality than the in-capsule camera, by the way.
I think you could attest
And here
to robot
comes seat
cameras
rotation.
versus regular.
So seat rotation is coming at us. I guess we're going to watch seat rotation from this view.
And there they go.
You see they're in the middle there, their hands are on the touch screens. You see that bank of screens that are sort of pointing downwards, and they're giving an old tap-tap-a-roo there right now. The way that these are rotating, it'd be difficult to get into if they were like this, but when they take off, they want to be in that sort of laying down position so that there's no launch force down their spine. The launch force is sort of fully spread out across their body, right? So you don't stand up in the rocket with your head towards the pointy point and your feet towards the flamey bits, right? When you take off, you lay down like this, and that's to sort of spread out the force across more of your body's surface area, so you're not
Your seats have
compacting
been
it in one
rotated
part.
upright, and they're
And there we
All
go.
right. The seats have been rotated upright, like we were just talking about.
There you
So-
go. Now they also have tablets with them as well, so they each have their iPads there, which you can kind of see in
looks
addition
like
to the touchscreens.
It's like an iPad or something on a little kit or a case. It looks like, doesn't it?
It does look like it, yeah.
I don't know that that's the thing. That looks like the communications device. But remember, for Inspiration 4, didn't they each have like a little kit that was put together? I remember hearing some stories like that. I don't think that that's what we're seeing there, but I remember.
Well, they each have on their left leg, just in front of the knee, they each have like a white pouch with
Yeah.
what appears like an iPad or an iPad mini on top. Each of the crew members have one, so we'll just have to wait and see what they do with them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
'cause
that-
a lot of the photos
whole-
during Inspiration 4 were just taken with iPhones.
Nice. I like this. It looks like we've got the results of the poll. Which character would you select in your game? We've got Rook at 39%, Walker at 25%. As the medical officer, Walker should have like bonus stats to healing, right? Cooper
Yes.
at 19 and Kid at 16%. Apparently a fighter pilot who is also judged the funniest astronaut on board, not getting a lot of choices there. I guess
Yeah.
humor, not really a highly valued skill on this mission.
Yeah,
Good.
apparently being a retired lieutenant colonel in
Or
the
go
US
for
Air Force isn't good enough.
4.100 Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, tapping into section 2, 4.100.
getting really good comps talking to the crew. It's nice to hear.
So, we're
Looking up to
trying
them.
to pipe in some
it's-
of the audio, but the only audio we're getting is like mixed in with the rest of the SpaceX talking. So it's a little tough for us there. We were hoping we would get a clean feed of some of the audio, but that doesn't seem to be working as expected. So we just have to sort of use that. We want you to hear some of those call outs, but hey, we're here talking to y'all, doing our own commentary as well. So sorry for the little bit of hiccupy there when we're trying to share the audio. Just trying to do the best we can, since the nominal way we thought we were going to receive that does not seem to be working as expected this evening.
Yep. So stand by now for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man part.
So it's literally what they're doing, the suit lead checks, right?
Exactly. That's where they will close all the visors and lock everything up as they would for launch and pressurize it to their flight pressure. And that way, if they do notice a leak, they still have the hatch open and can work and fix it if needed.
Yep. So continuing on with the preparations, now less than 2.5
It sounds like we're gonna be
hours.
Stepping into the suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy. You are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Copy that,
There you
SpaceX,
go.
for section 3.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position.
And we'll keep an eye on the suits and you'll see things get a little bit stiffer. But again, these are slightly different spacesuits than we're used to them having, because these are the same ones that they'll be wearing when they do the spacewalk, which requires them to completely depressurize the entire capsule.
And that's a different thing. I mean, normally the Dragon capsules that go to the ISS or even on Inspiration 4, they don't depressurize the entire capsule. That is a very special thing for this mission, isn't it?
It is, yes. So they have, you see there, the helmets, which has extra shielding. It also has a heads-up display built in on the inside. And one thing that's very unique about this one is, yes, things are pressurized right now, but all the way leading up to flight, pretty much from 90 minutes after they get into orbit until that spacewalk, they are going to be training their body to get ready for having to breathe that pure oxygen. So they will actually start dropping the pressure inside the capsule from 14.5 psi down to 8.7 psi, basically over the course of 3 days. And then once in their suits, the final pressure, which they're testing right now, it'll only be about 5 psi total. And then over the course of that time, also, they're going to be increasing the amount of oxygen that they're breathing, starting at 20%, working their way up to 100%.
Yep. Hey, there's a great question in chat over here. Jack Yang asks, won't it make it hard to move once the chute is pressurized, like moving inside of a giant balloon? Anybody want to take that, the way that they make these spacesuits in such a way that they can hold pressure but also maintain flexibility? Ryan, want to give that one a shot?
Lots of engineering and lots of hard work, because precisely if you inflate these into a balloon, essentially, they get quite stiff. It gets quite difficult to move around. So the primary purpose of these suits, when fully inflated, especially the IVA suits, the intravehicular activity suits, is to just keep you alive in the event of a depressurization. SpaceX on this mission with Polaris Dawn, they're intentionally going to be depressurizing the spacecraft, and they're going to be, 2 of them are going to be leaving the spacecraft, at least partially. So they need to be able to use those joints, right? Because that's like an intended part of the mission.
Yep.
So they, as SpaceX and Polaris have been saying for a long time now, and ever since we've been able to get like images of these incredible suits, they have been putting in months and months, years and years of engineering and development.
Yeah, like you were saying about all the development, there are so many little
You might
details that
recognize
they've
that
had
voice.
to.
Go ahead, D.
That they've had to work on. One of the things they mentioned, since they are going to be in a pure oxygen environment, is they mentioned a conductive fabric on the inside, so that basically they're able to avoid any sort of static buildup or static shock, because of course the pure oxygen is a very different environment than the air we are all used to. So they want to implement all of those sort of safety features into the suit from the very beginning. So while these suits look really familiar, they're a bit bulked up, there are so many changes that we can't see.
Yeah, and the material, part of the material that they're using is actually derived from materials already used on SpaceX vehicles.
Yep. And folks, if you look, you see how their knees are sort of a accordion almost. The way they put these suits together, they have gussets that allow them to move in certain directions. I'm not going to say hinges, right? But they're specifically designed this way so that those don't balloon out and become rigid, but still let you sort of accordion to bend your knees or move your elbows. You can see at all the joints where those gussets are sort of used. And then the shoulders, do you see how the shoulders are sort of cut? The shoulders are designed in such a way so that they're not rigid right there. They almost have like I'm not going to say a rotating hinge, right? But they have the ability to move the arms, to rotate your shoulders up and down so you can move them. So you have the parts of your body that don't really move much, like the middle of your arm and your forearm and the middle of your thigh or your calf. Those parts don't need to move because you've got bones in there. Your bones aren't going to move, right? But your natural joints, like where your knees are, where your elbows are, your shoulders, those natural joints are built into the spacesuit with a little bit of extra room so that you can still bend and move and have that maneuverability even when it's got a pressure differential. There's a lot of engineering that's really cool that goes into that. But it sounds like we've got 4 good suit checks here. So the suits have seemingly passed the leak checks and they are clear to proceed on to the next step.
And I think there's some venting as well, perhaps from either the Strongback or Falcon 9 that we can see maybe.
Yeah, about 2/3 of the way up there.
Yeah, just near the interstage.
Suit checks, not chute checks, not parachutes, space suits. 2 different things.
Which, by the way, the new suit design is one of the things that they're actually testing on this flight, because they've tried to increase the maneuverability on these.
They would need to, because they're going to have a much larger pressure differential on these.
Exactly.
Yep. So we continue to count down here, folks. Coming up soon, I believe we're going to get the hatch closed. We'll see what video or visibility we get from SpaceX on that. Again, we're hanging out with y'all this evening. We're answering some questions. We're talking about the mission. We're making some jokes as well. Look, we're not NASA. Honestly, sometimes when I'm online and I'm seeing like, oh, let me watch this video, if it's too dry and serious, I'm like, okay, cool, I'll watch the recap later. So we're here hanging out, having fun, sharing our excitement for the mission with y'all. Please don't expect us to be like tapping a PowerPoint and like, next slide, this mission concerns going to space. Like, that's literally not what we do here. That's why you're hanging out with us. Hopefully, if you know how to get back to us, you know what to do. Click the little buttons and whatever. We just give you our honest commentary and try to make it a little bit more interesting than just reading official information from a press release. All
It
right.
looks like they're removing some of the ventilation hoses here, as you can see right in front of the camera. So hatch closure should be coming up very shortly.
And the
then they'll
not
do
so
all of
pool
their
noodles
leak
as well.
checks and yes, the pool noodles.
You know, there's like a high probability they may be like pool noodle material, but bought in black and shaped certainly for this specific hatch. I think those are railings that they've just pulled back, right?
Again, all of these are part of the frame that they use to protect it from FOD, as well as to protect the spacesuits from any damage. So all of that in the name of protecting both.
Look at this. The phone being used to take detailed up-close photos of the seal around the hatch.
Correct. And there's a special little group chat that they have that will send it back to engineers in Hawthorne, who can then take a look at it, and if needed, send them an iMessage back, basically saying, hey,
They've
this
got
seal looks
iMessages open on that iPad right now. Look at that.
It's like right there on the
They literally
screen.
have an iMessage group open on the iPad right now. That's incredible.
It's like NASA invented a special communications channel for secure communications back and forth, and SpaceX just used iMessage.
Also, whoever, good question from Jack saying, can't take video instead? They can, but think about it. When you take a picture, you like to pinch in and zoom in and double check all the details on it. Same thing here. They want to be able to, if they need to, zoom in and look at something and go, oh, this is good, or hang on, take another look at that.
Yep. I think we're going to get some more audio here. Let's listen in.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. Help me.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. Help me.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, LD. Help me.
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, LD. Help me.
LD, loud and clear. Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
There you go. Again, they're going to continue on with the comm checks and the chatter back and forth. There's a lot of different ways that the spacecraft and the folks in the suits can talk back to mission control and various other places. So when we can catch some of those, we'll try to listen in. We might not be able to catch them all because sometimes we don't know exactly when they're coming. We don't have a down to the minute or down to the second timeline of when to expect all of those things. That was not provided. I do want to catch this real quick. I saw it scrolling through chat. David VS asked, are they going to rescue the other astronauts? So on board the Dragon here, that is not their mission. They are not going to the International Space Station, and this Dragon capsule is filled to capacity with 4 astronauts. There are no open seats. But even then, it could not dock with the space station if they wanted to. They actually removed the docking hatch or the docking adapter from the front of this capsule, and they created an EVA hatch instead, with little sort of handrails and stuff like that, and the hatch opens up. But this capsule here on this Falcon 9 rocket would not be capable of visiting and docking to the space station, nor does it have room aboard to rescue any astronauts. That's going to be a different SpaceX mission coming up here. Well, we'll see when they get it off the pad. Hopefully the end of this month.
No earlier than the 24th for that one.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, it looks like
looks
they're checking a response potentially.
Yeah, they have a photo up on that phone, and they're kind of zooming in, and they're all interested in it at least.
It almost looks like they got some markup back or something.
Which is very possible.
There was the pinch to zoom sort of thing all of a sudden. It almost looked like a zoom out.
They're looking closely at something there with a flashlight. We could see them possibly taking more pictures as they double check things there. And nothing else. They were all staring intently at that group chat.
And it looked like we had one of the techs sort of lean around the back of the hatch.
Yeah.
And now are we inspecting? Well, no, that just got dropped on the ground, it looked like. There's a light inspecting
having
the
a
back
look
part
back there.
Yeah.
Behind the hatch door. Not sure if they were taking more photos back there, or if I think they're just looking visually. But at this point, it definitely seems they're waiting for a response.
Yep, that's the second time they've gone to that same location. One, they sort of leaned around and looked there, and then they came back with a light wand and looked again. So let's see what goes on.
Yep, and it's important to note that once this hatch is closed, it is not set to be open again until splashdown. The spacewalk will be through a hatch on the top, and the only other reason they would reopen it prior would be them delaying the launch. So I don't want to say the S word and jinx it.
We appreciate you, Sawyer. So let's see. We've actually cut away from the detailed shot there. It looks like we don't have access to it. SpaceX is no longer sending us that detailed shot. We're still on crew ingress. Now, check the timeline. We still have 22 minutes before hatch closure in the nominal timeline. So no big deal. A lot of times we see these checks on the Dragon hatches. It might be a hair or something like that in the hatch seal. It's not unusual to have a little bit of extra time, but it's built there into the schedule. Still 22 and a half minutes remaining before that normal hatch closure time. And yes, chat, I did say see visually or look visually or whatever I said. I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't look auditorially or whatever, but you know what I meant. So
you also heard correctly about a hair. That has actually been an issue with one of the seals during a past Crew Dragon mission, is that there was a hair in the seal, and that's how much they want to make sure that everything is exactly airtight and protected for their crew.
Yep, you don't want to get up there at 1,700 kilometers and figure out that you have a slow leak in the door because there was a hair in it. Now, this mission could actually remove the hair when they did the spacewalk. But look at all the care that they're giving to the hatch here. Remember, when they get to space and they open that hatch of their own accord, they're not going to have any help, right, Ryan?
No, they are. Once they're up there, that's they've just got each other. So
SpaceX just got each other.
Yeah, they've just got each other. SpaceX is, as we can tell, SpaceX obviously takes the stuff incredibly seriously. That's why they're dressed head to toe in these ninja suits, as we call them. they want to minimize any risk whatsoever. So, yeah, once they're up there, they've just got each other.
And a quick correction, by the way, I wasn't quite correct about that. Even though they'll expose the entire interior of the capsule to vacuum, they're not supposed to open this side hatch. They're only supposed to open the forward hatch that they installed, so this should stay closed. So even if there was a hair in there, they should not be touching this hatch. So could they actually open it? I mean, they're opening the front hatch. If there was a hair that got in the front hatch after they opened it, they would have to deal with that, I guess. But I really do wonder if they're going to do similar procedures here, like when they open the front hatch, will they go around and take photos of it and beam the photos using Starlink down to mission control and have somebody look at it before they button up the hatch? I wonder if that's the process for the front hatch.
That's a good question. It's probably one of the safety checks they'll do. And again, part of that handle fixture and everything is meant to basically protect any sharp edges so that they don't get a cut into their suit while they're spacewalking.
Yep.
And you mentioned a good point there of they're up there by themselves, except for communications with ground, which one of the things that they are testing on this flight that's really cool is basically in-space Wi-Fi from Starlink. So there is actually a laser connection that is in the trunk, in the back part of Crew Dragon, that will be used to hopefully communicate with some of those Starlink satellites. Now, you're talking handovers at over 17,500 miles per hour. And inside the capsule, they have a straight up regular Starlink router. And that is how they're going to try testing communications with space to ground once they're up.
Yeah, when I saw the picture of that, I was quite shocked because, like, I have the exact same router on the shelf outside my room, and they have it in a spacecraft.
Yep.
Okay. Do we really think that it's like a bog standard commercial off-the-shelf Starlink router, or does it look like one, but it's actually special, like vacuum rated? I don't know the answer.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was a legit off-the-shelf router. Of course, the communications equipment in the trunk is not off-the-shelf. They're using lasers to ping off Starlink satellites, or at least that's the plan. But it just has an Ethernet cable in the side. They've just bolted it into the side of the capsule. I honestly, I would not be shocked if they just pulled that out of their factory and were like, yep, we'll use this one.
It's sort of a thing, right? Like you hear about, cell phones being used in CubeSats and this sort of stuff. And I really do wonder, there's an image of it. It's actually bolted in there with a little custom bracket. I don't know if it looks like it might be machined given the way that the tooling, you see sort of a pattern on there. But that certainly looks like a bog standard Starlink router that's got the little Earth to Mars trajectory transfer on it.
Yeah, that's very similar to the one that we use if we use it around the Cape. Ryan, I'm sure you could attest that's basically the same one that you have in a way.
Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't on stream right now, I could go out and take a photo of it. Like, it looks exactly like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they call it the Placer,
Closure
by the way.
and the
So
transition
plug
to
in
pad
laser.
hatch close. And please ensure all of your items are secure from now through launch.
That reminds
Literally
me of the
seat backs and tray tables is probably what she was going to say. That's what I would have said.
Stow all your belongings in the overhead bins.
And keep in mind that items may move once reaching zero gravity.
Are there overhead bins? I wonder if they're not really overhead, I guess.
They're
like
that's
underfoot.
in space, there is no up.
Oh, see, we could argue about that all day. There is up in space relative to the users of the spacecraft. The ISS literally has up and down marked inside because it helps to have context when you're moving around and to divine up versus down. Like there is up in space. It's pet peeve.
Tell us how you really feel.
I mean, you have zenith in the nadir, but
You do.
Is that up and down?
It's just in fancier words.
Yeah, they do have storage under their seats. You can see almost a little bit of the packaging under there. You've got windows off to the side, towards the top. You also have the hatch and the restroom.
Do you think they have like a little thing under their seat where they can put one personal item?
I wonder how much what is it, $20 fee?
Yeah,
oh, no, it's Spirit.
Is it a $20 fee?
It's either Spirit or Ryanair.
There's the little sizer. Like SpaceX has the little sizer in the white room, and you have to put your bag in the little sizer to make sure it fits in your personal item space aboard the spacecraft.
Yeah, and if it doesn't fit, then it has to go in the trunk, and you won't be able to access it.
And you lose it because it'll be in vacuum.
And
Also, it doesn't come down with re-entry. Sorry, Sawyer. Is that what you were going to say? Oh. So, y'all, we are rapidly coming up on T-minus 2 hours. If you're just joining us, how many people are here? 12,500 people. Good grief. A lot of people hopping over. We have live coverage of what's going on with Polaris Dawn. We worked with SpaceX to get a side feed here, so feeds might be hiccuping other places, but we've got a feed that we can share with you, like this aerial helicopter feed flying around, and the inside the capsule feeds and that sort of stuff. we have sort of a side channel that we're able to bring them on, so you can continue seeing what is going on. But we're hanging out, answering your questions, giving you our honest opinions, making a couple jokes as we wait for these 4 human beings to make their way into space, hopefully coming up in 2 hours. There's so many cool things to talk about with the mission. Let's see which one appears first. Is it going to be Doritos or license plates? Bear with me, chat. You'll see what that means in just a second. Survey says,
If that's
show
not one of the
me.
stranger things we've said on a broadcast.
Is it going to be Doritos or license plates?
Right. We do have official confirmation. Hatch is closed.
Excellent. So they'll do some pressure checks and stuff like that, but we'll update the timeline here. A little bit ahead of schedule, 15 minutes, it looks like, ahead of the schedule there. Remember, they build in some buffer. They build in some time. Better to have the time and not need it. And sit there twiddling your thumbs because everything is going smoothly, than to not have the time and have to troubleshoot FOD in the hatch. Now I'm waiting to see if Doritos or license plates pop up after the timeline here.
Yeah, I can. Here we go.
And
it's the timeline. It's Doritos.
We have the Doritos. That's a picture from Julia Bergeron, I believe, out in the field. So yes, on this particular mission, they are taking up special Doritos. You could see the Cool Ranch version there. They come in these little tubes, and they are the mini-sized version of them. The main concern with taking the big-sized one is if you've ever had chips in bed, you know that the crumbs will end up falling behind you and annoying you all night in bed. This is even worse when you're in zero gravity, when we argue up or down, when they're floating all over the place. So what they did with these is they made them mini-sized, and because you know how the Dorito dust gets all over your fingers, as delicious as it is, they have actually painted a special oil on top of them that has the same type of seasoning that they would normally use in a powder form.
So, okay, so you don't get Doritos dust in the hatch seal when you try to do your EVA and then come back in, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to wipe it on your suit and then have it float away.
Can you imagine if they come back from space and their nice white suits have like Doritos cheesy dust oil all over them? Oh, but this was a special thing for the mission. It's like another partnership that they're doing. But Julia out there with some Doritos minis. If you ever looked inside of one of these cans, it looks like Pringle's got in a car accident inside these Doritos minis cans. But good to have snacks in space.
Yeah, I just love how they've literally re-engineered Doritos to make them space compatible. That's just crazy.
Well, it's not. Go ahead, Sawyer.
I was going to say, this past Sunday, on Shuttle Sunday, which we do Sundays 3 p.m.
Yep.
They literally talked about the cola. We talked about the
Cola Wars. Yes.
The Coke and Pepsi cans that they specially engineered and spent millions and millions of dollars just for NASA astronauts to realize the gas gets stuck in their stomach, so it's not worth it.
Okay, wait a second. You say they spend millions and millions of dollars. Wasn't one of them like a repurposed shaving cream can with Pepsi in it or something?
Yeah, I mean, Pepsi spent $14 million on the development of it, and it is based off of a previous design. They had special carbon dioxide bladders that had to be mixed in and everything, so that when you shot it, you got a mix of like the cola and the carbonation, and there was no refrigerator either on shuttle, so they were room temperature. And the bubbles, again, normally they go up or down. They kind of just sat there, so they felt quite bloated.
Well, think about this, right? We'll say one more thing about this. If you're on the ground, you drink a carbonated soda, right? And it carbonates up, and then you burp. Why do you burp? Why don't you throw up the soda? Because in your stomach, the soda goes down to the bottom, and the bubbles rise up to the top and go back to your esophagus, and you burp, right? Well, what makes that happen? Gravity is what lets those two things differentiate. The soda goes down, the bubbles go up. In space, they're in a microgravity environment. Gravity's not able to make the food settle into the bottom of their stomach. So if they were to drink a carbonated beverage, your stomach gets inflated with the bubbles. But when you burp, it's not just gas. So solving food-related problems that we take for granted on the ground is something that we need to do as we move into space. So whether it's burping up soda bubbles or, I guess, greasing or oiling up your Doritos so you don't get them all over your nice white spacesuit. I like to see those problems being solved.
Wow, you're really making it sound appetizing now.
I'm just trying to help. Everybody wants to go to space, right? To drink a cola in space, you have to spin yourself to make a human centrifuge to separate the gas from the liquid in your stomach. Not yet, but soon. So, right now, we've just crossed under 2 minutes. We have... Did I say 2 minutes again? Good grief.
Deary me, Das. Deary me.
What is going on? Why do I keep looking at that and saying minutes?
I think what is going on is it's like the middle of the night, so nobody knows how numbers work anymore.
Can we put units up there so that it actually says T minus da-da-da and put like minutes, hours, seconds? Good Lord. Anyways, that's us. Here we are. I really do want this mission to launch tonight, so I'm just trying to accelerate the timeline. But really quickly, it sounds like we need a little bit of a weather update from the ground. D, are you there?
I am. Yeah.
What is going on?
Nothing too major as of yet. Like you said, we still have 2 hours to go, but we are I believe in a phase 1 lightning warning now. So that means basically like the conditions are right for lightning in the area, which not ideal, but it's a phase 2. That's where like there's lightning in the area. That's where really the issues for launch truly come in, fueling, that sort of thing. So looking ahead at the weather for the area, there are chances of showers in that 3 to 4 o'clock hour when they are hoping to launch. So not ideal, but they have 3 opportunities here. And like I said earlier, Florida weather is unpredictable, and it's unpredictable in both ways. It could be predicted to have showers and then be clear, or it could be predicted to be clear and then have showers. So even though the forecast is a bit iffy and the weather's a bit iffy right now, like I said, with those phase 1 lightning warnings in the area, we don't know quite how it's going to go, and we've got some time for them to figure all of that out.
Yep. So we will continue looking at the weather here. D, thank you for being on the ground out there and reporting on the conditions. Let us know if that gets upgraded to a phase 2 when things really start to get shut down. Let us know. But still,
absolutely. Yeah, I'll have bags ready to cover these cameras that are currently very exposed.
All right. So 2 hours for that to clear up or go away. Like we said, it's Florida weather, tracking what's going on in the area, and we will keep you all apprised of the situation. But needs clear weather, not just at the launch pad, also down in the recovery zones and 5 days out in the splashdown zones. So a lot of weather constraints that they've been watching, but they're still going for it here this evening. Oh, well, the current weather nearby currently is very light rain. 25°C, 77 Fahrenheit. Not saying there's any wind, but...
That is from the reporting station in Melbourne, by the way.
Oh, that's from Melbourne.
The wind, there isn't wind here. Like, we don't have any bad conditions visually yet, but we got that notification over the speakers out here. So it's worth keeping an eye on as stuff forms. I believe the port is experiencing some weather right now, but it's actually not too bad right here currently.
Gotcha.
And I actually believe this data is from Merritt Island, so this is much closer to the KSC than Melbourne Airport is.
We got that changed before the stream, I think, right?
Yeah, we're trying to bring lots of different weather informations to you, so we might get some radar soon as well. But that's the weather on Merritt Island as it stands.
All right. So we continue to count down. How y'all feeling, chat? Like, one little bit of hiccupy weather, does that make everybody feel down? Are we still hopeful for the mission? I'm going to see how some people let us see. I think there might be units issue or decimal issue with the barometric pressure as well, Matt PD. But how are y'all feeling currently? Still good? Feeling optimistic? Not to be confused with Miami, Australia. That's a totally different place. Let's see here. Staying around for it either way. We appreciate you there, Popsicles. Go for launch or lunch? Well, why not both? You know? I'm good. We'll see what happens, says Caleb. I really want this to launch today. Will be my first launch. You get to see Bruno. Are you there locally to see the launch? Hopefully, good luck for you. Feeling it might be a wash, hoping for the best. That's a realistic expectation. You never know. Hopeful, been excited about this mission since hearing about it. Cheers to a historic moment in time, says Like the Jelly there. I can't read them all, y'all, but still positive vibes. Sawyer, Ryan, how y'all feeling?
Running on fumes. I'll put it that way. No, well, I was getting a little bit, getting a little bit tired as before we got going here, and then we got going, and then suddenly everyone's got energy and everyone's excited, and I'm excited. The tireder I get, the more loose I become. So I'm excited. The adrenaline and the excitement is keeping me awake.
There you go. It's one of those things like, all right, let's see how it goes. Sawyer, how you feeling?
I mean, I've been to enough launches in person where I've seen it launch at 40%, which is the most recent weather. I've seen it scrubbed at 90%.
Yep.
So with these, you never can know. So right now, the fact that they're still continuing on and the hatch is closed, I feel pretty optimistic.
All right. Well, it's going to continue to count down. We will share updates with you as we get them from SpaceX, but it's Florida weather. Don't be discouraged. Just wait a few minutes and it'll probably change. But as of right now, a couple areas around KSC experiencing that phase 1 lightning warning, but still a long way to go before we actually get to T0. And that's just the first of 3 attempts that they will have the ability to take a run at this evening.
But it is worth noting that if they begin fueling for one of them, then that rules out all of the other T0s. So if they decide to fuel and go for the 3:38 a.m. attempt, that is their one and only attempt for the evening.
All right.
Good news is they don't start fueling till about T-minus 35 minutes, so they've got plenty of time to decide.
Oh, here we go. So here is the local weather radar, and you can see some light rain out there at the pad. The pad is a little bit north of the yellow area, right? Like up, you see where it says Titusville. It's over to the right of Titusville and down just a hair. So not that rain we're seeing down there where it says Cape Canaveral, but the light rain sort of in the area broken up. But we'll continue to have a look. That's it's not really a system moving anywhere. That's just a bubble up, isn't it, Sawyer?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It seems like it's kind of just popping up lightly on the radar and dissipating, hopefully quickly.
All right. I think we need to download some more frames in that radar loop. It was going back and forth between 2 frames, but there's a button to click in the upper left-hand corner that looks like a bunch of stacked frames, and if you click that, it'll try to download more frames. I'll just say it out loud so I don't have to try and type it in our back channel. Yes. Still reading through. You know what we haven't done in a while? Mentioned the St. Jude fundraiser. Sawyer.
Yes. What's
up with a license plate here?
So, as we talked about before, this mission is to help benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and they had the custom number plates on the back of their Teslas as they rode up to the pad that said for St. Jude, and the design of that license plate was actually designed by the children at the hospital, and you can see the crew having signed that as well. I'm sure we'll see that on the walls at St. Jude after the mission, but that is one of the key points of this mission, is to help that charity which deals with children battling with cancer and other life-threatening diseases, to try and make it, to help find cures and to make it as easy for the parents as possible to help so that they can focus on their kids' healing.
Yep. And you can see from our own fundraiser page there, we work with Polaris Dawn and St. Jude's to start our own goal. So if you click that link that appears in chat, just do !St. Jude's. There's an S on the end of it. One of the mods can help with that as well. If you click on that, you can do a donation directly to Polaris program, Polaris Dawn Polaris program in St. Jude's. It's an option if you want to put your name on the list. There's a checkbox that you can check, and you can opt in to have your name or whatever you type into the box appear there in the list. You do not have to. You don't have to do that. You can make it anonymous or make it not appear there. But everything adds up, raising money for St. Jude's as part of the Polaris program here this evening. Very cool and something that we wanted to support. Oh, apparently you can even make your amount anonymous. You just make it say an anonymous amount from an anonymous person and not show anything on there. But you have the options to click through that on your own. And another important thing, that money's not coming to us. It's not like we're collecting it and then we're going to send it to St. Jude. That is a specific donation to St. Jude's directly. We're not bringing that in here in-house, I guess is the right way to say it. All right. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, if you click the URL, it actually takes you over to the St. Jude site. So that's not going through us. We're just helping promote it, and St. Jude created that special page for us, the specific page that says NASA Spaceflight.
Exactly. And just, it's not one of those like crypto type scheme links. That is legitimate. You can double check for yourself. That is St. Jude.
That sounds like what a crypto scream link would say, though, Sawyer.
Hey, have you heard about that? No, I'm kidding.
It's not an AI voice claiming to be Elon Musk giving an update about Starship, so you know it's legit.
True.
It's a very low bar. Anyways, thanks for everybody who has chipped into that so far, and we'll continue checking that out on occasion over here. Now, the other thing that's going on, if I can actually click Florida event here, we've had some support come into us so that we can continue doing things like this. A couple store messages have popped up, a couple membership giftings as well popping through. Let me just say some thanks to some folks real quick whose names I've seen. Mr. One Wolf, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships out to folks in the crowd just a couple minutes ago. We've got a Lalo here who asked a question. During the spacewalk, will the hatch stay opened or closed? So the forward hatch there, Ryan, what's going on with the forward hatch?
So that will remain open the entire time during the spacewalk. So they'll open up the hatch, they'll depressurize the spacecraft, they'll open up the hatch, and then one at a time, Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft partially. So they'll still be holding on to the spacecraft, but they'll be popping, say, like their head and their torso kind of out the door a little bit, and getting a nice view of Earth and testing out these EVA suits. So they are umbilicaled to within the spacecraft. So if they try to close the hatch, their umbilical will be cut off, they'd lose all their life support, that would not be a good day. So that hatch remains open the entire time they're outside the spacecraft.
Yep. So again, it's a really good question. Like, folks, we don't mind answering questions like that. Toss them into chat. We try to catch them from chat. We try to catch them from super chats. But Lalo, thank you so much for the support. So we can keep the lights on and have a stream here that, knock on wood, continues to share the views with y'all as we count down towards the launch. Carl actually put a store message in here, and apparently Carl got a L2 lifetime subscription and human spaceflight t-shirt. Says, excited to support NSF community, looking forward to diving deeper into spaceflight. Carl, thank you so much. Not only the L2 subscription there, if y'all don't know what L2 is, it's sort of our back channel forums that have just it's not back channel, it's like a wealth of knowledge about historic spaceflight and all that sort of stuff. You can see it up there on the top of the screen, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, if you want to become a part of that and literally just get the fire hose of content that is L2. Carl, enjoy it, and thank you for the support. You know something? I think if I click this one, it might actually display the human spaceflight shirt up there. Does it? It does. So that's another design over on shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It says human spaceflight. It's got the Dragon capsule in there. So if you've clicked over and you've supported what we do appreciate you there. Carl, thank you so much. Let me get just a couple more. Chad Oman, Capcom member. Mark was at the store and said, go Polaris. I'd love to see Jared include the real space media, the whole NSF team, Tim, Scott, and everyone else. Would you go into space if offered the chance? Sawyer.
Let me think about it. Yes, that would be a no-brainer for me. I've already, like I said earlier, with Sarah Gillis, who played a part in the Astro Access program, which I was one of the first flight participants in. After experiencing zero gravity, I want to go to space.
Nice. So a yes from Sawyer there, if given the opportunity. Ryan, what about you?
As long as I'm given some training first, then 100% yes. You know, if you said you get in on the rocket in 30 minutes, I'd be like, okay, but I'm gonna be an anxious wreck if you put me on a rocket in 30 minutes. I need some training first.
I wonder, D, I don't know if D is listening in or is within comms right now. D, can you answer that one for the chat here? Maybe not. I totally just called on D like without any warning whatsoever, so it's a little busy out there handling cameras. If D heard that and hops back in, we can grab the answer there. But me, I wonder now if I would go into space. It would probably be for me the maturity of the system. I don't think I would fly like, oh, the first crewed Starship flight. I'm not sure I would fly on Starship at all until they come up with a better way to land the thing. But would I go in on a Dragon capsule for a short amount of time? Probably. Would I want to be an experimental pilot? I don't know that that's for me with my family and things I have here on the ground. So
I thought you were going to say maturity of your crewmates there for a second.
It's mostly the maturity of my crewmates. Jeez. Can you imagine? So, anyways, we are continuing on here. Folks, I can't read them all, but thanks for everybody supporting what we do. I mean, supporting Polaris, seeing what's going on with the mission, St. Jude's, just across the board, all the different ways that y'all give back to the community. Y'all make it happen. You're the reason we can continue on with the streams and the community events. What do we have up next? I think we actually might have a little bit of words from Jared and crew. Like, we had a couple opportunities to sit down with Jared or to be involved with some interviews, and I believe we've got a little bit of that here to share with you, don't we?
Indeed.
Let's see if that... Oh, it does. There it is.
As we said, the conclusion of Inspiration 4, that work was not complete. That mission will always continue until, St. Jude's vision of no child dying in the dawn of life is delivered upon. So we need to do something about this. We have like a real problem here on Earth that we should be putting energy towards, but then also incorporating elements of our mission like Starlink capability to spread the message globally. The idea is to develop, test new technology and operations in furtherance of SpaceX's bold vision to enable humankind to journey among the stars. If Starship comes online and you've got like hundreds and thousands of starships someday, and we're totally like reimagining how people travel on Earth, Leo, to the moon and beyond, there's going to be a lot of people that can figure this out.
We wanted to identify the biggest challenges associated with making space exploration more accessible, especially for long-duration space flight.
If you think about it, some of the elements that we're incorporating in the mission, like Starlink connectivity, can absolutely be used, to connect, some of the hardest places in the world to reach. We are testing out a new communication system. This is using Starlink laser links. So there is a placer that is mounted in the trunk of the vehicle that we will be flying on, and through beams of light it will communicate to other Starlink satellites. It is no small task to have two objects going 17,500 miles an hour communicating over a beam of light, but it has the opportunity to open up an entirely new communication pathway, not just for Dragon, but for armadas of starships or other satellites or telescopes out there, and kind of free up some of the burden on the existing TDRS and ground station infrastructure. We have a lot of exciting objectives for the mission. It's why it's taken 2 years to get ready for the launch, but the big day is coming up, and yeah, we're going to go really, really high, and think that's important because kind of getting beyond where we've been for some period of time and taking a step towards getting back to the moon and Mars. And the idea being, if we're going to get back to the moon and Mars, we're going to probably need a lot of suits. The idea is to learn as much as we possibly can about this suit and get it back to the engineers to inform future suit design evolutions. It might be 10 iterations from now and a bunch of evolutions of the suit, but that someday someone could be wearing a version of which that might be walking on Mars. And it feels like, again, a huge honor to have that opportunity to test it out on this flight. I feel incredibly lucky to be here as well with a great team and surrounded by so many awesome individuals at SpaceX every day. I find it all quite inspiring. We're the 4 lucky ones that get to go on this ride, but I can't tell you how many teams have been working nonstop for the last 2.5 years. When the Polaris program ends, if it's successful, it means human beings are flying on starships. And if you've gotten to that point, I mean, you're going back to the moon. And if you can get to the moon, it's not much more after that to get to Mars.
There you go, folks. Some wise words from Jared there. Honestly, some forward-thinking words. It's one of the things that Jared does well. He gets out there and does stuff, and he doesn't say, oh, well, people said we can't do that, so clearly we can't do that. He's been making things happen, not only with his own personal companies, but with inspiration for this mission, Polaris Dawn, and this whole sort of roadmap for the future that is honestly really quite exciting. So... I see a lot of people. Jared's the man. Jared's low-key my hero. Like quite a few people in chat who sort of share the same information, the same way of thinking about things. So let's see here, y'all. What else do we have going on? Rockets on the pad. Side hatch was confirmed good. We saw the astronauts get in. Leak checks are passed. Suits were good. But it does sound like weather might currently be a no-go. Now, whether that's weather no-go, whether that's weather, good grief, at the T0 in the first window, which is coming up on an hour and a half away, or right now, I'm not exactly sure, but we knew that weather was going to sort of be the information, I guess, the watch thing here. So we will continue to hang out and see what we get. Hop over to chat real quick. Oh, you actually, Michael Klein, you worked at Shift 4. You actually work. Present tense for Shift 4. Jared's replied to one of your emails. I assume it's okay for you to say that, but cool. He seems like a down-to-earth guy, which is a little bit weird to say since he's queued up to go into space, but I guess it works, huh, Sawyer?
That was good. Pun
You
token
like that?
awarded.
Wait, are we awarding pun tokens now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I thought I had to spend a pun token to say that.
Well, I gave you one so that you could say it.
Thank you. You lent me a pun token.
My pleasure.
During the talk there, like we were listening, did anybody hear Jared say placer? Was I crazy, or did he actually say the word placer?
Oh no, he said placer, all right.
What incarnation made-up word is placer?
Well, it's a combination of words. It's the plug-in laser. So that is the... Oh, there's the pun token. Thank you. That is part of...
It appears on the screen.
That is part of the test that they're doing with the Starlink. So this is the first time they are testing Starlink laser communications at 17,500 miles per hour plus on an orbital Dragon capsule. So there's a special hardware that's mounted in the trunk on the very back, just underneath the capsule, where that kind of black area is. They will hopefully connect to these multiple different Starlink satellites, of which there are thousands. But keep in mind, it is having to do handoffs every couple seconds at that rate because it's going so fast. Whereas here on Earth, when we use Starlink, I mean, there are still times where you switch satellites that you could tell because the internet drops and then comes right back up. So it'll be interesting to see how that works. And it's literally plugged into just a modem that they have, a router inside of the capsule.
That's funny because laser itself isn't a real word. I mean, it's a real word now, but laser, isn't it something like emission of radiation, light? The laser comes from something.
It is light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
Did you Google it, though?
Yes, I did.
Sawyer.
And that's why it's spelt with an S and not a Z.
And not a Z. But so they've taken that, and so this is plug-in light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation.
There you go.
I guess if you make the stuff, you get to name it, so we'll let them have it.
And that is what, in theory, will be happening with the different satellite connections. Obviously, we won't see the real blue lines in space, but that's the type of laser communication.
Yeah, there's not a lot of atmosphere or dust for the laser to refract off of, which is why lasers are good for communications in space, because there's not a lot to stop them as long as you can aim them at a target. You know, I wonder, since this is a laser, is this like a gimbaled laser that can be aimed at Starlinks and tracks Starlinks? Or is this wide enough that it's sort of just like reaches multiple Starlinks at the same time and locks onto them? Is there any information on how this thing works?
My understanding is that it's sort of kind of a wideband spread, just fixed looking out at it.
More like a laser shotgun.
Right, that's my understanding at the moment.
Interesting.
But they did say they'll be making a groundbreaking announcement about the use of their Starlink on day 4 of the flight.
All right. Well, we'll see what that groundbreaking announcement is. But if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the first non-Starlink spacecraft that'll use the laser system. So we've seen Starship use the Starlink system, right? When we got that video of the reentry of Starlink, but that was not using lasers. That was using the regular, hey, Jesse, how's it going? Suddenly Jesse on the screen. That was not using the laser. What am I supposed to do? Not using the lasers. That was using the normal radio waves of the Starlink antennas, right?
Correct.
All right. Again, folks, we're holding it together with the feeds that we're getting from SpaceX here. Luckily, we've got some of these feeds direct, so we can continue sharing them, like this view of the launch pad. Ryan, how you doing?
I'm still going somehow. I'm still going. It's just gone 7 in the morning here. The sun's risen. The birds are, well, it's September, so the birds have, I don't know where they're gone. But you know, it's not summer anymore. They're not out there tweeting, singing along, having a nice time. They're just, oh, look at my window now. I can't. There's some pigeons about, and that's it.
Well, now they'd be posting to X, not tweeting.
Oh my god. Yeah, you have to say the birds are posting now, not tweeting.
Yeah, the birds are posting. I don't know. It's too early for that.
That's why the traffic on X is so high, because the birds don't get to tweet anymore. They have to use the Everything app to communicate.
Well, yeah, here the sun has definitely not risen yet. It is certainly nighttime, 2:05 a.m. Eastern, right near the Space Coast.
There you go. So it's at one point, like when we started the stream, I was gonna say something like Polaris Dawn, even though it's not dawn, but we may get a dawn launch. It's dawn somewhere, and coming up on an hour and a half. Still waiting to see if SpaceX begins the fueling here. Sawyer, talk about that just a little bit more. They have 3 attempts. They have 3 T-0s that they could try for. But if they start fueling, they're committed to that attempt. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So right now they're targeting 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:38 UTC. They have a second try at 5:23 a.m., 9:23 UTC. And the last one's at 7:09 a.m. or 11:09 UTC. And the way that SpaceX fuels their rocket with their fast fill, basically the fill and go, as it's called, means that once they start fueling, basically they either fill the rocket all the way up and go, or they're going to have to scrub the attempt. They would drain the fuel, and they could try again within 24 hours, because the window's the same for every single attempt.
All right, so we're not quite there yet. We still have quite a bit of time for conditions to change before they have to make that decision, whether they're going for the first window or the second window or whatever. But we are going to continue watching and see if we start to get vapors and things pumping around and all that sort of stuff. Let's see if we can't continue to answer questions here for you. There's a lot going on. We're not getting a lot of real-time updates from SpaceX. We'll share those if we can, but let's just dig through chat and see if there's not some questions that people have been asking here.
Yeah,
Ryan,
we've been getting loads of questions over the however long we've been live for. I don't know. It's too early in the morning to do maths.
Hour and a half,
we've been
I
getting
think.
long time. It's flown by. Time flies when you're having fun, and I'm having fun. Let's have a look through here. So first of all, SpaceMax710 was asking if we launch tonight, which hopefully we will, when will the spacewalk be? And that's an interesting question because that's something else we'll be covering because, that is the big, should I say that's the headline act of this mission? If it were a concert, it's the headline act, the EVA. So that's, at least when they did, Polaris did their little press conference when they arrived, however many weeks ago that was at this point, they said that would be taking place on flight day 3. So if launch is on flight day 1, that would technically be Tuesday, 2 would be Wednesday, 3 would be Thursday. So that's when we would expect the EVA to take place. We also got a question here asking if the 2 astronauts who are staying inside, so that's Anna Menon and Scott Poteet, if they'll be wearing the EVA suits or just regular SpaceX, the IVA suits. And hopefully by now you've been able to see that they're all wearing the EVA, extravehicular activity suits, because they're all going to be exposed to the vacuum of space. The entire spacecraft is going to be depressurized, so they need that shielding. It's the only thing, there's nothing stopping them from the vacuum, right? So the space is going to be inside of the capsule, if that makes sense. I'm trying to explain it, but they're going to be inside the capsule. They're going to be they're only going to be within the capsule because they'll be within the physical bounds of the walls of the capsule, but there's nothing between them and space. Like, they'll be in space. Like, it's kind of crazy.
In vacuum. There's not going to be any air in the capsule, right?
There we go. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not about the space, it's about the lack of air to breathe in the capsule, so everybody has to wear the EVA suits.
Yeah, but there are differences between the 2 suits that will be going outside and the 2 suits that will be staying inside. So Jared and Sarah, they have a special POV camera right next to their eye in the helmet of the EVA suit, so we'll be able to see hopefully some live views from their POV as they're leaving Dragon and having a peek out the window. So that'll be excellent to see. So there are slight variations, but the base suit is the same design because they're exposed to the same environments.
Okay,
we also have...
I gotta ask. I have to ask, right? The folks that are staying inside, do you think their umbilical that plugs their spacesuit into the spacecraft to give them air and comms and power, right? Do you think the umbilical is long enough for them to stick their head out the hatch? Or is there going to be... You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. I don't know if this is going to be like the age-old tale that Apollo 10 didn't technically have enough fuel to land on the moon. if the astronauts on board disobeyed mission control and were like, you know what, we're gonna be those Soviets. We're gonna land on the moon today. Like, is that going to be like? Is Kid just gonna peek his head out?
Just peek his head out
a little bit. Yeah. I would hope they have the crew will be obedient enough to, respect their mission objectives and respect their own mission goals. And the 2 astronauts who are going to go on EVA do the EVA, and the other 2, so close, but yet so far.
I mean, space will come into them. They won't go out into space. The space will enter the capsule, apparently, to them. I think a way to logically think about it, right? If something happened and the astronauts in the spacecraft needed to reach the astronauts that were sticking their head out of the capsule, right? I think that their umbilical would have to be long enough to support that, like physical assistance in case it was needed, right? And so I think I would guess that those umbilicals need to be long enough to support that physical access in case they need to help an astronaut that's outside. Now, only one is going out at a time, so maybe if Jared is out, the other longer umbilical astronaut would be the one rendering assistance, but I want to believe they're going to be able to stick their head out the hatch.
Yeah.
I just want to...
I would assume their umbilicals are the same size.
Yeah, they're 12 feet long.
Each one is 12 feet long?
The ones that are going out into space are 12 feet long, those umbilicals. I haven't seen anything that says that all 4 of them are the same.
I want to believe.
Have you seen anything that says all 4 are not the same, though?
That is true.
I haven't. I don't think
I
so.
haven't either.
Push it back the other way.
Yeah. So-
TLDR, we don't know.
Yeah. So Sawyer, what do you think? Do you think it's like a sneaky, like, oh, while we're here, we're just gonna look out real quick, or do you think it's like strictly to the mission? Like, no, we must stay 5 feet away from the hatch at all times.
Well, if you think back to the Gemini program, which this is going farther than Gemini 11 did, this one's going to, at one point, be at 1,400 kilometers, although the spacewalk is going to be much lower. They had one giant umbilical for the one person that was going outside, and the other person stayed in, and as needed, they would actually have to pull them in, because all they had was a little air gun to help them move around outside. They will not have that here. They will not have the little air gun. So I think just because of how bulky they would have to have the air, the communications, and be that long, that it would probably just be reserved for the 2 spacewalkers.
Right. This makes good logical sense. Chat, I'm reading what y'all are saying as well about how that'll work. It's tricky, right? Because, oh, NASA, you get in trouble for taking a corned beef sandwich on the mission, right? Versus this is a private mission. I imagine that the mission commander could say, yeah, it's cool if you stick your head out. You know, like there was you have more decision-making autonomy is probably the way to think about it. I don't think that they would do it against SpaceX's recommendation or anything, but if the mission commander said, hey, we do want everybody to be able to stick their head out at least, what's his mission, right?
Yep.
I don't know. I think they'd make that decision before they launch, and that'd be part of the training and planning as opposed to just
Maybe
making
that's the special thing the groundbreaking announcement they'll make. Yeah, the 2 people peeked out the window. I don't know.
With the laser?
I don't know. Maybe they'll. I don't know.
Yeah. It is. I guess technically, in some definitions, all 4 of them are doing sort of a spacewalk. Maybe it's not extravehicular curriculum. Extra what? I don't even know what word I just tried to say.
Yeah.
Maybe go.
What defines this? Okay, we're getting into some philosophical questions now, Das.
Right.
When the hatch is opened and the inside of the capsule is a vacuum, is the inside actually inside anymore? What point does the inside become the outside?
See, that is an excellent question that I am ill prepared to answer at 2 a.m. Eastern time.
You are within the physical bounds of the spacecraft walls, but you're exposed to the exact same thing inside that you would be outside. So surely the inside is the outside.
It's like if you're standing in a field that has a fence around it, you can still get rained on. Right?
Yeah.
Like the sun can still shine upon you and you're still breathing the air from outside of the fence. I don't know.
But it literally stands for extravehicular.
Well,
if you're within the wall of the spacecraft, that is intravehicular. The second you leave the confines of the spacecraft and you can reach around you and you're not touching any of it, you are extravehicular.
Well, does a spacewalk have to be extravehicular?
Yes.
Oh no, Sawyer. Oh, I got you on this one. If you are in the payload bay of the space shuttle, are you doing a spacewalk or not?
Yes.
Yes. But you're inside the confines of the bay.
But you can stretch out without touching anything.
You can stretch out without touching anything?
You're not touching any part of the spacecraft. You can be in there
You can do
and
the
not
same
touch.
thing in Dragon.
I wonder
you
if
can technically
you can.
stretch out and not touch anything within the Dragon.
Oh no, Dragon is not. It's big, but not that big.
That is a very interesting requirement that you pulled out of thin air. So you're like, what? It's a
He's
spacewalk.
defending Shutter right now with all his will.
Oh, I will defend Shuttle to the death.
Yeah. This is an excellent point that comes through chat. It is still a serious safety consideration. If the capsule is in vacuum, what does it matter if your upper torso is sticking out or not? Everybody's in vacuum. And at that point, your spacesuit has become your spacecraft because it is what is protecting you from the vacuum of space. It almost seems like a poll that we might need to have. Like if you are inside the spacecraft, but the hatch is wide open, are you performing a spacewalk? Maybe it's not extravehicular. Like if you're in the shuttle payload bay doing work, but you're within the confines of the payload bay, are you extravehicular there?
Or the payload bay door's closed?
That's a good question. If they're open, is it a spacewalk? But if they're closed, it's not?
I mean, there would be no astronauts in there with the doors closed. That's a whole nother
That is
thing.
true,
but,
yeah. The radiators are the whole point. At some point, we can refer to Kerbal Space Program and see what Kerbal Space Program means or thinks about it. Hey, there was one other great question that I saw scroll through chat, and this comes back to the smell of space, right? We've heard tell that space smells like burnt metal. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
When they open the door, the hatch, and they let all the air out, and space or the lack of air comes in, or however you want to say that, what is the capsule going to smell like?
I mean, I would think that same kind of burnt smell from outer space as it's the same kind of thing when they return from a spacewalk on the ISS. The difference being they have an airlock where they depressurize and repressurize. They don't depressurize the entire space station. But from what I've heard, coming back from the spacewalk, when you open it up, you do smell that burnt metallic smell.
The burnt metallic smell. And then you have to... So, all right. There is a bottle of perfume that was created allegedly to help astronauts train for the smell of space. It's like a scent that was, some stories I've read, created with NASA to help people get ready for the smell, right? I have a bottle of this perfume at my house, in my room. It smells terrible. It's hideous. It makes you want to gag, right? It's literally like you put a little bitty dab on the wrist or whatever, and it's like, oh, what does space smell like? And you smell it, and you're like, oh, dear, good grief, like this is terrible, and you can't get it off. You're like scrubbing and putting other scents on it, and for like a day, of course I have that. Yes, of course, Rodent Sherpa, of course I have that. For a day afterwards, you just smell this terrible smell on you. If the inside of the spacecraft smells like that after the IVA, I would not... The IVA, the EVA, whatever, the spacewalk, I would not be a happy camper for the ride home.
You know what? I'm going to see if before the EVA I can... I'm sorry, I was going to say, before the EVA, I'll see if I can text one of my astronaut friends and find out.
And ask about it. Because Mike and Garrett asked them, and it's apparently that wasn't something that they had thought about or talked about. When we were doing Two Funny Astronauts with the Polaris Dawn crew and Mike and Garrett, we asked that question. It came from chat, what's it going to smell like? And they were like, wait, what? Oh, geez, good question. There was no real answer to it, so... Man, I hope it doesn't smell terrible for the ride home. Anyways... Interesting. So I love chat talking about this. You know when you have a manual transmission and you dump the clutch too hard and it has a burnt metallic smell? Is this the same? It's not really a clutch smell or even like a brake smell, JK. To me, it smells like burnt hair and grease, metal, whatever. Anyways.
We have been on air for so long that Das is now talking about his space perfume. Boys and girls, did you think we'd be 3 hours into a stream and things were going down a path that we're now talking about Das's space perfume?
No.
I certainly didn't.
This is going to be member content. I am going to bring my space perfume to, like, the next time I go to the Cape. We're going to get all the Cape NSF folks together, and we're going to record it or stream it live to members or something, and we're going to experience the space perfume with the crew. And next time I go to Starbase, I'm taking this stuff to Starbase, and we're all going to stand around Starship, and we're going to sniff the space perfume.
I'm holding you to that. I need to smell it. Yeah, I've got the burnt hair stuff, and that's all. But I do not have a space one, and I need that.
I have the next time I come to the Cape D, I will bring my. I'm gonna like triple wrap it and put it in a Tupperware and then like a Pelican case so it doesn't smell like that in the car. I'll put it in the trunk too. Like quadruple redundancy. I will bring it to the Cape. I will bring it to Starbase. If you're a member of the channel, there's a little thing. We do special behind the scenes member content, like the little join button, right? One day you will see NSF crew sniffing Ode to Space or whatever.
Is that really what it's called? Ode to Space?
I'd have to go get the bottle, but it's pretty close, yeah.
Oh god.
Anyways, we're definitely doing that. I'm sorry. I'm so off the rails. Ryan, are there more questions? Are we raising money for St. Jude? Is there support coming in?
I just wanted to very quickly hit a couple more to do with the landing of the splashdown of Dragon. Sorry, I've had Starliner in my head. This one actually splashes down in the ocean. So we had Kurt asking, does Dragon have alternative landing locations? And John asking, could they switch to the west coast if needed? And to answer that latter question, no. SpaceX doesn't yet have the facilities on the west coast in order to facilitate a Dragon splashdown. You may have heard earlier in the year, SpaceX has announced that they're going to switch from doing Florida splashdowns to going back to California west coast splashdowns like they used to do with Dragon 1, but then they changed to Florida for Dragon 2 so they could do fast turnaround payloads for their contracts for NASA. So basically, weather in Florida, as you might have been able to tell, isn't that great for a large portion of the year because it's hurricane season. So they want to move it back to the west coast so they can have better weather. And also, SpaceX realized that with their Florida splashdown trajectories, they started littering Australia with trunk parts, and they don't want to do that. So they're now going to litter the Pacific with trunk parts and also change their trajectories when coming back in. So for this mission, they have some zones off the west coast of Florida. So recovery ship Shannon has been stationed at Tampa for a few weeks now, getting ready and waiting for Polaris Dawn to launch. They also have some locations on the east coast of Florida in the Atlantic Ocean. And as you might have seen, if you look at NOAA's current predictions, there is currently a tropical storm in the Gulf, and there is a couple disturbances in the Atlantic that could be heading towards Florida over the next few weeks and days and weeks. So those are the kind of things that SpaceX has been looking for, because as we said earlier in the show, they're not going to the ISS. Once they're in space, they have to come down 5, 6, 7 days later. They don't have unlimited reserves. So that's kind of the weather that they've been looking at and forecasting when determining whether they can actually launch or not.
And speaking of launch weather, we just had an update from SpaceX. They said that the pad team has officially left the pad. All the Ninja suits are gone. As of right now, Falcon and Dragon are working no significant issues, but the concern right now is the weather. As of right now, it is a watch item. Their hope is to have all of this nasty weather stay at least 10 nautical miles away. We should get the next weather update at the T-minus 1 hour mark, and we will get one final go, no-go for fueling at the T-minus 38-minute mark.
All right. And D, if you're out there in the field, I know I keep calling on D randomly, but how are the skies looking around the pad?
Well, you might be able to see from that camera shot that the clouds are definitely increasing here. The 39B especially is really lighting up the clouds, but it's certainly not as clear as it was earlier. There are spots where I can see stars, but it's not improving. But again, we've got a lot of time to wait and see, and SpaceX will make their official decisions on all of this, and they've got multiple opportunities tonight that they can look for.
I think we're expecting the next weather update in about 11, 12 minutes here, T-minus 1 hour. All right. So continuing to tick along. Here, it looks like it's clear. You're just not seeing the clouds up there. But from that side shot that we have back from the press site, you really, there you go. You really can see the little clouds getting lit up by the pad lights. Sort of little puffy clouds that we just want to go away. But as for now, the clock continues to tick down. And we continue to, hear from SpaceX that they are traveling towards this launch attempt. We'll see what that update is in another 15 minutes. I'm going to check in on the St. Jude fundraiser real quick. As part of the stream here, we're trying to let people know that Polaris Dawn is raising money for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. We actually worked with St. Jude's to get a specific St. Jude's to get a specific landing page for the mission here. So if you click that link that appears in chat, it's !St. Jude's, or there's the direct donation link. You can support the Children's Hospital through the Polaris Dawn mission here. We're just about to $3,000, it looks like, total raised for St. Jude. So massive thanks to Brandon Clark and Jeff Thilecki. I hope I did not mess up your last name, but I gave it a good shot. And Javon Forrester, a couple people in there who chose to put their name along with their donations. 40 other people, it looks like, 45 other people. So thank y'all so much for the support. Also, the big numbers there at the top of that list, if you scroll down the page. Just click that link in chat, ! St. Jude's, if you want to chip a little bit. It doesn't have to be 100 to it doesn't have to be anything like that. Even $20 helps. It all adds up because we have such a large community here, and we're not going to make sure anything, all that goes directly to St. Jude's. Wow, it even made the little swoosh noise. What have we here? A Dragon capsule.
We do, with crew on board.
With crew on board. Nobody on the pad, no ninjas in the arm or anything like that.
No, but the crew is at this point inside their seats. They are rotated into the launch position. Their suits are not pressurized yet. That will happen a lot closer to launch. So as of now, they can be slightly less uncomfortable on their backs.
What if they, like, you sit there for an hour? I guess you make sure you go to the, oh, hi. You make sure you go to the bathroom before you get strapped in. Is there like a SpaceX mag? So
Yes, there is. A MAG is the NASA acronym for a maximum absorbency garment. Yes, the astronauts wear space diapers.
That's a space diaper. Do you think they call it like a SpaceX-y name? Like something that's cooler than MAG?
I mean, it's pretty cool on its own. I don't know if it needs a cooler name.
But SpaceX doesn't like acronyms.
No, but
MAG is
I
an
have spoken to people who have flown on other space vehicles, including private vehicles, and they actually did MAG training to be prepared.
MAG training. It's a MAGX.
Sorry. How do you train to use a MAG?
Because your body tends not to like to go if it's not near a toilet.
Well, Ryan, imagine we had a stream that was like 8 hours long, but you were the only commentator, and you had no opportunities to take a break. You can't leave your computer, but we shipped you a box, and in this box were NSF branded space diapers.
Okay.
So what you would do is you would put one on and sit down to do the stream, and then commentate the 8-hour stream. That is a different type of stream, chat. Keep it classy, please.
Go on.
But yeah, no, I spoke to Kelly Girardi, who flew on Galactic 05, and she brought some home just to get used to it in case you needed it.
Quick disclaimer from the NSF store team. There are no NSF branded space diapers available, and we have no plans to offer them at any time in the future.
We are missing a trick there.
What are we missing?
We could do our own NSF branded maximum absorbency garments. You know, I think they'd sell quite quickly.
See, okay, like sometimes we get people asking for like baby onesies, right? Where it's like, oh, do you have a onesie for my baby that has that logo on it or whatever? And you might be able to get away with it. If it was an actual diaper for actual babies, but it was like labeled a maximum absorbent garment for babies, like actually useful.
Well, this went off the rails rather quick.
Look, I don't want to sell it to adults. All right, I don't want to sell an adult size for it. That's not a thing we want in the shop. Anyways, let's move right along. Ryan, do we have any other questions we can get to?
To try and place this show back on the rails,
Firmly
I think
on the rails.
an hour ago. But you know, we have these 4 highly trained crew members right now inside Crew Dragon doing their job. We're just talking about whatever in front of them, but it's fine. That's what you come to watch us for. Jeff was asking, is the orbit elliptical or circular? And it's going to be elliptical, but they're going to have many different orbits. So initially, when they launch, it's going to up to with an apogee of 1,200 kilometers. Then they're going to raise it to 1,400 kilometers. Then they're going to lower it back down to a 190 by 700 kilometers. So it's going to be a constant. The orbit is going to be changing as they do the different things they want to. So they're going to go up to 1,400, get their record, come back down to 700, and then they'll be doing their spacewalk there. So at each of those points, it's never going to be a perfect circle. It's going to be elliptical, and the apogee is going to be changing throughout the first couple of days of flight.
I'm following along with chat. We'll grab another question here, but can you imagine like an official NASA stream having the conversation we just had? We can have that conversation. Like, hey, we're here. Let's real talk.
It's very informative for people who might not be aware. A lot of people have been asking about that in the chat. I was seeing some earlier with how long they're going to be in the capsule. So it's a different sort of information than you would expect.
It's informative. Mostly you're learning about the people that you're listening talk right now. It's informing you about us. Anyways, let's keep on going down the list with a couple questions here, Ryan.
Okay, Juan is asking, will they land on a drone ship, return to the launch site, or expend the booster? And they are doing the drone ship landing. So the crewed missions to the ISS over the last few years, the last few of those, have been able to return to the landing zone. The first stage has had enough margin to do that. However, as I just said, Polaris Dawn is going much higher than the International Space Station. Their first initial orbit's going to be 190 by 1,200, so that's much higher. That's that apogee is like 4 times higher than the International Space Station. So the first stage is going to be recovered, but it's going to have to land on the drone ship downrange in the Atlantic Ocean, and that drone ship is currently just read the instructions that left a few days ago.
Excellent. Almost T-minus 1 hour. Do we have any more one more question we can squeak in, or go ahead, Sawyer?
Shout out to these new pictures that just came in on the Polaris Dawn X account. Very likely from Snap, John Krause, a good friend of the channel here and friend of us. So one final look at the crew as they were suiting up, driving out, and ready to board.
Excellent. Hey, let me do this real quick. I'm going to say thanks to a couple folks here, because we do have to pay the bills. We have a big team making the stream happen here this evening. But Sam Bishop, thank you for I'm going to go with $5 Australian, saying you're a member for 1 year, 11 months, and 29 days. It's almost on the 2-year anniversary of you becoming a member. Anyone know if I subscribed during a launch stream, or which one? I'm not going to be able to do that. What happened almost exactly 2 years ago on this day? We need on this day in spaceflight.
I think that's very close to Inspiration 4.
Really?
Or is that 3?
Inspiration 4 is 3.
Oh.
Let me have a look at the next Spaceflight app to see what happened today in Spaceflight.
Well, you'll do that, and I'll say thanks to a couple other people. Dieter McPherson, what about NSF Gold Pond? I'm not sure that's going to be in the shop anytime soon. Lud, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Welcome to the membership program. Deborah Jean here with a super chat and an opinion on the spacewalking discussion we had. The spacewalkers, and that's in air quotes, aren't completely leaving their capsule, so an astronaut in a shuttle bay did more of a walk than Jared will. Based on that, all four either are or aren't really spacewalking. I think that is one way that you could look at it. Like if you were in the cargo bay of the space shuttle, you were way more exposed to the environment than if you're on the balcony sort of looking out the hatch, which is sort of what they're doing here. It almost gets down to, do you have to be clinging to the outside of your vehicle, like completely out of the hatch, completely on the outside of the vehicle for it to be a spacewalk versus an EVA versus this, that, or the other? You know something? I think everybody's entitled to their opinion. I hope we have more people that are going into space, not just on NASA missions, ending up outside of the private space stations and private spacecraft, so we can get some more data points on what is a spacewalk and what isn't. It's a space crawl. Nice. Deborah Jean, we always see your name in chat. Thank you so much for the support there. Starlight Photos, shouldn't they have started fueling the vehicle by now?
Nope.
Well, not fueling the vehicle, but look at the TE right now.
Right. That looks like they're purging ahead. It looks like they're doing some purging and clearing of lines and tanks and everything ahead of fueling. But it's a good thing they haven't started fueling yet, because as we mentioned, once they do start fueling, they are committed to that attempt, whether weather is go or not. They're going at that point if they start fueling. So we should be getting another weather update momentarily. But that is just in preparation for the fuel load, which, as you can see on the screen there, starts at T-minus 35 minutes.
Gotcha. So they still have some wiggle room before they have to commit to that fueling cycle, right?
Exactly.
All right. Oh, geez. Well, say thanks to just a couple more people here. Turvis says, you all rock, go Polaris Dawn. We've got Dieter McPherson here again. Heisenberg joke. Appreciate you there, Dieter. No, but I knew where I was being the punchline of the joke. I don't know how that's relevant to the mission here, but we do appreciate the support. Black Hawk and Z doing some membership gifting. Slata Bartfest showed up in chat as well over here with some New Zealand dollars. What else? Matthew Kubrick, Flight Sim Dev. Dieter was actually in here quite a bit. I know we're not spending a lot of time on this stream saying thank you to folks, but we really do appreciate y'all with the direct support. RC Horseman gifting 10 memberships across the board. Everybody that's helping us out, thank you so much. Now, the plan here was for us on the NSF side to sort of do this as a relay race. We're going to have one crew of people try to hold down the entire conversation for the entire window. How we feeling here, Sawyer? How we feeling, Ryan? We're feeling like a weather update.
We are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
There you go. So the update was at T-minus...
SpaceX, for weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 50-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read.
As I patiently wait to see if they're going to say anything else. You heard the call. The decision was going to be at T-minus 1 hour. They've just pushed that back 10 minutes to T-minus 50 minutes. So another 10 minutes before we will make that decision, and we will listen in we'll listen in to see what they say there. But while we got the weather update, the T-minus 1 hour weather update there, we were seeing how we were feeling, Sawyer and Ryan. How y'all doing?
I mean, I'm loving this. I always love launch days. I'm super excited. I'm still doing great.
You're still doing great, Ryan. Have you perked up a little bit after our interesting and stimulating conversations?
I have a feeling the adrenaline might now be starting to wear off a little bit. I don't understand how that works, because we're now under an hour to go until that first T0, but I need to... Come on, just get a bit more excited. Come on. 4 incredible humans are about to be launched into space on, like, just a pioneering mission. I'll say it again. I said it at the top of the stream. I'll say it again now. I think this is the mission of 2024. When we do our end of year wrap up, I think this mission is what's going to be on the thumbnail of 2024 in spaceflight. This is just this is private industry doing something that nobody ever thought private industry could. They're doing science, they're doing research, they're doing technological demonstrations. This is the stuff only a few years ago we thought that only government agencies could do, only NASA had the capability of doing. But yet SpaceX and the Polaris program and Jared Isaacman, they're doing it. And this feels like the Gemini age from NASA. But instead, it's SpaceX's turn. It's the private industry's turn to bring us back to that Gemini age of testing things on orbit, doing EVAs, practicing with spacesuits, all of that. I'm absolutely here for it.
Good deal. And it is a cool thing, and we do have. I really want to see this thing go. I want to see the spacewalk. I want to see the whole mission. I want to see this. I just want to see these folks fly into space and get the job done. So. We did originally have a plan to bring some more commentators in here, and apparently me, not knowing what time we were actually supposed to switch, just kept running my mouth straight through the time where we were supposed to switch over to them. I think they've joined us. The extra commentators are in the room with us right now. Jack, are you here?
The call is coming from inside the Dragon capsule.
I mean, technically it is. How you doing, Jack?
Good. Really quickly to argue with Ryan.
Uh-oh.
Ryan, everything you just said is right, and I agree with you, but also you're wrong. And you're wrong for 2 words, and those 2 words are Europa and Clipper.
Oh.
Okay. But this one has people on board, which is why I think it takes the top spot. They're
Totally
very
fair.
close, Jack. They're very close.
Totally
but in my opinion, this one does take the top spot. Europa Clipper, maybe 0.3 behind on track, but they're still P2.
Like I said, everything you said is right. I 100% agree with you, but also you're wrong. But also, there's no wrong answers. 100%, this is the modern Gemini. This is a big deal, and we're all here for it. Also, hi.
Hi. We haven't clipped Europa yet, though. That's not a thing we've done. We've done spacewalks, not private, not this high, etc., but we also haven't clipped Europa.
I love the turn of phrase, clipped Europa.
Make it a verb, like it's Europa Clipper, it clips Europa, right? That's how it works. Maybe we can compromise and say Europa Clipper will launch this year, but it won't be clipping Europa this year. So we can give this one to Polaris Dawn, and then Europa will be clipped later.
You know what? You have convinced me. You have 100% convinced me. Although still, on the nervousness scale, I'm not sure which one I'm more nervous for. This or Europa Clipper. Probably this. Because this is a serious test flight involving a whole bunch of different things that, like Ryan was saying, it's A, private industry doing it, and B, things that just have not been done before. And 4 people are putting their lives on the line to further the realm of human knowledge, which is significant. And we should recognize that. So, you know what? I'm a changed man. I agree with Ryan completely. He is right. I'm a big, dumb, stupid head.
Also, the pun token back on screen.
The pun token on screen. Jack, welcome to the stream. In just a second here, we're going to be passing the baton to Jack. Not just Jack, though. I think we have a representative from the official store team. Let's ask a relevant question. How soon till the NSF mags are in the store, Adrian?
Probably a bit. Shipping is quite hard,
What? You could have just said no. That's not a thing.
Yeah, I always try to not say no on stream, but you never know,
You never know.
Who knows?
Massive demand for NSF space diapers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's almost as big as stickers. But I also want to nominate Hera here. I know it probably doesn't have a chance against Europa Clipper and Polaris, but Hera is verifying the ability of us potentially deflecting an asteroid. So I think Hera at least deserves a mention, which is about to fly very soon, in the terms of cool missions this year.
But
so
we already did that with Dart. We're good to go, buddy.
We already darted an astronaut.
This mission is flying to the Dart asteroid and is verifying, did the deflect work?
Okay, that's I might have some hot takes sometimes, but I'm glad you all are willing to push back.
Dart, did you forget me? Says chat. Nice. What am I, chopped asteroid liver?
It's looking at the kinetic impact of the crater. It's like they're looking like, ooh, how is it?
Dart 2, lawn dart.
It's like R2 Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Dartaloo?
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Hey, in about a minute here, y'all. We've already rambled for 10 minutes since the last update. We're going to see what decision they make at T-minus 50 minutes, 50 minutes. But look at this.
That's not good.
You just took this shot from the press side, didn't you?
Yeah, it is. It's a tall cloud right over the launch pads here.
Are those stars at the top? Like, is it clear above that cloud?
Yeah,
Is it like
those are stars at the top.
What?
It's sort of concentrated a little bit. Because a bit earlier when I gave the previous cloud update, I was saying how like there were small patches of stars, and there is a much bigger patch of clear night sky behind us in the opposite direction of the launch pads. But over 39A and 39B, it is clouds. And looking at 39B, I actually think I see a lot of rain over there. And like you said, we're at the 50-minute mark, so we should have an update on the weather from SpaceX, whether they want to proceed with their to go into the launch ops very shortly.
You can actually see rain actively falling on this camera. Look at that light in the lower left-hand corner right above Falcon 9, and you can see the streaks of raindrops falling on the pad right now. Nature really doesn't want this mission to go.
Yeah, this is like the whole system so far, with the systems in the Atlantic, with the rain, like this very located rain cloud right over the pad. Everything so far, it seems a bit targeted. Like, not gonna lie. Seems a bit targeted from weather.
Having grown up in Florida, nah. It's just Florida being Florida. I mean, there's a reason I say West Coast, Best Coast. Bye. I mean, I'm not going anywhere, but bye. I'll stop.
Please don't go.
It's like an alien weather control device trying to keep us from making life multiplanetary.
Yeah, like put that cloud right over the launch pad and park it there.
It looks more like a cartoon where the little rain cloud just follows the one character around. There's a rain cloud right above them.
Just like me, for real.
Yeah, but nah, Jack, you're a sunny personality. You have a little ray of sunshine shining down upon you.
I really trust. Somebody in chat did the Nightbot command to make it say, "You can't park there, mate," about the clouds. That's so good.
Oh, well, we're listening in. We're a couple minutes past the update there, but we haven't heard from SpaceX. I don't know if maybe that just wasn't piped to the feed we're getting.
Maybe they're still discussing it internally.
Yep, they may very well be.
I do wonder if they're going to go all the way to...
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no-go poll. Car's going to...
Okay.
That's good, I guess, but that also could mean just proceed for now.
Well, it could just mean we need the weather person to say no go, and then we're going to push back to the next window, like polling the team.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load. Go, no go poll.
So,
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no-go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load poll.
We're listening in. That sounded like a question from Dragon there.
We're just confirming.
Yeah, we're just going to listen in until we get this statement from SpaceX. To translate really quickly, what they said was the first attempt, the first launch attempt, the first potential T0 is the one that looks the best. So it sounded like they think the weather will deteriorate for the second and third
Yeah,
potential.
we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pole. Currently,
Yeah. There you go, Adrian.
And this makes total sense. Like, I've been stalking the weather radar the last few hours, and there is quite a system developing to like around the launch pad. So it seems it's not getting better. There's even potential for thunderstorms a few hours from now. So I understand why they're trying it, but I mean, this might be down to my interpretation, but even the way they set.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints.
Yeah, so they're really getting into a situation where, I mean, you can try, but it might just me, but this doesn't seem super optimistic. But maybe that's my interpretation of it.
SpaceX has definitely threaded the weather needle in the past, even when percentage of violation was significantly high. So we'll see what happens. They don't have to start fueling until what, T-minus 38 minutes? So we've got some time.
That's coming up fast. I mean, T-minus 38 minutes is in like 6 minutes.
Oh.
I will just say I'm looking at the countdown clock here at the press site.
On the radar returns, we have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather
LD
was
on countdown
iffy.
one,
If it would
please
clear
set the
in
T
time
clock
for
to
the original T0.
092349 UTC.
So we just heard a reset of the clock, and we're getting reports that the press site clock out there at the press site has also stopped.
Yes, it is currently showing 44 minutes and 31 seconds, and it stopped there.
It stopped there. Did we catch what that new T0 was?
Well, the clock just updated to T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, and 45 seconds.
But so far, it seems they might go for the second T0. Not like this is a hold, but they have not confirmed the scrub yet, and they have not started propellant load. So Falcon 9 is able to go to the second window. However, we also heard them earlier saying that the weather is not gonna be better in the second T0. They said that they think they have the best chance on this first T0. So we'll see.
Let's translate for everybody, right? Let's make a translation. SpaceX has just put this out. They just posted on X saying due to unfavorable weather at the launch site, they're now targeting 5:23 a.m. Eastern Time for Falcon 9 and Polaris program's Polaris Dawn, right? So what you just heard, let's step through it. The first thing we heard was that they think that the first T0 is the most likely T0, so they were thinking about continuing going towards that. But then we heard that there was an active cell in the area that might prevent them from proceeding into prop load right now. And then we heard that they said, geez, even though we think that the first attempt might be the cleanest one, we're not going to try and proceed right now, and we're going to go for the second attempt, the second little T0, even though they had just said they don't think that one will be as clear as this one. So it comes down to like a very localized cell preventing them from wanting to go forward right now and hoping that the dice get rolled and it clears up a little bit later on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Oh, they're
doesn't-
rotating the seats.
Yeah, they're rotating them back down.
Yep.
Sawyer, Ryan, y'all still here?
Still here.
Hey.
Just
So, go ahead, Sawyer.
I was gonna say they do this because this is a heck of a lot more comfortable. This is more of a close to upright seated position rather than having to lay on their backs for another 2.5 hours.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if you just go to sleep, but I think I'd have trouble sleeping with my legs up in the air like that.
We've seen it before. I believe Starliner, one of them fell asleep in the capsule at one point.
Yep.
Didn't
That's a thing.
Didn't Doug or Bob also fall asleep a bit, or like at least have the eyes closed a bit during the countdown of Demo 2?
The true sign of a steely-eyed missile person. Also, sweet photo
Look
for
at the
them.
photo.
I believe. Yeah, I think that's from D as well.
Yep. That's 39B, actually. And
Yeah.
it is pouring rain on 39B right now, right, D?
Yeah, the visibility has been decreasing as it looks like the cell is coming this way. So I might have to bag up the cameras if it gets too close to the press site.
Yep.
There
Don't
it is.
be like me
Look at
on
that.
the on the final attempt of Artemis 1 and not bag your Canon R5. Do bag your stuff, even if you think you don't need to. Don't be like me.
And
All
Don't
right.
worry.
there also is a potential that is, according to Weather Radar, for potential lightning. And once we get lightning, that's going to put us in a whole other situation here, because that would trigger several lightning warnings and lightning rules at the Cape, which means this gets even more complicated. So we will see how this develops. It's an interesting wait and see situation right now.
Yeah. I think with the situation we've got there, we've just reset that clock and we have just under 2.5 hours before that next attempt. I think it might be time for an old baton pass here. Ryan and Sawyer and I have been holding it down, and I think it might be time to pass over to the fresh folks, Jack and Adrian. I mean, Ryan, Sawyer, you'll want to stay around for a little bit here.
I would be more than happy to take off my mag and hand it over to Jack.
Ew. Those may just be the worst words ever said on an NSF stream, and some of y'all know some flubs I've
That's
made.
up there.
Yeah, that was worse. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's top 5 for sure. Top 5 for sure.
But
not
Das-
going into the new intro.
But Das, you can stop holding it down. You can let it go. We will catch it, and we will hang out here and wait to see what happens with this second T0 opportunity.
Sawyer,
If you
can you
need a
top
third
that
voice-
sign off?
If you need a third voice, just ping me. I'm happy to jump back on, and I am not touching that one with a 10-foot pole.
We need to pass the mag merch, pass the mag shirt.
Please no.
and,
Please no.
Oh no!
Let's stop talking. You have been on stream too long. You have stream insanity. We might have to put you down. You need to go to bed.
Oh,
Put me
goodness
down.
gracious.
I didn't think it was that serious.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, be right back. You're going to shop. Oh, wait. Are you going to shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com? No. Hey, let's turn it over to the fully qualified and delightfully refreshed Jack and Adrian here. Sawyer might hop in and out or something along those lines. The team out at the field probably needs to be packing up, but I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I'm going to get out of here before I get in trouble.
Thanks
I
for
don't
holding
even
it down
have
for
words.
the hours.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was a really entertaining stream so far. So we have some big shoes to fill. I almost said big mags to fill, but well, I guess I just did say it there. What is going on? What is going
I'm
on?
out.
I'm out.
Too late.
We are so off the rails.
I'm going to disconnect from this chat now. I'll see
Yes.
you nerds later.
Bye. All right, chat. What's up? Are you still here? Did everybody unsubscribe already?
Did we lose like all viewers?
Yeah, for real. For real though, this is a really cool stream. Again, if you want to donate to St. Jude's, that is a thing. We have a link, and it all goes to them. None of it goes to us, and it's a good cause because childhood cancer is horrible. All cancer is horrible, And yeah, we're here in support of Polaris Dawn. It's an amazing mission. It will further the scope of human knowledge, which is perhaps among the most noble pursuits any human can undertake. But on top of that, it's doing it for a good cause. So let's all celebrate the fact that this is going to be a really amazing mission. Ooh, 3303. I challenge you. Can we make it 3333? Can we do that? Let's do that.
This
but
might
yeah,
be.
go ahead.
I think Chat can do even better. I think they if everybody puts in like $5 that has them right now, and like not if you don't have them, but if you are able to like put just $5 in. Like, yes, big donations to the cause help, but like also these 5 or 10, these smaller ones, they really accumulate if everybody puts them in. So if you have like 5 or 10 spare,
$1.
if you can do it, just do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it right now. I promise. I won't. No, I'm not going to promise that. Cool. Let's go through some questions. Remember, guys, if you have any questions, at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will do our best to interact with chat and hang out and wait for more information. Hopefully, this weather passes. Hopefully, the Cape team does not get soaked and their camera gear stays nice and dry. I know Max is up on top of the vehicle assembly building. Dee is out there at the press site. So thank you, Cape team, so much for holding it down. You guys are the best. And yeah, hoping the weather isn't too gnarly. And we'll keep an eye on that as the stream progresses. But Tommy Gunn is asking when prop load, and I put this question in there. I picked this one out. It's a hand-picked, artisanal, non-GMO, cruelty-free question, because we were about to get into prop load, and then we got this information that they were going for the second T0 of 3. As a reminder, that is at 5:23 a.m. Eastern Time. And the final opportunity, the third T0 potential, if they slip that far, is 7:09 a.m. Eastern Time. But again, as that update that we heard a little while ago said, the weather is sort of expected to deteriorate as the window progresses. So we'll see how that goes. The crew is on board the rocket. They are not rotated into launch position anymore. We saw them derotating. Is that? I think that's a word. It is now.
Unrotating? I mean, technically, it's just another rotation, right?
Yeah, but like, what's the opposite of rotating?
Also rotating, I think. I think the opposite of rotation is still rotation.
Ooh, Das says counter rotating. I like that. I like that a lot. Why did we make him leave?
Well, I will not go on about why.
He did say some cursed things. Let's see. More questions. Soul24 ALT is asking, will the spacecraft pass through the Van Allen inner radiation belt? And if so, what is the risk to the astronauts? Is Sawyer still around? Sawyer, are you still here?
I think he's taking a quick break.
Oh, that's my bad. But I do believe they are going to be passing through the at least one of the Van Allen radiation belts. And, that's part of what makes this mission a little bit more risky. And it's part of what makes this mission a little bit more special. So props once again to Jared and the entire crew for like furthering the scope of human knowledge. I'm going to be saying that a lot tonight because it's a big deal. I personally, when I was arguing with Ryan earlier about Europa Clipper and you, Adrian, about please say the name of the mission that's going to verify DART.
Hera.
How do you say it?
Hera.
Like the Egyptian mythical thing?
I think isn't it Greek?
Oh, it might be Greek. I'm a big, what did I say? I'm a big dumb idiot.
Yeah, it's a Greek god.
Thank you. It's a Greek god. You know what? That's why we do these streams, so we can all learn, even me. But yeah, like I was arguing with Ryan a moment ago, but I agree. This is a big deal, and I'm excited for it because I want to see things in our lifetime that are exciting. I want to be excited for the future, and I want humans to learn as much as they can in my lifetime and beyond, because I'm just fascinated by all there is to know that we don't yet know. And this is another step towards knowing more. So many of these missions take so long. Clipper, I'm sure Hera had a long development process. James Webb, these sorts of things take a long time. And with Polaris, it's an acceleration of what we've seen. And that's why we keep saying it's modern Gemini, right? Because it feels a lot like the first golden age of space exploration, where things really happened at a rapid pace. Sorry, Adrian, I keep cutting you off. Go ahead.
Oh, it's fine. I absolutely think if you're saying very good things, I'm glad you're cutting me off. But I'm honestly impressed by this program. Like, it's this used to be a thing that you would see from government agencies. This is a thing you would see from NASA or ESA. Well, not ESA, but in theory.
Sad European noises.
But like, it's honestly for me like it's always impressive what they are managing to do in this private program, in this private funded program. And I love to cover these, and I'm also excited about, because we already know where Polaris will go, right? We know that they will also want to fly on Starship. We know that as well. So I'm just excited for Isaacman to take this all the steps, like not only a single step, but all the steps.
Right.
And it really seems to me like also he has a plan. Like, it
Right.
doesn't seem, oh, we're just putting a few people on a dragon and let's go. Like, this seems proper trained. They are doing this with purpose. They are doing this in a way that is responsible, and that's good to me. Like, that's interesting, but also really exciting to me.
Yeah, 100%. Also, I just got I got like a nervous pang because Russell in chat said, "What if Jared and crew are watching the NSF stream?"
On the tablet right now.
Slightly terrifying. But yeah, to your point, Adrian, this is a program that will build on itself. It's not just like separate goals. It's all building to having humans launching on Starship and getting humans back to the moon and Mars and learning the things that we need to learn to do that. In the same way, I'm gonna keep hammering it that home. Gemini and Mercury and Apollo, it was all iterative. Mercury, we send one person up. Gemini, we send two up, and we practice docking operations. So there is a clear progression with Polaris and the three missions that they have planned, and it's exciting. It's really, really exciting, and hopefully in just about 2 hours and 14 minutes, we get to see this rocket ignite and launch into space so that humans can get smarter. For a good cause. I mean, what more could you want from a rocket launch?
Well, actually launching would be great.
I was going to say like a full-size bathroom with like a hot tub and a shower.
Also nice, but also I have to say full hot tub in a spacecraft with 0G probably not aging well. Like, it's nice on the ground, but once you're in like low Earth orbit,
I think a 0G hot tub would be amazing. As long you just have to have some sort of like hand restraint so that surface tension doesn't like suck you into the sphere of water. That might be bad.
Isn't it also like the hot tub like it's blowing air into the water, right?
Yes.
So you basically just create like a millions of small bubbles.
Yes. So I mean, maybe you could breathe no, don't try and breathe the water. Kevin in our back channel says you would need a scuba suit. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like you have like at the ground you have a very contained hot tub that then at low of orbit becomes very uncontained.
Yeah, I mean, I'm imagining a sphere of water. You'd probably want to like use air currents to rotate that sphere so that you naturally were, pushed to the edge of it. I don't know. I feel like at some point, if Starship really delivers on everything that it's supposed to deliver on, at some point, some daring entrepreneurs will make a private space station or what have you that has such amenities as a 0G hot tub. But I digress.
What? We digress to 0G hot tubs? No, that would never happen.
Never.
Nah.
LC is asking, why are all these launches always in the middle of the night? I mean, they're really not. I know it might seem that way, but that's just sort of the nature of rocket launches. You launch when the time is right for a variety of factors that you consider when you're launching, whether it's the plane you're launching into, what you're launching, whether it needs to be sun synchronous, whether it needs to immediately get daylight for like battery charging, like extending the solar panels and charging the batteries. There's all kinds of reasons why launches are when they are, and they're certainly not all at night. Although I do wonder, at least when it comes to Starlinks, if more of them are in the odd hours, just because that's when airspace is less congested and it's sort of less of a pain to route aircraft around it.
With Florida and the summer, the afternoon, with its notorious thunder showers, it is certainly helpful to not be launching in the 3:00 p.m.-ish hour.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, when you're in Florida and the rain showers cause you, I don't know, for example, to have to bag all of your equipment frantically, like the rain showers might feel like more of a annoyance, but I miss them. It's about the only thing I do miss from living in Florida. Also, rockets. But you know, we
Visit
have
39B. There's a rain shower for you.
fair. That's fair. I don't know, something good about hearing the thunder, hearing the rain, but less good when you're hoping for a rocket launch. I understand that.
Absolutely, and I also want the quick question: how is weather? Like, are you still seeing clouds and rain, or are we moving in a good direction?
I wouldn't say that it's changed all too much. I have bags at the ready, but I've not had to bag any of my equipment. 39B is still getting poured on, and 39A is basically directly the line of the right side of the one very tall cloud. So to the right of 39A, I'm seeing stars, and to the left of 39A, it is a massive cloud with a lot of rain.
Is it just like stalled right there? Like it's not moving towards 39A, or?
Yeah, and actually that's the same sort of thing we saw this morning/afternoon-ish. As we finished the remote setup, there was a cloud that formed right over 39B, and it expanded, but it really wasn't moving all too much. It was just pouring a lot of rain, and we're seeing something pretty similar right now, if I had to put my non-meteorologist thoughts out there.
Good deal.
I mean, we also like briefly talked about it, but I wonder if they're really trying today, because it's not really improving for them. We have talked about some systems in the Atlantic development that might push over to Florida. And of course, the complicated part of this mission is they're not only watching launch weather, they're not only watching the boosters touchdown weather, they also have to watch splashdown weather for the capsule 4 days in advance. So in your situation right now where the Atlantic gets a bit iffy, you kind of want to at least try to go today to maybe find that one spot where you can conduct this mission, because it's not going to be easier for them for the next few days. And there's also the problem with pad availability, because Falcon Heavy is coming, and Falcon Heavy needs some convert time, and Europa Clipper has a very, very distinct window. Sorry, flight day 6 is the of course the re-entry. But so they need at some point to commit to change this pad to the Falcon Heavy configuration. So you're kind of in a situation between, well, weather is not great right now, but situation is not going to improve. So at least let's try. Let's go for these T0s, and let's see if we find that one single gap. Because apparently, at least for the Atlantic weather, they greenlighted this one for once. So
yeah,
we'll see how this goes.
And even for the launch criteria, like today, has been a 60% chance of violating weather constraints, and tomorrow is also a 60% chance. And the ascent corridor recovery weather is moderate for the next two launch window opportunities. Like it's moderate whether they go today or tomorrow or the day after that. And the booster recovery weather is looking like it will just get worse over those. So even without the added complication of the systems developing and their splashdown on day 6, even here the weather is not improving over the next few days.
Dang. Well, you know what? We all want to see this launch happen, but I'm sure a lot of you already know what I'm going to say. SpaceX is not going to take any unnecessary risks. There's crew on board. And if all else fails and they don't launch today, you know what? It's good practice. It's really good practice for both the crew and the teams at SpaceX who are responsible for the crew's safety and for getting this vehicle appropriately launched into space. Which, speaking of, D, I have another question for you. I'm just going to keep making you talk so you can't actually rest during this downtime here.
Keep me awake.
Sean wants to know, with the early morning launch, is it possible to get a jellyfish? If they go all the way to the third T0, which they have not, I want to be super clear, still targeting second T0 at 5:23 a.m., but what time is sunrise?
Honestly, I don't remember what time sunrise is at the moment. Like, even this opportunity, it's like getting a little close for a jellyfish opportunity, I would say, up along the northeast corridor. If you're in the New York area, anywhere around there, I would certainly be keeping an eye out to spot this mission in the sky. But once we get to the final opportunity, that would be a little bit late for a jellyfish. But either way, part of me has been saying for the last several weeks that I kind of really want Polaris Dawn to launch at dawn.
At dawn. Yeah, that makes sense. 100%. That would be sort of poetic, right? You might have cursed us. You might have cursed us. Do you realize that?
I might have, and I did just check. The sunrise is 7:05 a.m. this morning, so I might have spoken too soon when I said that the final opportunity would be too late for a jellyfish. We could at least get some of the cool luminance on the exhaust if it did end up going to that final opportunity. But
you know what? Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, but like you said, we're on the second opportunity of the window, which we're nearing 2 hours away from.
Yeah.
Yep.
If though you are somewhere in the U.S. that has visibility, I don't know if how quite that would shake out if you're far enough inland to the west, but somewhere up north, like you were saying, D, like New York or Eastern Seaboard, where sunrise is a little bit later. All you need is about, 4 minutes of wiggle room. Like if you can be, or if you look it up and you're somewhere on the East Coast ish, and you have the possibility to see this launch, like the sky is clear and everything, and sunrise for you lines up, it might actually be pretty darn spectacular. So yeah, we got Ryan posting maps in our back channel. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, Mr. Map doing what he does.
I wasn't gonna say it.
I will.
I just have to say, I think it's interesting, seeing the track, how much it really follows all of the clouds over the
Atlantic. Like flying right.
It is no wonder that their ascent corridor recovery is not too great looking. And as I speak, I'm hearing the speakers go for a weather announcement, but I can never quite hear the words for those. But I would expect some sort of a weather update on the local conditions very shortly.
Got it. Alrighty. Well, thank you for that, D. If you need to mute us for a little bit and listen in, don't. Obviously, we take safety seriously. I know you do too. Don't don't flaunt any lightning warnings or whatever if they do announce one.
Now, I want to quickly bring up this NOAA map here, and of course, we are not here to like give you warnings about upcoming tropical weather or hurricanes, but I'm not sure if we can bring this up, Kevin. I'm looking at the screen, but there's an interesting map here that basically tells you where the tropical weather, like they do this, of course, to update on to update you on where the tropical weather systems are developing right now. There it is. And of course we have Francine right now in the Gulf of Mexico, which is now classified as a storm. But you can also see another problem there, because there's 2 more systems also moving in that direction. And that's not really helping your case of, is recovery weather going to be great in 6 days?
Right.
So
like the cone of uncertainty for a storm that far out is essentially the entire entire Western Atlantic, and then some. So
I mean, you can see it there, right? You can see where it could move in a matter of days, and it's such a big range. And of course, the red system there has a at this point over 60% chance of cyclone formation. So kind of iffy situation.
Right.
And I bet they are watching this. And of course, just to point it out again, we are not a weather channel. We are not trying to predict this based on warning you. We're just doing this for covering rock and roll.
Right.
And a quick update on that announcement I heard. We are in a phase 1 here, which is a sort of like a watch. It's like there's not actively lightning here, but the conditions are right.
Yep. Phase 1, I think, doesn't prevent them yet, but phase 2 would be very bad. Because phase 2 would then, like, as long as a phase 2 is active, they are not allowed to load the vehicle.
If there's a phase 2, I am inside. If it is a phase 1, I am okay, and I just need to be ready to move inside if it changes.
Got it.
Yep.
Well, thank you for the update, D. Stay safe. We don't want a crispy fried D in the same way that we don't want the bacon that you burned, made crispy and
slander. This is slander here. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't burn bacon.
I have video evidence to the contrary, and members would agree with me, I think.
I've seen it.
Oh, see, I have witnesses.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some more.
So anyway, not talk about bacon anymore.
Let's do some more questions. We have one here from Andreas. I love questions like this. They're asking, would you guys do a spacewalk if given the opportunity? This isn't, we don't have to go into a back and forth about is it a spacewalk or not. I have thoughts. Maybe we'll get into it later. But would you go on a spacewalk if given the opportunity? D, go.
Absolutely, 100%, no questions asked. Like, easiest question. Greatly appreciate the question, but that is the easiest question for me. 100%.
Good answer. Solid answer. Adrian?
Absolutely no. I'm sorry. I'm not brave enough. Like, I admire these astronauts because they're that brave. I will fully admit here that I think I wouldn't be brave enough to do this. Like,
I think you'd be brave enough.
I'm glad that you think that, but I think these astronauts, these kind of people are made different. Like I think I wouldn't have it in me yet. I maybe down the line if somebody tested it before, but I fully admit that I would be very, very, very nervous.
I would 100% go on a spacewalk, or a space scoot, or a space float. Like, it doesn't have to involve walking, but whatever it is, you want to send me to space, I'll go.
There we go.
Wow, looks like it's really coming down now.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, it looks like a tiny little bit of the cloud has extended over 39A, and it is letting loose.
Yep. The weather really doesn't like Polaris Dawn.
I mean, don't It's I'm not putting anything on the weather here. It just happens. It's just Florida. This is Florida being Florida during the wet season.
They've also updated just now that if they would have proceeded with the original T0, this would have been wet. This would have been red. So they did the right call to go to the attempt on the second one, because the first one wouldn't have worked for sure.
Right. Well, sounds like that was the right call, although I can't help but think about the previous comments that we heard saying that the weather is expected to get worse throughout the window. But once again, SpaceX has threaded the weather needle plenty of times in the past, so we will just have to wait and see what happens in just about an hour and 56 minutes here. And let's do some more questions. Chat, I'm watching you. I'm reading you. If you have any more questions, keep them coming, because we've gotten some good ones, and I would like some more good ones, please. Thank you. We have an hour and 56 minutes to hang out and answer them with you. Here's one from Anthony Frank Gomez. Gomi, is that you? Also, is your middle name Frank?
You're learning something today.
Yeah, what? They say, thanks for staying up, y'all. How long will it take after launch before they get to the point where they can roll down the window on this baby? Love you all. Heart emoticon. Because it's not an emoji, it's an emoticon. If you're old, you know what that is. Adrian, why don't we take this opportunity to go over sort of the on-orbit schedule. When is the EVA going to happen? When do they come down from their super high orbit? Like, give us a rundown on the old schedule-a-rooney, if I can just butcher the English language.
Absolutely, I will go over the schedule-a-rooney. Starting with flight day 1 here, which of course is the theoretical day where we are right now, where they will start the launch. They will start their pre-brief in preparation for the spacewalk. They will also pass through the inner regions of the Van Allen belt, as we talked about before. So we'll be exposed to quite some radiation and have to. That will be interesting to observe how that actually behaves. They will also raise their orbit all the way up to 190 by 1,400 kilometers, which is very high. Like that's a very, very high orbit, and I'm very excited to hopefully get some nice footage and some nice shots from that altitude, because I think Earth will look spectacular from there. Then, of course, we are moving into flight day 2, where they will start to really prepare for their spacewalk. They will also do a book reading to St. Jude patients and Anna's family. And by the way, we are doing also a fundraiser here downstream for St. Jude. So if you have some money to spare, make sure to check that out. Just mentioning that. They will also lower their orbit a bit down for the spacewalk by lowering the apogee to 700 kilometers. And then on flight day 3, that's the day. That's where they open door and do the spacewalk in a live stream. And we are getting this very exciting but also very interesting event where they will do some sort of. I will not get into a discussion if it's a full spacewalk or not, but it's.
We can. You wanna? We can. We can totally do that.
We will do this after this. I will quickly finish this, and then we can. And then they will do flight day 4 on Starlink demonstration. I don't know what that means, but apparently they will demonstrate Starlink. Stay tuned. And then on 5 and 6, prepare for re-entry and re-entry. So that's your quick overview of the mission.
Good deal.
And
I'm also really curious. It said stay tuned for day 4. After the Starlink demonstration, it says stay tuned.
I always assumed that's related to the Starlink demonstration.
Possibly. To me, I read that as like secret thing here, but maybe I'm just classic tinfoil hat Jack. We do have an update. Well, we have a announcement. I don't know. The next weather update, or the next update, will be at 1 hour and 30 minutes. So about 22 minutes from now. There you go. We will be standing by in about 22 minutes for the next update, so we can learn what the current posture is. You can see the crew there working on their tablets. So cool. I'm so glad that we have modern technology.
Finally, time to finish their taxes.
And, well, of course you would think that. That's so German of you. But also, speaking of technology, Adrian, you mentioned the St. Jude's fundraiser that we are helping out on. If we can get the link in chat a couple times, that would be great. You know, it's new phone season. It's new technology season. A lot of us are about to spend an abnormally large amount of money on new new devices that we may or may not actually need. And you know what? Maybe if you're planning on buying a new phone, just like kick a buck or $5 over to St. Jude's, because cancer is literally the worst thing on this planet. I can't think of a worse thing. I literally can't. It's the worst thing. And
very bad.
And St. Jude's noble mission is to eradicate childhood cancer. If they do their job right, they cease to exist. No more childhood cancer. They don't need to exist. How amazing would that be? How noble is that? That their goal is to not exist. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, but you get what I'm saying. It's important. It's awesome. I hate cancer with a fiery passion of 10,000 white hot suns. So, you know what? Kick some money over to St. Jude if you are at all able. And if you're not able, no sweat. We appreciate you anyways. But just once again underscoring that this isn't just about, going to space. This isn't just about furthering human knowledge. This is also about doing right by the people on Earth. So, especially kids. Come on, it's for kids. It's for kids. We have 60 donors right now. We have how many thousands of people watching? 10,000 people watching. Come on.
I'm just saying, $10 each.
Doesn't have to be that. $1. I'm happy with 50 cents. Like, do what you need. Do what you can. We appreciate you no matter what. But yeah, St. Jude, I'm appreciative that they exist. And hopefully, it sounds weird to say, hopefully someday they don't need to exist. But there you go.
I want to point out that the minimum donation is $5.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I did not catch that.
No problem.
All right. Ooh, we got the swoosh again. I love the swoosh. You know what? We also might have a certain Max Evans on comms. Max, are you there?
I sure hope so. How do you have me?
I got you 5x5. Let's see what chat says. But you've been a busy guy. You've been not just hanging out. You've been working and bagging cameras and going up and down elevator. Like, what have you been up to, Max? How's your night going so far?
So not long after the crew ingressed into Dragon, we cut the feed that was super tight on the crew access arm, and I began to pack up that live stream setup and also my other personal cameras, and we headed down into the press site parking lot where a nice coach bus was waiting for us to take us over to the VAB for launch viewing on the roof, which is a huge treat that SpaceX is allowing a handful of people for this launch. So we feel very, very lucky and very fortunate. Only issue with that is we had this cell of rain come out, like build out of literally nowhere, as per Florida usual, especially around this time of year. And it brewed and built right over LC-39B. And it was one of the most remarkable and eerie sights I've ever seen, in that within 30 seconds, you went from having a clear and unobstructed visual of the mobile launcher at Pad B to it completely disappearing due to rainfall.
Wow.
It was one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen. So, and then not long after that, the call came in that they pushed the launch to 523, which is the second T0 in this window. And so since that time, we have left some gear on the roof, so we should still have a view from up there from a wider perspective. But we should be lining to go back up in about 45 minutes or so. So yeah, we've been in and out of elevators, bagging cameras, dragging carts, like through buses. We've been moving around like crazy down here.
Well, we appreciate you for it, Max. You and D absolutely crush it with these Cape streams, so thank you for being you. I mean that. and thank you for working so hard to get us good views. I've never had the privilege and the honor of going on top of the VAB, so safe to say I and everybody else on stream will be living vicariously through you. No pressure, but really, that's super cool. I'm really glad that we have a member of the team that gets that honor, and I'm really glad that it's you because I don't have to stress about living up to that honor.
And I really hope the view from up there is worth it for you guys because it really is spectacular. We have brought a camera up there before to stream, but I don't think it was the greatest of weather conditions from memory. I could be wrong. I don't think that was too recent. But this is my first time being up there at night, and it is, as you can probably imagine, a whole different feel being up there compared to, say, a late morning or late afternoon compared to what it is now. It's super bizarre. And also, we are dodging and trying to avoid a bunch of weather in the area that's popping up out of nowhere. It's just been nothing but chaos down here.
Well, thank you for embracing the chaos for our and our audience's sake. What are you going to do next? You know, like go have a bacon sandwich, or like you have about 45 minutes to kill. It's not enough time to do much, but like what's on your docket for next while you wait?
Well, thankfully, we are leaving all of our gear in the bus, or the gear that we opted to bring down, because thankfully Kennedy was gracious enough to allow us to keep some gear on the roof to avoid trekking or making that about 15-minute journey from the top to the bottom and vice versa with all of that gear. And I have about probably a 60-pound wagon full of stuff for both live streaming and also my cameras as well. So in the meantime, there are some leftover brownies from Julia that she brought. She made her world famous brownies, and I would implore anyone who is ever in Cape Canaveral to hit up Julia and ask to try her brownies. They are a magnificent treat. And until then,
I'm so jealous right now.
Trying to stay hydrated with either Gatorade or water, because it's not that warm here, but the air is pretty stagnant right now. And as you can probably imagine, and as you can probably see through a bunch of our cameras, it is ridiculously humid and sticky out here. So your sweat isn't exactly going anywhere. And also going up in the VAB, once you're on the upper levels before you get to the final elevator, it's very warm in there and the air is stagnant. The air doesn't move in there at all.
No, like big honking fans up at the top of the VAB?
There are no big honking fans at the top, but at the bottom. So we went through the main, I guess you could say, hallway, which is it's the path right in between high bay 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 on the other side. And of course, sitting there right now is the core stage for Artemis 2, and we walked right by it, and there was a gigantic fan right next to it, which felt very nice to walk through for all of us that were walking past it.
Neat. I was debating whether or not I should ask you if you saw anything cool while you were in there. I didn't know what you can and can't talk about, but that's really neat.
Of course. I mean, Bill Nelson created a video with the core stage. Not
Senator, Administrator, Astronaut?
Yes.
Bill Nelson?
Yes. I think he was with a couple of other members of social media talking about stuff. And I think he created a video in front of either the core stage or the engine section for Artemis 3 or 4. I can't remember which one exactly that is. But yeah, we walked right by the hardware in there. It was really neat. And that's probably the last time, well, apart from this next trip up, that we are ever going to get that close to the core stage of any SLS rocket ever.
You know what's the best thing about SLS?
What's that? It's orange. Was that what you were going to say?
Yeah, you made me snort. I hope that didn't come through on stream. Great minds think alike, Max.
I guess so.
One more question for you before we let...
of great.
Hey. One more question before we let you go. Thank you for hopping on comms. And you're welcome to hang out too if you want, but I imagine you want a little bit of downtime. Up to you, your call. But really quickly, I do want to ask a question here that Johan threw into chat. Can you see to Orlando from the top of the VAB? Did you get a chance to sort of look around and try and get your bearings?
I'm a little embarrassed to say that, because usually when we're up there, we're so hyper focused on our jobs and our positions, and normally we also don't have a ton of time from getting up there.
You're looking
launch.
east. You're not looking west. You don't care about what's west.
Exactly. Yeah, we're always looking east toward the launch pad. So I've never looked west from the VAB, but you know what? I think I might try to take a gander on the way up next time because I don't have a ton of equipment to bring back up. So maybe I can spare a few seconds.
There's literally nothing worthwhile in Orlando. As someone who lived there and went to college there, so if you forget, it's nothing lost. It's really just not a great place. Anyways,
it's still cool to see that far out when being that high off the ground, and especially in Florida, there are not many objects as high as the vehicle assembly building. So I will take a look. But what I can tell you is that whenever I'm departing from MCO or Orlando International Airport, and we have a northbound departure, and I'm sitting on the right side of the airplane, I can very easily see Cape Canaveral, and I can very distinctly point out the VAB, even from that far away. So I would say that as long as the weather is playing ball, there should be a good chance of seeing all the way to Orlando.
You said what departure? A northbound departure?
Yes.
Cool. You ever see a southbound pachyderm?
Your what hurts?
Oh, Max, I'm super glad you jumped on, man. Obviously, feel free to hang out or dip, whatever you want to do. But we're gonna keep running through questions and hanging out with chat. Hey, there, 9/8 Central got it. 9/8 Central got the joke. So did Edward Howard. Primus. They're a good band.
I guess I'm just uncultured then. I don't know.
Well, you listen to Boards of Canada, as I suggested, so you're doing good there. Now I might need to introduce you to Primus.
You know what? I'm never gonna forget the first time that you found out that I listened to Boards of Canada. We were in. Do you remember this?
Yes.
We had just left a bonfire at Starbase at the beach right next to the launch pad, and we went to catch. Gosh, which booster was that coming back? Do you remember?
11, if I'm not mistaken, but
Booster
I could be
11.
wrong.
So we drove from the beach over to the production site to see Booster 11 coming back.
We drove at a very measured and safe speed.
We did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to stress.
We took it easy. We were safe, but we had I think we had 4 people in the car, so we were jamming.
Yeah.
But a song that I had just listened to and was really jamming out on from Boards of Canada came on, and you're like, Max, this is Boards of Canada. And I'm like, yeah. And you're like, Max, this is Boards of Canada. And I'm like, I know.
Yeah, most people probably have no idea what we're talking about. Probably way more people know about Primus than Boards of Canada, but they are a very special band to me. So, yay.
That and FM Skyline, of course.
Of course. I mean, I love Vaporwave. Let's see. The Walking Cactus, interesting name, is asking, will Polaris Dawn stay in space for 5 Earth days or 5 rotation days around Earth? What is a rotation day? It's 5 days. Just 5 Earth days. Like you go around the Earth in like 90 minutes. So 5...
I think they might be confused in that you make 5 orbits of Earth, and that might be considered a day under a certain definition.
Right.
But
yeah, that makes sense.
But no, they will be up there for 5 consecutive 24-hour Earth days.
Good deal. You know what? I'm just gonna throw this out there. All right, let's talk about the spacewalk. Adrian, is it a spacewalk or not?
Oh boy.
Honestly, I don't have a strong opinion about this yet. I know people are very passionate about this and have like super strong opinions, but I don't have like. I mean, I would say so. Yes.
Max, what do you think? And if you want to go, like, feel free to tell me to stop asking you questions. But until you do that, I'm going to keep asking you questions.
I have some time.
Cool.
I have a little difficulty calling this a full-on spacewalk, only because they are not fully they are not fully departing the vehicle, and they are not X feet, or there is not a distance between Jared or Sarah and the capsule, kind of like what Ed White did back in the 60s. So I have of course no problem calling this an EVA, obviously, because the entire capsule is down in vacuum, and they are in a way egressing out of the spacecraft. but they're not fully departing the spacecraft, if that makes sense. So by that definition, I have a difficult time calling it a spacewalk, but an EVA for sure.
Yeah, that's essentially where I think I would fall on this. Other than I'm fine with calling it a spacewalk. It's a colloquial term, spacewalk. We're going out into space, which they are. EVA would, in my opinion, which matters not, just to reiterate, an EVA is the more appropriate term because it is an extravehicular activity. So that just makes sense. See, Fast Sloth 87 in chat says not walking though, but they are. I mean, aren't there steps? Are there steps on the mobility? I forget what the mobility structure is called. Oh, dang it! It's
Skywalker.
Skywalker. Are there steps on Skywalker? Even like 1 or 2? That's a spacewalk. Done. Question answered.
Spacewalk or space climb?
I really.
Oh.
Maybe that just meant me, but I think the major thing is that you're exposed to the complete vacuum of space. Like that,
Right.
at least is how I always thought. Like, yes, there's some technicality of are you leaving your vehicle or are you inside or I don't know. I think you're 99% there if the door's open.
Yeah, I mean, fact of the matter is we are, for sake of entertainment, arguing about semantics, and it is a risky procedure either way.
We never.
What? Me? Yeah, no.
Semantics on this stream at this time?
I can't think of a single time I've ever argued about semantics. Down to
Impossible. It's improbable.
Conky.
I feel like the spacewalk debate is almost going to be a new version of the astronaut debate with the commercial astronaut or astronaut or space tourist or all those different names. I feel like this is the new part of that debate, but it's just as blurry a line as the previous.
Yeah, that's a good observation, D. I would agree with that. Ultimately, it matters not, but it's interesting to sort of think about. Das in our back channel is repeating something I saw somebody in chat say. I forget who it was, but it's a space peep, not a space. Well, I don't know.
Regardless, this is a spacewalk. For all of them, I would consider it a spacewalk.
Concur.
You know what? Random thought. Speaking of peeps, I would love to see, those little marshmallow peeps you get on Easter.
Yeah.
I would love to see one of those in vacuum.
Wouldn't it? It would expand, right? It'd be like when you put one in,
very much so.
It'd be like when you put one in the microwave for way too long and it explodes and gets all over the microwave and caramelizes on the walls of the microwave, and then your parents get really mad and you blame it on your brother. Certainly, I've never done anything like that.
But I'd be interested to see when they repressurize the capsule. Then, when that expanded peep or whatever would then start to shrivel up, and then because of all those bubbles in it that did pop, it would be way smaller than the original peep.
Ooh, micro peep.
And you also had to consider at what point, especially if they're doing an EVA, at what point did they bring it outside? Is it when they were on the sunny side of the Earth, or were they in Earth's shadow? Because there is a vast temperature difference there as well.
That's true. Ooh, I wonder if you could roast a marshmallow with the heat of the sun in orbit. That would be when you're in I don't know why I keep doing this. When you're in elementary school and you're in science class and you make a solar oven and you cook a hot dog. I want to see that sort of experiment in space, with a marshmallow or hot dog. Hot dogs are also good.
I think the temperature when you're I think when you're on the sunny side of the Earth, when you're in orbit, I think the temperature varies around 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So, and then I think it's negative 300 degrees when you're in Earth's shadow. So you can either freeze it or you can burn it, make it explode. You can do a whole bunch of things.
Oh, wow. I've never thought about freezing a peep, but that might be delicious. Anyways, let's get
freezing and expanding.
Yes. Ooh, peep jerky.
My brain just went down the rabbit hole of what food would be fun to expose to the vacuum of space. And it's the weirdest rabbit hole ever.
Jack, we need to cook bacon in space.
You know what, D? Let's fund a CubeSat on Kickstarter, and we can make it Bacon Sat. And if our stretch goal will be for DOS to make another CubeSat with a camera in it, so we can watch Bacon Sat do its thing.
Bacon Sat, that's genius.
So Bacon Sat, we'll make it happen.
Oh, good deal.
We are just
Hopefully tonight.
We are just 150 seconds away, by the way, from the next weather briefing.
I was just about to say we are coming up on the next weather briefing. Hopefully SpaceX can make it happen tonight with Polaris Dawn. But you know what? If they don't, once again, good practice for everyone involved. And now our back channel is full of talk about vacuum peeps, which is amazing. You know what? When we're hanging out with chat, and this is the sort of thing that comes up, we're taking this launch very seriously. This is a very risky mission, calculated risk, nothing, unnecessary, but we are taking this seriously, but also, we're hanging out. We're not the official stream. We're just having fun with you guys. So thanks for showing up for it. We really appreciate all of you guys. Standing by for another weather update. In the meantime, I do want to thank a couple people. Thomas Downs says, go Polaris Dawn with a super chat. Thanks, buddy. Telstar 86, very appropriate, says, speaking of Skywalker, rip James Earl Jones. Yep, that's a bummer, but so it goes. The arrow of time only points forward. And let's see. And William Cap, thanks for coming up, Padrat member. I'm so far behind, and this stream isn't necessarily about the super chat, although we do appreciate the support so we can keep the lights on, but yeah, once again, St. Jude's fundraiser. We'll put the link in chat. Let's see how high we can make that number go. About a minute. It's the update's at 1:30, right? T-minus 1:30?
Ish. We'll see if they are exactly on time.
Okay.
But yeah, it is very, very close to that area.
D, have you guys gotten any additional lightning announcements or anything like that? Are you still in phase 1D, I believe it was?
I believe we are still in a phase 1. Honestly, I've been walking around the press site, do a little bit of not sitting in a folding chair while I have a break. So we have a little bit of time until we really need to be focused. But yeah, I've been trying to listen in, but I haven't heard any changes weather-wise. So hopefully we'll get that from SpaceX.
Good deal. Fingers crossed. Momentarily here, we get to hear something. And if they start actually announcing something, we'll quiet up and let them say it themselves. Let's see. I'm still fixated on the peep discussion. Anyways, moving right along. You know what, chat? I'm going to say it one more time. If you have any questions at NASA Spaceflight, so that we can keep chatting with you guys. Dave is asking, how long does fueling the rocket take, please? They start at T-minus 38 minutes, and they go all the way basically down to right before T0. Is that correct, Max?
So at about T-minus 38 minutes, the launch director will either give the go or no-go to begin propellant load. And at about T-minus 35 minutes is when they begin to flow RP-1 and liquid oxygen into the first stage of Falcon 9. It's most often called the load and go fueling procedure because Falcon 9 does not have any insulation to keep its super chilled RP-1 super chilled, and also to prevent a lot of boil off with the liquid oxygen. And that is also why once they begin fueling, they are committed to whatever T0 they were targeting right before they went into prop load procedures. So it takes about 35 minutes to properly and fully fuel Falcon 9.
Good deal. Oh God, if we cooked bacon in space, what if it ended up smelling like the horrible perfume Das was talking about?
I think I've heard that smell is thought to come from a lot of the metals in the actual airlock and them off gassing. So maybe it would have that smell, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. That is an important concern to be aware of, because I would prefer a hickory smoked bacon, not a metal burnt bacon.
Right. Why do they call it off gassing if they in the airlock with the That was from Oldie Space. Sorry, I butchered it, but that was from Oldie Space.
I appreciated it nonetheless.
I tried. Standing by for that weather update. We'll let you know what they say if as soon as we hear what's going on, or we'll just pipe it through so you guys can hear it yourselves. But we're standing by for another weather update. About an hour and 27 minutes to go till T0. Once again, fueling starts at around T-minus 38 minutes. So plenty of time here. And this is the second of three second of three T0s that SpaceX is currently targeting. So even if this next one isn't good, I suspect that they'll continue to try and get this puppy off the ground tonight. Let's see. Oh, seats are back into launch position, I'm being told. Excellent.
Interesting. But not update yet on the weather front.
Right. Which, good pun there. I know you didn't do it intentionally, but good job.
Oh, yeah. That was not intentional, but I'm glad I did it.
Here's a really good question from Cameron, asking about during the spacewalk, will they be pointing at Earth or parallel with it? We have seen some videos that SpaceX put out, renders and the like, that appear to imply that the capsule will be pointing sort of earthwards, so that the crew will actually have a view of Earth as they do the EVA. Do we know, like, officially what the plan is there? Has anyone heard one of the pressers or something like that? Just jump in if you know the answer. Or chat. Tell me if you know.
I believe in the press conference that the entire Polaris crew had when they came to Florida a few weeks ago, Jared pointed out that the capsule would be pointed at Earth. I don't remember the specific reasons why, but he did state that the capsule was going to be aimed at Earth.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I think when you're wearing the EVA suit and like the helmet and everything, you have a little bit limited visibility. So you kind of want to be pointed directly at the thing that you most want to see. And blackness of space, the horrible infinite void, is pretty cool, But
it's
also
pretty cool, but you have no reference of where you are or what you're doing. And I think, especially being up at about 1,400 kilometers or almost 700 miles in altitude, it's going to look quite different than compared to, say, if you were orbiting Earth in the ISS and cupola.
Yeah, and Sawyer and Alex both telling me in the back channel it's to minimize micrometeoroid impacts. So, yeah, that makes sense. You're sort of using the what's the right word? Hatch, nose cone cover, to sort of act as a shield. That makes a lot of sense. Neat. Still wondering what's going on with that weather update. Hopefully we hear something soon here.
For what it's worth, we can now see a lot more stars than we used to maybe an hour ago here above our heads here at the press site. But I'm also still seeing some clouds that look to be out at either over the pad or coming this way. They're scattered. They're not super big storm or rain clouds, but that can turn into something pretty nasty in a matter of minutes, as we saw.
All right, well, hopefully that's a good sign that you can see more stars. We'll just have to wait and see what we hear as the clock continues to tick down. Just about an hour and 23 minutes to go until the current T0. There is another T0. All kinds of stuff in play here. Here's one from Adrienne.
Not me.
Hopefully I'm reading it right. No, it's not spelled like your name. But it's close. Why do they go back down to 700 kilometers to do the spacewalk? Why not do it at 1,400 kilometers? Is that another micrometeoroid consideration? Like there's less debris down there, or it's just safer?
I mean, you have several factors, right? You have like mini meteoroids. You also have the radiation, because up until at the at the higher altitude, the radiation that they're exposed to from the Van Allen belts is way higher. So they are also considering this because of radiation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Good deal. Good question there from Adrienne. I'm joking around. It's probably just Adrian. Juiced is asking, why is possible turbulence from rain and clouds such an issue if the rocket can survive max Q anyway? Well, if you've watched any of our Shuttle Sunday episodes, or you just are familiar with, air
As
flying
you're just saying,
disasters.
everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of Dragon spacecraft on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick up.
Update.
And here comes the weather update.
Go, LB. All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
It's great to hear, and standing by.
Sounded like
Dragon SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, weather officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV, and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
All right.
Okay, so
that is a significant.
Go ahead.
Clear.
Go ahead, Max.
I was just going to say that that's a significant improvement compared to what was the forecast for the first T0. Like, that is significant.
Yeah. Can we move the line on the graph to the "we are so back" quadrant yet?
I think we are trending upwards on the so back.
We are trending so back.
Yeah, we're trending so back on the so back it's over chart. So we are so back.
No, we're trending.
Yeah, we are trending to we are so back. We are not.
We are trending in the right direction.
Yes.
Everybody who has never seen that meme right now is so confused what we are talking about.
Yeah, well.
On a similar note, the phase 1 that we were in here at the press site is no longer in effect. So that is a good sign for us. And that cloud that was the topic of the stream for so long has very much dissipated, and I'm seeing quite a few more stars.
Excellent. We are so trending back.
Yeah, we are trending incredibly bad.
No.
Juiced will ask that question right before we got the update there about possible turbulence from wind and rain, but max Q, etc. You can see it in the ticker there. Thing is, wind shear is a big deal, especially for rockets. Shuttle, arguably, both of the catastrophes that occurred with it were directly... Wind shear was directly involved in both. So, yeah. There's a variety of reasons. There's, I'm going to butcher this word, triboelectrification. I think that's how you say that.
That sounded right.
Where like the rocket generates an electric field around it and can like be hit by lightning. There's all kinds of things. It's not just about, turbulence. There's a lot of considerations here to ensure the safety of the crew, which is what we all want to do. Moving right along. we're at the point where we are now getting vacuum marshmallow related super chats. Echo Deal saying, I do have a vacuum chamber in my kitchen. Fun to make ultra clear jello and ice by degassing them. Actually turns out making ultra clear ice is pretty hard. You have to like do a whole bunch of stuff and like put it in the cooler, in the freezer. It's a whole thing. Ask me how I know.
Jack, how do you know?
How do you know?
Because I like making big ice cubes for my beverages, shall we say. B1062 also... What? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. I was just trying to... I don't know what I was going for. I just thought, wow.
Abort the joke.
Wow.
Joke has been aborted.
Joke has been aborted.
We have a hold on the comedy.
Comedy holds.
Let's see here. More questions. Wow. Stephen Daly saying, sounds like SpaceX hatched a good plan to avoid micrometeoroid impacts. Sawyer would be proud.
Wow. That's actually clever.
Yeah.
Points for that one.
We need a pan token.
Yep. Let's see. Vota, I hope I'm not butchering your name, is asking, what's the purpose of the spacewalk? Are they just doing some science or just as a test? This is partially, at least, to validate the newly upgraded spacesuits, right? That's at least part of it. Does anyone else want to jump in on maybe even just like philosophically, like why do this?
I mean, yes, of course, the validation of the spacesuits is using that EVA, but also you could then get into question, why did you develop these spacesuits? Well, to perform this EVA, right? So you're kind of going into circles, I think, there. Honestly, I think it's just because it lines up with what they want to do. It lines up with what SpaceX want to test, which is the perfect match. And also, I mean, it's also really cool.
Right.
Maybe that's a bad argument, but there's probably part of this where Jared Isaacman just thought it would be really, really, really cool.
And inspirational. I mean, we were talking about this a little while ago. This used to be the sort of thing that was in the realm of possibility for not even just like large countries or governments, like superpowers. Like 1 or 2 or maybe 3, countries could accomplish something like this. And now we are into the realm where the private sector is enabling these sorts of things. And you'll love to see that kind of progress. Gold Trippin' Gamers is asking, what is the altitude difference for Polaris Dawn compared to the ISS? So they're going up to 1,400 kilometers, then they're going to come back down to 700 kilometers. I believe the low point of their orbit is going to be around 190 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. But
and the ISS is roughly 408, I think. 408 is like about the average altitude of the ISS.
Got it. Well, I'm glad we have you on stream, Adrian, because as the designated European, what is a kilometer?
Kilometer is a very easily dividable measuring unit by what you can easily, for example, convert to meters by just dividing it by 1,000. Can you imagine that? It's really, really nice. And guess how you get to a centimeter?
I was trying to think of a joke. I couldn't think of anything. How, Adrian? Enlighten us.
Well, you divide it by 100. It's so easy.
See, there are 2 kinds of countries in this world: those who use the metric system and those who have stealth bombers.
I thought you were going to say those who've landed on the moon, but fair enough.
Well, China has, Russia has, just not with people.
Yeah, but you know what measurement system the agency uses that landed on the moon? They also use for a lot of things. They use metric.
All right, fair. I don't want to start a metric versus Imperial Flame War here.
Oh, I mean, next flame trench, it's on.
Oh, it's so on.
So what you're saying is we should move the needle on the graph to it's so on from we're so back. Is it so on the same graph, or is it a different? Is it a whole different graph?
It can be whatever you want it to be, Jack.
I want it to be a Venn diagram. No, okay. No love for Venn diagrams.
No.
All right, moving right along. Canan Copeland, what's up, buddy? I always see your name pop up in chat asking, do we know what time in the day the EVA will be? We know it's on day 3. Have we gotten any further visibility into what time of day? Like, will it be at night? Will it be at day? I assume they want to do it during the day, but I mean, that's a total guess.
So I always assumed that they would do it in some sort of primetime window. Like my overall assumption was always that would be very much directed to a primetime window of audience, but I think we don't know fully yet. I also think, and there's a chance that this might not be fully 100% settled yet. So there's a chance that they will look at certain parameters, for example, like debris, and make sure that they find like the perfect window.
Makes sense. We got S. Riley 77 asking also again about the jellyfish situation. Not necessarily expecting a jellyfish for this second attempt or the second T0. We'll see if they end up going to the third T0. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from the current second of 3 T0s. But at this point, I think we should bid Max adieu so he can go back up on top of the vehicle assembly building and hopefully capture some awesome imagery for us. Max, thanks for being on stream and being who you are. We love you.
Well, thank you very much for having me and talking to me for a little bit, trying to keep me occupied and trying to keep me awake because it is now 4 a.m. here on the East Coast.
Do jumping jacks. That's my go-to. Like if I'm driving somewhere, I'm real tired. Of course, I'll drink a lot of coffee and all that, but I will also just like pull over and do a bunch of jumping jacks. Do jumping me's.
Wouldn't you do jumping Max?
Yeah, do jumping Max.
Wow. I mean, I do that normally anyway, so I guess it's no different.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen it. All right, Max. Well, thanks for being on. We will hopefully see you on the other side of a Falcon 9 launch of 4 humans to further our knowledge of the universe. Is that fair to say? Maybe not. Of our own selves. There we go.
Well, I appreciate the time, and of course, I love talking to y'all anytime anyway. So thank you very much, chaps, and I will see y'all hopefully on the other side.
Good deal. So, Adrian, the best name for Starhopper is Starhopper, right?
It's Hoppy.
Oh, I thought you were gone already. Go away.
I mean,
okay,
don't
bye.
bring me into this. Don't bring me into this discussion. I'm so far avoiding picking a side.
Is this a good chance to talk about whether we expect to see a stubby nozzle or not?
Oh, yeah. To my recollection, no, but hopefully not. I mean, it's a good chance because we know Max loves the stubby nozzle, so we can talk shade about it, like because he's leaving. So good call, D. Thank you. Stubby nozzle? No, right?
Yeah, it does not seem like it. So since they are going for the drone ship landing, and of course with the very elliptical and high orbit, they are using a lot more of Falcon 9's performance than they have on some of the previous crew missions where we could have seen an RTLS. So we definitely aren't expecting a stubby nozzle, which is slightly less efficient, but has the benefit of using less material in the nozzle itself, and therefore saving some cost. So it's a trade-off whether or not it is worth losing that performance if the mission can support losing that performance of the second.
Oh, did we lose you for a second there, D?
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is normally a trade-off, but with this one, they need a lot of performance for this orbit, so we're definitely not expecting a stubby nozzle.
Good deal. Christy in chat says jellyfish, stubby nozzle. I'm lost. So, Christy, jellyfish is the name that we have all sort of given to the effect that occurs when the rocket ascends into sunlight. And when you view it from shadow, because hey, the Earth is curved, and at the exact right time, you can be in shadow. The rocket lifts off the pad in shadow and then ascends into sunlight. It can create a very spectacular visual. Kind of looks like a jellyfish. Some people call it a Falcon Nebula. There's a bunch of different names for it, but that is what we refer to when we say jellyfish. It has to occur at the exact right time so that the sun is just below the horizon so that the rocket can ascend into the light. But the viewer's point of view, like perspective, is from inside the shadow of the Earth. So that is a thing. You have to be at the exact right place in time and space, and the rocket has to do the same thing as well. So that is the jellyfish. Stubby nozzle refers to the single Merlin vacuum nozzle on the second stage. There are two variants on the Falcon 9 vehicle, depending on how much performance they need to wring out of it. Stubby nozzle is less expensive to produce and requires less materials. I believe niobium, if I'm even saying that right, which is a hard to source metal. Stubby nozzle uses less of it, so you can make more of them for less money, or you don't need to wait for long lead times, etc. It's one of the things SpaceX has done to accelerate their cadence. So on missions that need every little bit of performance, they use the full nozzle, which gets a higher amount of should I say a higher ISP, which we don't have to go into what ISP is right now. I can't answer everything, but there you go. I'm always looking at chat, and I do want to answer questions there. A lot of times we use terms of art or slang or what have you, and if you don't know what it is, always feel free to ask in chat. That was a good question there from Christy.
I wonder if there's another weather briefing potentially at the top of the hour, because the last time they had one where they looked at the weather at the top of the hour before live.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it's good news. So D and Max can both see the launch, and we can all live vicariously through them and also see the launch. But where can you see the launch? Do we have a viewing map? Yeah, I love it. So if I'm not mistaken, each circle you go away, out from the center, is an additional 30 seconds after liftoff. And that is the expected time of visibility for wherever you are. So if you're wondering, will I be able to see it? When will I be able to see it? Where to look? That sort of thing. This graphic should help you out.
That looks like these kind of spiral toys you get at the dentist when you're being a brave kid.
I have literally no idea what a spiral toy is, but I'll take your word for it.
It's one you can put it on top of a stairs and it bounces down the stair.
A slinky?
Oh, a slinky. Do you call them spiral toys?
No, I don't have a name for it. I thought they were just toys you get at a dentist.
I have so many thoughts, but really quickly, Core has confirmed with the crew that they are continuing forward with launch countdown as of about a minute or two ago. That's really good news. And the crew is go for launch. So fingers crossed here, you guys. I am really curious if we'll get another weather brief at T-1 hour.
I'll say here at the press site, it is looking clear. I'm feeling good about this one.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Fingers crossed that we get to see these 4 delightful and bold, brave humans launch into space here in just about an hour and 3 minutes. As a reminder, fueling of the rocket doesn't start until T-minus 38 minutes. So
35.
35? Thank you. I kept
Yep,
saying
they make the
38.
call at 38.
Got it. Thank you. How many times? I don't know how many times I can say it on stream, but I'm a big dumb idiot. So thank you, D.
I mean, it looks better, right? It looks like a bit less rainy. So that's good. Maybe SpaceX just made the right call with like delaying to the second window, and they just found that one spot that works. I feel like I'm summoning right now a problem, but I'm doing my best here.
I mean, I am also very curious about recovery weather, given the tropical tropical depressions forming out in the Atlantic there. So I just hope everything lines up. This mission is amazing, and I really hope they can get it off the ground tonight. So we'll just have to stand by and see. Johan M is asking, how long can the crew stay in the capsule before launch? I mean,
I think the answer is longer than usual windows would go.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times with the ISS, it's like an instantaneous kind of thing, right?
Yep. I really think, I feel like, so I don't think their limitation is how long can the crew sit here. The window limitation is more of a problem here that they will approach at some point. Well, just about 3 hours from now, if they are not getting it launching in 1 hour and 1 minute.
Fingers crossed. Looking for some more questions. Hanging out with y'all in chat. Shay is maybe also summoning a problem. They say, we finally have a crystal clear camera view. Please launch. Careful.
Yeah, don't. I feel like we are totally summoning it here, chat. I think we need to be careful and not jinxing it.
Right.
Just saying.
Let's see.
Yeah, no more rain dances, chat. As Harry said.
Well,
like,
the rain has stopped,
dancing.
so chat must have stopped dancing. Good.
Yeah, chat has officially stopped dancing.
Mikhail is asking about the first stage. This is not this first stage's first flight, right? I believe it's 1083-4?
Yes, it has flown crew before even, because it launched the Crew 8 mission in March 2024, and since then has also flown Starlink Group 6-48 and 6-56, so this will be its 4th flight.
Nice. Very cool. Do we know what the recovery situation is for it, Adrian? It's not doing RTLS, I know that.
Yeah, it's landing on, it's hopefully landing, and just read the instructions. That's the recovery.
Will you stop summoning problems?
No, but I think based on recent history, it's fine to say hopefully, or like attempt to recover.
All right, that's fair. I'll give it to you.
I think like my words are not able to summon problems. I don't think I have that power. I'm like not one of the priests in Skyrim or something that can influence reality with their voice.
I mean, never say never.
I mean, it would be a cool perk.
With great power comes great responsibility, right? So let's see.
That's true.
I don't know how to say this person's name. I sincerely apologize, but they're asking, those tablets the crew is using, are they just like standard iPads? Can they install whatever apps they want? I don't know. Do we know if they're like Android tablets, iPads? It doesn't really matter, but it is an interesting question. Like, if you're an Android person, can you bring an Android tablet? I have questions. They're not really important questions, but I have questions. Does anyone have answers?
I don't have the answers. I have to say, I never sat in a Dragon capsule so far. Well, you never know.
I've sat in a Dragon capsule simulator, like one of the training aids they use way back in, like, I want to say 2016, something like that. SpaceX did a Commercial Crew event at their headquarters in Hawthorne, and that was one of the things they let the media do. That was really nifty. But I did not get an iPad, so I don't know.
That's very nifty. We are past the 1 hour mark, by the way, and so far no weather briefing. Go ahead, D.
I just wanted to say, it looks like SpaceX just tweeted that weather is now 80% favorable for liftoff.
Oh my goodness. Let's go. We are so back.
Good.
We are so back.
Climbing on the We Are So Back chart.
Continuing to trend back.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
And copy that.
Oh, I see some dances.
Yeah, I saw some celebratory hand movements there. That's excellent.
So as we just heard,
fantastic. 20% chance of violation. That is a dramatic improvement over the previous 60% chance of violation. Excellent. That is exactly the sort of thing we want to hear at this point in time. T-minus 56 minutes and change. I'm getting the pre-launch adrenaline here. I think this is really starting to happen. Sorry, I can't even talk. This is so exciting.
I mean, we should Jared Isaacman is building such an impressive manifest more and more. Like, of course, we had Inspiration 4, which was already such an interesting and mind-boggling mission. But now doing Polaris as well, I really think down the line he's gonna be he is gonna have a very, very impressive manifest for an astronaut. And if we are starting to debate about astronauts a lot, Jared Isaacman is one. I don't see a way how how he's able to not include him. And I really think it's so impressive, and I love his connection to the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, which is an amazing cause. He's always trying to connect his activities here, and I think it's a really impressive thing, and I'm looking forward to see where his journey will go. I mean, who knows, right? Moon, Mars, where will he stop?
If I'm sitting, on my couch eating Cheetos, watching some YouTubes, and a portal opens up and you come out of it and it's future Adrian and you're wearing AR glasses and all your clothes are shiny, and you're like,
yes,
Jared, hey, I'm from the future. Jared Isaacman is the first man on Mars. I'd be like, okay, I believe you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'd be like, can you tell me who the next 5 winners of the World Series are? Tell me something shocking or something that I can't already intuit, because it does seem highly plausible, at least to me. But the fact that it's even plausible really says a lot. And yeah, I agree with you, Adrian. He's really building up quite a resume, and it's I'm here for it.
Yep, it's of course you wouldn't say, oh, it's 100% confirmed, but alone that he's in the contest is crazy.
Yep.
So absolutely insane.
Speaking of Jared, let's talk about the crew. Of course, we have Anna. Who are we going to start with first? I got to see it. I'm up there. We are Anna Walker Menon. She's going to be the medical officer. 0 days in space. This will be her first time in space. And she is... well, you can see there, has served in SpaceX Mission Control for Demo 2, Crew 1, CRS-22, CRS-23, Crew 3, Crew 4, and AX-1.
I mean, absolutely a person that probably knows this vehicle, since she managed the development of crew operations, and has also been a mission director and crew communicator. So I feel like there's some very big experience about this launch vehicle at Anna. So totally interesting to see her fly on it. I bet it's also an interesting journey for her, going from managing this vehicle from the outside to now flying on it in the inside. So absolutely insane. Also worked 7 years at NASA, so really impressive bio. Same goes for Sarah Cooper Gillis as the mission specialist, also working at SpaceX as the lead space operations engineer and overseeing the company's astronaut training program. So really interesting. We have seen this before, where people that oversee certain astronaut training programs are also like trying to fly on their vehicle. I guess it makes sense for them because they get a really good impression of how all of this works. She has been preparing the NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, so basically pioneering the SpaceX astronaut involvement. Also directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts, so that's where the Jared Isaacman connection comes into. And also crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions in the past as well. So really, really impressive bio.
Also, Scott Kid Poteet, this is also going to be Scott's first space flight. He's a retired United States Air Force Lieutenant Colonel. He was the mission director for Inspiration 4, and he has worked at Shift 4 and Draken. And fun fact, when I had the extremely, I don't even know how to say it, when I had the honor to fly with the Polaris program last year, Scott was the pilot that flew the Alpha jet that I was in. So it was really neat. Absolutely gem of a human being. And of course, we have Jared Isaacman. He'll be the commander for today's mission. Go ahead, Adrian.
It's so. How do you summarize Jared Isaacman in without going on a tantrum of many things? It's so much at this point. But go ahead, try it, Jack.
Oh, it's hard. Fantastic person. Having the pleasure of meeting him in person, just an absolute, genuine, fantastic person. Just right off the bat. But also, obviously, very quick-witted and intelligent person, and a very enterprising person, having founded both Draka International and Shift 4. Fun fact, Shift 4 is, once you know about Shift 4, it's kind of nifty because you'll see their name pop up on all of the point of sale little things where you swipe your card. For example, at JPL, at the gift store there in JPL, Shift 4 is the payment processor. Also at various places in Yosemite National Park. I kind of keep a running list in my head. But really, the cool thing here is that Jared is footing the bill for the Polaris program, and for Inspiration 4 he did as well. And once again, it's not just you hear pessimistic people say things like, "Oh, why are we going to space? It's just a joyride," and things like that. And it's no. If you have anybody in your life that talks like that, point to Inspiration 4, point to Polaris. There's so many things that we could point to, but in this specific case, I think it's a very good rebuttal because it's not just about going wee in space. It's about doing meaningful research about the effects of space on human beings, validating hardware that's necessary for returning humans to the moon and Mars. And it's also, of course, for a good cause, because St. Jude's is aiming to eradicate childhood cancer. And, just can't be stressed enough. Cancer is the worst thing in the world. I hate it. We all hate it.
Yeah,
it's the worst.
If you just go, if you go to the Polaris program website, and they have a tab that is called Science and Research, and they will tell you all about these Science and Research projects they have. And they have 36 experiments on this mission from 31 different partners. And by the way, these partners are not I don't know, some unknowns. Do you know stuff the National Aeronautics and Space Administration?
Yeah,
maybe?
I believe I've heard of that scrappy young startup.
Yeah, it's an interesting startup, absolutely. Or Amber Riddle, I don't know. It's not like they're working with nobody here for these science projects. There's actually involved science going on these missions that they're conducting. So
do you have a favorite science objective of this mission? The smart contacts I think might be my favorite. They're going to be wearing some smart contacts that can sort of measure the effects of of the spaceflight on their eyes and determine what that does to your eyesight, which is really fascinating.
I really have to go with the smart contacts as well. Like it's hard to avoid them, also because of these amazing shots that John Krause did with the eyes. It's amazing photography as well. But I really think I really think that this is the one I would have to pick here. I really think that's going to be interesting to see, and it's one of these. Of course, it's one of these rare cases where we get to conduct science as humanity beyond like classic LEO ISS altitude. So that's always an interesting thing to learn.
Yeah, 100%. Also, just like a little bit behind the scenes here, there is one of those tropical depressions we were talking about, like hitting Starbase like right now. So I just heard an absolute loud thunderclap and a whole bunch of rain coming down outside. So if I drop suddenly, the power may have gone out or something. So I'm just gonna say that out loud. Hopefully I'm not summoning more problems, but yeah. In the meantime, while I wait for this band of rain to pass, hopefully you're not getting any background noise from me or from it. We do have a sweet BTS video from D. D does such a good job with these. D, do we still have you?
Yes, I am still here.
Really quickly, like you guys had to set up and pull remotes multiple times because of the different attempts that have been made at this mission. Is that basically what this video that we're going to watch here in a second is?
Yeah, so we had 3 days of going out to our remotes. One of those was a reset, and then we had 2 different setups. So greatly appreciate being able to go out there every single time, check on our cameras after
hang on.
any sort of
Until the launch escape system is disarmed, all operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD, and they'll approve aboarding the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Let's go.
I think we're firmly in we are so back territory.
Heard the instructions. We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. And once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch escape system. And there's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Our access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load starting at T-minus 35 minutes. One other update, weather. Probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
Fantastic.
This might go.
This might happen. You can see the crew arm moving back there. What cool views. I especially love that angle that they showed briefly there. Of the doorway sort of moving away from the Dragon capsule with both the meatball and the SpaceX logo with all of the different astronaut signatures around it. Very, very poignant camera angle. Really, that's a really special angle. Okay, no, this is... the adrenaline is flowing, and hopefully soon so will be the propellants. I'm excited. D, what's the vibe on the I'm sorry I had to interrupt you before we got those comms. Never mind. Hang on.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are stepping into Section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there it is. They're getting ready to arm the launch escape system.
Fantastic, because you don't want to start fueling the rocket without the escape system armed, and you don't want to arm the escape system unless you have your helmets down and suits prepared for any sort of contingency. Go ahead, Adrian.
No, you just explained perfectly what I was like. I would want to quickly mention why they're doing this, but you did it perfectly.
Haha, I beat you in your face. D, any kind of like cheers?
SpaceX
Oh,
copy.
So those tablets that they have provide all the information that they need for the mission. The crew, as you can see, reporting that they are ready for the next steps, reporting that all their visors are closed. Arming of the launch escape system now coming up.
Good deal. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. D, what's the vibe on the ground there at the press site? Like, were there kind of like cheers or anything when we're getting these updates, or like, what's the situation on the ground? Oh my God! Hang on.
SpaceX, we show the same.
That's
SpaceX
good news.
Dragon, we're closing out 4.100.
4.100, a reference to
SpaceX copies closing 4.100.
procedure the crew is running on their tablets. So with that, the launch escape system is now armed should something happen that requires Dragon to execute an emergency escape. If something were to happen to the Falcon 9 or the pad right now, the system is ready to go. There's another key reason. Once we got the crew access arm back, we went right into arming the launch escape system, because once that system is armed, should we need to have the crew leave but depart via the crew access arm, that arm took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support position much faster than that. So there's a high-speed mode, but that high-speed mode requires that we be in the armed configuration so that it'll be enabled. So
the vibe on the press site, I have to say, it's been a bit quiet out here. There are not nearly as many people as there were during that very first attempt. We're like T-minus 40 minutes out. So SpaceX is getting very close to the point where they will make the call, like the final call, go for prop load. And so we're about 5 minutes away from the start of prop load. With that, we're not going to go into the BTS video right now. Of course, we want to focus on the rocket. But yeah, the vibe's been quiet. I would love to see more support out here, enthusiastic support for this launch, because it is such an important mission.
It really is. I don't think that can be underscored enough. D, I don't think I asked you. Hopefully, me asking you a question doesn't cause more comms to happen, although I do love hearing those comms. Do you have a favorite sort of science objective of this flight?
I'm gonna need to go back through and read through all of them, but I mean, you already said the contact lenses are really cool, but there are 36 different science missions here, and all of those have very important objectives. So I don't want to pass over all those other ones, but the contact lens one does stand out quite a bit.
I mean, I didn't even know smart contacts were a thing. How cool does this mission get? Like, how could they possibly make it even cooler? Well, I know, by live streaming a spacewalk or EVA or Space Peep or whatever you want to call it. The fact that they're live streaming it, I'm so happy for. They very much could have just done a spacewalk and then released a video, or talked about it in the post-launch presser, or done a tweet or something. But to live stream it sort of adds to the whole modern Gemini vibe, because so often when I think about Mercury and Gemini and Apollo, I think about people in their living rooms watching their televisions, waiting for updates on important and historic missions. And this is sort of the modern version of that. People will be hopefully in their living rooms or wherever they are with YouTube up and with X up, watching the spacewalk live in the same way that I hate to say back in the day, but back in the day, people did that with previous missions that we are constantly referencing for good reason, because this really is the modern day Gemini in more ways than one. Hopefully that rambling statement made some kind of sense. Westy the Third is asking, what is the zero-G indicator on this flight? Do we have any indication of what their zero-G indicator will be? I assume some kind of stuffed animal, maybe a St. Jude's reference?
So I believe it will be the same one as Inspiration 4, which, if I recall correctly, is a puppy in a space suit. And that's supporting, of course, their support of St. Jude, which Inspiration 4 was a big mission to support St. Jude. And, of course, with the Polaris program, Jared Isaacman.
Yeah, we'll be hearing call-outs throughout the countdown up to the crew to let them know what's happening. Both Falcon 9 and Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on Ascent.
Yeah, and the core is keeping them updated so that they, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the core can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the core is updating them with each milestone.
Excellent. So, D, as you were saying, fueling should begin at T-minus 35 minutes. So just about a minute away from propellants beginning to flow into the rocket. This is fantastic. We are so back.
We are indeed back.
So as we approach that milestone, Adrian, can you give us sort of a rundown of the timeline here in terms of the steps that we're going to see taken as they get closer and closer to launch and fuel this puppy up?
I absolutely can. And of course, the main step is in 45 seconds from now, which is the beginning of RP1 loading and first stage liquid oxygen loading. So that's the first step we will move into. And we then have a situation where they will fuel up that quite a bit, and then we will, on the second stage, we will have what will be a bit of a switch, because while they load on the first stage both at the same time, on the second stage they first just load RP1, and then they switch over to liquid oxygen at a later stage. And so they are basically, that's why you see the T-minus 20 minute event, because that's basically the switch and preparation of these lines for liquid oxygen loading. And then comps.
Great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now together,
monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. What cool names. I can just say those words and I automatically sound smart.
Yeah, you can drop these at a party and you're like, oh, that guy's cool. That actually doesn't happen, Chad. Don't take this as advice.
No, you're just going to the wrong parties. You're just going to the wrong parties.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we're just 34 minutes away from this potentially launching.
Yeah, and confirmed that propellant load is underway, which is exactly what we want to hear. But that also means, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember the comments we heard from SpaceX earlier in today's stream, that because they have begun fueling, that sort of takes the third T0 off the menu, right?
That's the case with Falcon 9 in general. Falcon 9 leads, once it starts fueling, it's kind of locked into a certain T0. Of course, if you had, like, I don't know, an 8-hour window, you could probably technically scrub and relaunch. But in this kind of case, once they go for fueling, that's the T0. So we don't. It's either going in 33 minutes and 5 seconds, or it's not going today. That's that's your situation right now.
Excellent. Well, thankfully, as we already heard, there is no current weather issues looking. The range, I believe, is green for weather. So that is fantastic. And now we get to watch Falcon 9 get good and frosty so that they can launch these astronauts to space with a rocket full of propellant, because it's going to be a demanding mission for not only the first stage, but also the second stage, and for the Dragon capsule, and for the crew.
Everybody has to meet the targets here, and I think we should be seconds away from seeing frost on the Falcon 9 here, because the Falcon 9 usually starts to get frosty around 33 to 32 minutes before launch. And there's the countdown timeline, of course. We have already completed quite a few steps here on the way to launching Crew to space. The next one is, of course, here the Stage 1 prop and Stage 2 RP1 loading. And next up, then after that, will be also the transitioning, as I mentioned before, to the Stage 2 LOX load. After that, Merlin engine chill, preparing your engines to, get quite a lot of cryogenic propellants flowing through them. Then you transition Dragon to internal power, transition Falcon to internal power, verify go for launch as the launch director, and then it's liftoff time. So that's our schedule for the next 39 and 30 seconds, and we should be very close to frost right now. Like I think the next time we will see the rocket at the bottom, it's gonna be frosty. There you go, Jack. I think you're talking while muted.
You know, I was talking while muted.
There's your bingo card, everybody.
Really quick, Devin Waldron, thanks for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's awfully nice of you. 10 people now have access to all the cool perks they get with being a Red Team member, and you have helped support NSF. So not only did you help support us, but you also did a nice thing for the people in chat. So if you got a gifted membership, be sure to thank Devin. We can't do what we do without the members. You know the spiel. It's a whole thing. So we appreciate all of you. And if you can't support us monetarily, don't sweat it. That's not why we're here. We're here because we're excited about spaceflight, and we're excited about humans learning more about our place in the solar system and how to travel in it. Ooh, wait a second. What's this? This appears to be a high elevation live feed. Dare I say, this is a shot from Max on top of the vehicle assembly building. I don't think Max is able to be on comms up there, but my goodness, what a view. I mean, you got the reflection from the various, I was going to say pools of water, but let's be real. They're swamps. It's Florida. They're swamps. It's a swamp. Is it a swamp or an estuary? What's the appropriate term? Do you want to weigh in there?
It's Florida. It's all a swamp to me. I don't know. I honestly don't know the proper definitions there.
Which coast is the best?
I can't answer that question right now.
Oh, I see some condensation on the booster.
Yep, that's what we want to see. If there wouldn't be condensation at this point, that would be a bad sign. So yeah, Falcon 9 is in loading for Polaris Dawn. I cannot believe I'm saying these words. I didn't believe it, but it's happening.
It is absolutely happening. 29 minutes and 10 seconds to go, roughly. Fantastic. You can see the folks there in Mission Control in Hawthorne. You can even see a dragon. Well, you can see the heat shield of a dragon up there hanging from the ceiling. Really nifty. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to focus and keep things moving along, but I'm also just when you're nervous a little bit, like your leg does the bounce, like you do.
Yes.
Both of my legs are bouncing. It also might be because I drank a lot of coffee.
No, it couldn't be this later. That would never happen.
Me drink lots of coffee for a late night stream? What?
No. Well, at least it's late night for you. I can tell you the sun is bright and early. Well, bright and early.
Yeah.
It's 11 a.m. here.
No, it is 4 a.m. in Starbase, so we're all sort of in the same boat, and that boat is called Earth. Okay, I'll stop being a hippy dippy guy now. Christy is asking a cool question. What's the difference between Falcon, Dragon, and Polaris? Falcon is the rocket, Dragon is the crew capsule, and Polaris is the mission name. Polaris Dawn, specifically. The Polaris program is a suite of 3 missions that Jared Isaacman has arranged with SpaceX, and this is just the first step. Which, you better believe the next 2 Polaris missions are going to be amazing. But right now, this is what's on the docket, and there's going to be a lot of really cool things involved with this. In fact, we were talking about, favorite science objective. I don't know if it counts as a science objective. I think it does. A lot of people might not know that when you are going to go on an EVA or a spacewalk or whatever you want to call it, you have to do what's called a pre-breathe. And it's the same as if you're like a ultra deep scuba diver. Basically, nitrogen can build up in your blood, and that's what causes the bends, if you've ever heard anyone talk about the bends. And so you need to breathe pure oxygen. There's various steps you can take to avoid that nitrogen buildup. And on the ISS, that whole process, I believe, is a multi-hour thing. The astronauts have to sort of sit and wait as they acclimatize and breathe in the appropriate atmosphere for what they're about to do. On Polaris, they're accomplishing the same sort of thing, the same conditioning of the gases in their blood over a long period of time. It's sort of a passive thing that the atmosphere in Dragon will just change over time. And I say this is really interesting and important because, in science fiction movies, a lot of times it's like, oh, I'll just put on my suit, open the airlock, and go out. And that's of course science fiction. That's not how it actually works in real life. But if we're really working towards getting humans back on the moon and Mars, especially on Mars, if you have an issue with, you got a hole in your space hab and you need to go out and put some flex tape on it, you don't want to have to wait 6 hours so you can do a pre-breathe and this and that. You need to be able to hop in a suit and go outside, like in science fiction. So I really like that they are sort of exploring alternative ways to accomplish that pre-breathe protocol, because it's yet another thing that will help inform how we can go to the moon and Mars. I just figured I'd throw that out there. It popped into my head. There you go. You can have it. You know what else you can have?
No.
We have some new merch in the store. I'm going to throw the link into chat. It's shop. Oh God, wait, is it? Is it shop.net or is it store?
I always question myself as well. It's shop.
Okay, yeah, I'm already spamming in chat. The link is right there. I was like, oh God, did I just put the wrong link in there? But there it is. We've got all kinds of cool designs, including the Thrust Collection shirt, all different engines. We've got the BE4, we've got the RS-25, we've got the Raptor, of course, and of course, we have the Merlin. Thrust, you can trust, because it is a very reliable engine. But yeah, if you want to check out the merch store, check it out. There's all kinds of cool stuff in there: shirts, mugs, t-shirts, prints, all kinds of stuff. We really put a lot of work into these, and we hope you like them. It's a cool way to support what we do. The super chats are awesome. All of that. Any way you support us is awesome, even if it's just hitting the like button. But yeah, there's metal prints. There's all kinds of cool stuff. And the cool thing is for this sort of support, you get something in return. So yeah, thank you all for humoring there with the merch plug. But we really do like it when we see people out and about with our merch on. It's always kind of wild to me. But yeah, there you go. Get some if you want, or don't. All right, we're at T-minus 24 minutes. I think. Do we have time for the BTS?
I think we have time for the BTS.
No, I don't think we do.
Oh,
I think
we had 3 remote camera setups, so it's a bit longer of a BTS.
All right. Well, did we play it earlier in the stream?
We did.
All right. Well, there you go. You'll be able to see it earlier in the stream whenever you want. It's there. Because I do love your BTSs. BT behind the scenes.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adrian. Talk.
I found science I like.
Oh, I like science.
Yeah. I just, while we're talking a little bit, I browsed a bit through the science projects again, because honestly, I kind of forgot some of them. I really like the from NASA, the Tempest Pro. So Tempest Pro is actually a commercial off-the-shelf device that can collect and integrate measurement of health, including blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate, temperature, and more. And I don't know why, but I always like this with like smartwatches as well. Like I like these life diagnostic kind of things.
Absolutely.
I think life health monitoring and life health observation is such a neat application. And of course has like all kinds of cool implications in the future. So using life like a life diagnostic device in space, it's something that like speaks to me, and I like that. So I also want to mention that. I think that's a really neat device. And also, they're doing a ton of radiation measurements on this mission, because this is a very different radiation profile to what the astronauts are exposed to at the ISS. So, for example, NASA is sending a radiation measurement device supported by Trish, and they will measure the using the Hera active radiation monitor to get a better understanding of how the radiation behaves on these high altitudes.
Yeah, and that's important, right? Like sometimes you'll see naysayers or whatever on the socials or what have you, being like, "Oh, humans will never be able to make it to Mars. The radiation's too bad. They'd be fried by the time they get there." And it's like, well, first off, there's ways you can mitigate that. Second off, that's definitely hyperbole. And third off, we can do things like this mission to characterize that radiation a little bit and learn from it and learn what we need to do to mitigate it. So that's really cool. Good shout, Adrian. That's a good one. Let's see. More questions as we wait. Well, I don't know if we have time for a question right now exactly, though do keep your questions coming. Ooh, we have a photo from Max, and Max is also reporting in our back channel that the let me read it verbatim. Back on the roof, atmospheric conditions are much clearer. That is
like that?
excellent. I like that. I mean,
you can see it, right? You look at that.
Right.
It's way better.
I can see a whole bunch of stars there, and honestly, I'm not even mad about the clouds. That should shape up to be a really beautiful perspective for launch, and I'm really looking forward to the imagery that both Max and D create, and Julia also, I believe, is out shooting as well. So,
and real quick,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
The Falcon 9, you may notice, is currently venting. This is the T-minus 20-minute vent. It is in preparation for liquid oxygen loading on Falcon 9's second stage. So the purpose of this is to cool down the infrastructure in the transporter erector so that they are not thermally shocking it once they start that liquid oxygen loading in about 4 minutes.
I'm so like I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm so excited. This is actually happening. Just about just under 20 minutes to go. Holy cow, you guys. The rocket really has just like come to life. I can only imagine what it's like to sit inside that capsule and be hearing the sounds of propellant filling the massive rocket below you. My goodness.
Falcon 9 always loses perspective of size. Like it always seems like, oh, it's just a tiny little rocket. No, it's an absolute beast of a rocket that is below you. Like there's like this 70-meter machine that is below you, venting and making noises and moving. I mean, that's just insane to me.
Yeah, and Sawyer in our back channel mentioning that they do pipe in audio during training so that while crews are actually doing the real thing, they're not necessarily getting a lot of surprises. I can't help but recall Space Shuttle, of course. On the first launch, they sort of got more of a light show, shall I say, at SRB SEP than they expected, and then they adjusted their simulations for subsequent astronauts and subsequent missions to account for that. This is sort of in the same vein. Like, you don't want the crew to be surprised while they're sitting there waiting for launch. You want everything to be routine. You want to train and train and train until everything is just muscle memory. So that's really neat. Kevin Riley's asking, does Dragon recover the gases into tanks when depressurizing, or do they just whoosh out into space?
Sorry, what? I'm now thinking like the helium, or
I mean, I imagine they mean like nitrogen and oxygen and whatnot. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they just vent it out into space. And that is like part of the reason that Dragon Resilience has been outfitted specifically for this mission to carry additional consumables, so that when they do that repressurization, they're able to, have plenty of margin. And that is also, if I'm not mistaken, part of the reason why the landing weather constraints are so tight on this, because they have basically enough consumables, factoring in the spacewalk and repressurization and everything, for a 5-day mission. So it's all sort of tied together, right?
Yep, absolutely. It's there's a lot of requirements regarding this launch, and I mean, we have seen the problems with all of these requirements in the last few weeks, where they have tried to launch it and run into so many different, well, most likely being the Atlantic weather. But you can see how complex these missions get, right? This is not easy to just do anymore. It's there's so many different factors that you run into.
Right. Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. Large cloud of condensation there around the rocket. Falcon 9 coming alive, getting ready to do its job, and launch Polaris Dawn into space in about 16 minutes.
Yep.
This is really real. This is really happening.
Yeah, it feels more and more real, and this is the crew nervousness kicks in, because that's not Starlink, right, on that rocket. That's not I don't know, any bit of metal, to word it like that. This is,
yeah, I mean, any rocket launch is special because it's still the cutting edge, like the bleeding edge of what humans are able to do, regardless of how easy SpaceX makes it look. But when you're talking about a crewed launch, it's just a whole separate deal. Because if you lose a if you lose a satellite, that's not great. But you don't, I think, obviously, ever want to lose a crew.
You can see the main booster now getting all the way up frosty, slowly but surely. It's getting there. It's closing up on being fully loaded.
I think at this point we can safely say we have achieved. We are so back.
Yeah, we are 100% in that territory. I think I feel confidence pressing that big green button of "We are so back."
We are so back.
Now I want a big green button. Do you have a big green button? I don't have one. The store team did not send me one.
I will make sure we're getting big green buttons.
You heard him say it. You heard him say it.
Don't do this to me. I have to source them somewhere.
Well, Adrian, what would you rather I do? Encourage chat to hold you to silly store items that we're joking about, or send you things in your DMs that I won't mention out loud?
Both not? Can I just say no to both?
No, that's not one of the options. I don't believe that's one of the options I gave you.
Then I'd rather take the silly store items.
All right, deal. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not. Mats, I'm not. Mats, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Once again, it's like we can't do what we do without the membership program. So thank you. And if you got a membership in chat, please thank Mats, because that's very generous of them. Oh my goodness. 13 minutes, 30 seconds. This will be, as a reminder, SpaceX's 90th launch of the year, and that's with the Falcon 9 second stage failure and with the Falcon 9 first stage landing mishap, shall we say. That's pretty remarkable. I just want to underscore that. That's pretty dang remarkable. We're here in the, second week of September. My God, what a cadence!
I love how chat is starting to spamming green lights as
They
as
are.
chat is polling green. I love this.
Yeah, I mean we did this.
Yep.
This is our fault.
There we go. There are these 4 amazing individuals sitting inside Dragon.
I keep going back to wondering, like, what is going through your mind at a moment like this? And I bet, I don't want to, put words in anybody's mouths, but Jared is such a cool customer. I bet if I got the opportunity to ask him what was going through his mind at a moment like this, he would say something along the lines of thinking about the mission and like focused on getting all the objectives handled, and like it's like a very like business answer, because this team has trained so much. Like I said before, it's all muscle memory for them at this point. But me not having had that training, I can't help but wonder, like, if that was me, what would I be thinking right then? Probably just
I would panic.
Adrenaline.
Yeah, I would probably be like this roller coaster feel when you're like, oh my god, why I'm sitting in this? That would be me. But I'm not built for this, but there you go.
That's fair. Do you any inkling into how you would feel if you were in Dragon right now?
I can't even imagine that. I'm sure there must be such a mix of emotions, but at the same time, to be sitting in that capsule, they have been through so much training, so many practices. They know what they're doing. They have been through, while not this exact situation of actually being on a fueled rocket, they've been through the sims. Like, they're I'm sure keeping it cool, keeping it focused. I mean, we see them sitting there focused on their work, and that's what this is. They're up there doing these missions. It's super cool. They're also performing a lot of work up there.
Indeed. We have a question from Sean Tracy asking, do we know how many flights this Falcon booster has had? It has had 3, right, Adrian? This will be its 4th flight.
Yep, this is the Falcon 9 booster. My god.
1083.
1083, sorry, I'm totally blanking. That launched previously. It debuted on Crew 8 from 39A, actually. So it launched from this pad before. It actually launched from this pad 2 times already. Also flew the Starlink Group 6-48 mission, the Starlink 6-56 mission, and today it will hopefully land on Just Read the Instruction, stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The capsule for today's mission is C2073, also referred to as Crew Dragon Resilience. This will be the 3rd flight of Resilience after debuting on...
Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us. So many more cycles will bring into the stage. This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew. Core is giving them the ready to launch message. Now,
that's amazing.
Also flew the Crew Dragon also flew Inspiration 4.
Nice.
There you go. That finishes my recap.
Good old Dragon Resilience. You can see it right there on the left side of the screen. You can also see it on the right side of the screen, just from the inside, as we look at the crew there, ready and waiting to fly into orbit. 1,400 kilometers, at least for a little bit.
That's quite a lot.
It's a lot of kilometers, I think it's safe to say.
It's a lot of kilometers. It's about 1,000 kilometers higher than the ISS.
Yeah, that's insane. I'm really excited for the imagery that we will undoubtedly get from that point in the mission, because they're not going to stay there, right? They're going to go back down to a lower orbit after that first day. But being that far out from Earth, I can't help but wonder, the ISS has been up in space for several decades, and we're sort of used to the imagery that it provides. And I'm really hoping the view from 1,400 kilometers is more akin to sort of those iconic views we would get from Earth from the moon. Obviously, it's not going to be quite that tiny because the moon is way further. But I would love to see a shot of like Earth in its entirety. I don't know if they have like a nice wide-angle lens or something, or if that would even be possible. But it's going to be awesome either way.
Yep.
We are coming up on the 7 minutes to launch mark, which is when Falcon 9 is going to begin its engine chill, by the way. So that's one of the other events in the timeline as we get closer to this liftoff.
Heck yeah. Thank you for that, D.
Engine chill has started.
There you go. Engine chill has started right on cue. Let's do one more question, and I think we might have to bid D farewell for now. Dean Pond is asking, could Dragon be used as a submarine, or would pressure crush it? Well, it's a spacecraft, so it's designed to handle between 1 and no atmospheres. So I think no.
It will be designed for some sort of pressure during ascent, but it's not really optimized to be a submarine.
Right. All right. Engine chill down has begun. In just about a minute, Dragon will switch to internal power. In about 5 minutes.
Stage 1 RP1 load is complete.
Excellent. All right. Stage 1 is nice and full of kerosene. Fancy rocket kerosene, otherwise known as RP1. D, I think we're gonna do this like a minute early here, just so I can be sure that we let you have plenty of time. Thank you for being on comms with us, and thank you for braving the rain and the mosquitoes and everything and the late night nature of this launch. We appreciate you. We appreciate Max as well on top of the VAB, bringing us awesome views, both of you. So go do camera stuff, D, and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you. Always happy to be here, and I will see you on the other side of this launch.
Fantastic. Kai is asking, I just woke up. Is the weather okay and stuff? Yes. Weather is great.
It's okay and stuff.
And stuff. Can confirm.
Well, from the last update we got, it's okay and stuff.
Right. As far as we know.
Yeah. As far as we know, weather is okay. The last update we got was 80% chance of go, with weather trending positive.
You'll love to see it. I will say, if we got a lot of people watching right now, if this is your first time watching an NSF stream, we are an independent news media organization. We really love doing what we do, bringing y'all information, hanging out with you, and chatting, and being excited about spaceflight. So if you like what you're seeing, hit the subscribe button, do all the YouTube things. You know how it works. If you want to come back for more, we're here. We stream rocket launches all the time, and we love what we do. So thanks for stopping by and watching along with us, because this is truly an historic mission.
Dragon is now transitioning to internal power and configured for terminal count. Falcon 9's tanks pressing for strong back retract. Which is happening right now, by the way. You will now see the clams right below Dragon. There they are, opening, and the strong back will start to retract as it gets ready to get a bit away from the rocket. So yeah, that's expected, and that's expected at this time. So everything progressing nicely here for liftoff in, I might just say this, about 200 seconds.
Wow. 200 seconds.
Well, it's 220, but I think it counts.
I think that counts, just like the clock that is currently counting down. There goes the strong back.
It's this is indeed happening.
I'm so excited. This is going to be such a cool mission. We're going to get such cool imagery from it. There's going to be valuable science gathered for helping us learn how to live in space and traveled back to the moon and onward to Mars. And of course, it's a really important secondary objective. I don't even know if it's okay to call it a secondary objective, but this is all going. There's the St. Jude's fundraiser, and just once again, cancer is the worst thing on the planet. So we do have that fundraiser going in collaboration with Polaris and St. Jude's. Somebody get the link in chat if you have a buck or two to, well, $5 or so. I think the minimum is $5 to send over there. It's a noble cause. Just do it. Cancer is the worst thing ever.
Let me just add to that. We had 4,378 raised for St. Jude's. Chat, let's get that over 5,000. I think we can do that.
Yeah, can we get that over 5,000 before liftoff? That would be really great.
Let's do that. Thank you.
So we're about to see a large vent from the rocket, are we not, Adrian? Akin to the T-minus 20-minute vent? What are we about to see?
Yeah, basically the wrap-up of full propellant loading will happen very soon here, where everything is good. They will press thanks for flight. And then we're in the final steps. And of course, then at 1 minute, there's the handover to the rocket. Because that's when the Falcon 9 launch computer takes over the terminal count. And from there on out, it's all the rocket. It's the rocket jobs to insert this into the desired orbit.
Right. There's that vent right there. You can see it. And like you said, Adrian, I was explaining this to a friend earlier today, funnily enough. At T-minus 1 minute, Falcon 9's internal computers sort of take over control. And if the rocket itself sees something it doesn't like, it can just say no and not launch. So we're coming up on that here in about 20 seconds. Things are going to start happening in rapid succession. And hopefully here, momentarily, we get to see Polaris Dawn lift off the pad at LC-39A in Kennedy Space Center, Florida. What an exciting mission. Let's go. Let's go.
There we go. 1 minute. We will now wait for the confirmation that Falcon 9 is an internal counter. Like in the internal
Dragon is a countdown.
There you go.
Dragon,
Like
SpaceX. Go for launch.
Yes.
Let's go.
Good luck.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Godspeed, Polaris. This is a really special, historic moment, and we're all here for it together.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, and go Falcon, go Polaris. Copy, 1 Alpha. Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q. Next call out, vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
Max Q.
Love that thumbs up.
We're throttled back up to power.
1 Bravo.
And we heard the call out 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now, everybody making nominal callouts on Falcon 9.
Everything looking good.
I love this.
Nice views from the ground camera. And nice views from inside Dragon.
Impact chill is underway.
You can see that
The
plume
announcement
expanding.
lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Wow.
2 minutes into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have, in half a minute, 3 major activities. Shutdown of the 9 Merlin 1D engines, stage
Stage 1
separation,
throttle down.
and then ignition of the second stage engine.
Approaching
Throttle down, we're
Nico.
holding a constant acceleration now for the crew, just below 4 Gs. See, we're coming up
experiencing
70 kilometers.
4 Gs of acceleration, really getting pressed into their seats.
Preparing for MECO.
And watch the shutdown.
Main engine cut off.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. Copy, 2 Alpha.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we want to see.
As you can tell by
Nozzle begins glowing red as
Yeah.
it heats up and begins shedding that heat into space.
Look how it rose the first stage.
Right?
That's
First
insane.
stage getting absolutely blasted right now. I wonder if people along the East Coast are getting any kind of jellyfish action. This is absolutely gorgeous. You can see even the insulation, that mylar insulation on Falcon 9 second stage right above the nozzle sort of pulsing. It's almost like a heartbeat of the second stage. The crew looks absolutely sanguine. They're just chilling. Is that the right word? I don't know. They're just hanging out. The thumbs up from Kid as they were like mid-flight. That was absolutely killer. Like, what a flex. Oh yeah, I'm watching into space. I'm just going to give you a thumbs up. Oh my goodness. Adrian, how long is this second stage burn?
Well, the second stage burn is, let me get the exact timeline because
Thank
I
Also, thank you to Mats for gifting 50 Red Team memberships right before liftoff. That is extremely generous. Once again, if you got to get the membership, thanks, Mats, because that's so awesome of him.
absolutely, and right now my page with the timeline is not loading. Thank you for that. There we go. It now loads. Second stage engine cutoff is at 8 minutes and 59.
Fantastic.
I now understand why people keep paper notes.
Right? Post-it notes, man. They're still a thing for a reason.
Yeah.
So
that was gorgeous.
Oh, D, I want a situation report, but really quickly, right now, Falcon 9's first stage is headed back into the denser parts of the atmosphere. Coming up next, we'll see the entry burn, where Falcon 9 literally protects itself by fighting fire with fire. So just moments away from that. And I'm hearing that we have a nominal trajectory call out. That is excellent. D, I don't even know. Tell us, how was that? It looked gorgeous.
It was wonderful. The sound in particular was just great. And then even though we had cloud cover and there were times Falcon 9 was totally obscured by those clouds, seeing it pass in and out of the clouds and the exhaust really illuminating them as it passed through made this just a beautiful launch. And knowing that 4 humans are on board taking their trip into space just makes it that much better.
Absolutely delightful. I've seen a lot of people in chat saying some variant of "I was here," which is really cool. I love seeing stuff like that. Chat, we're all here watching this historic moment together. Imagine being around for Gemini. In fact, I'm sure there are people watching right now who were, and that's amazing. But for all of us that were born after that point in time, this is our equivalent, and this is such an amazing mission, and it's going to teach us so much about spaceflight, and it is, of course, for a good cause as well. So what a momentous occasion, and I'm floored that we all get to hang out and watch these 4 fantastic humans fly into space. Speaking of 4, I believe they're at 4 Gs right now, which is just absolutely, I mean, 4 Gs is intense. I mean, you might feel that on a roller coaster for like a fraction of a second, but they are at 4 Gs and holding as that second stage pushes them into space.
that booster and that profile, you can really see the influences of this profile. The booster was really high. And
yeah, it went
now
up to
we
like
are,
174 kilometers, and now you can see it's falling back down 120 and dropping fast.
Yep. And also you have a bit of a change to the usual. We will see Seco 1 first and then the landing burn.
Interesting.
So this is kind of different versus the usual.
Yeah, do we know like what the cause of that is?
Well, I mean, the boring answer is probably mission profile.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not the boring. I mean, that's the right answer because they're going to a pretty dramatic orbit.
I mean,
Stage 2 FTS has been saved. Yeah, and Alex in the back channel confirming the cause is because of the different trajectory.
Yep.
Here comes entry burn.
Let's go.
There it is.
And
One
right
engine.
on time, you can see on your left-hand
And
screen
three.
that the entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle.
Fantastic. I mean, Falcon 9 slamming into the thicker part of the atmosphere. You can see the speed really scrubbing off there as the altitude just drops dramatically. And how do you protect yourself from re-entry heating? Turns out, supersonic retro propulsion. It's hard to say. It's a mouthful, but that's what you do. You know, when you look at the plasma and the grid fins, I always love seeing that. But yeah, turns out rocket exhaust, while hot, is less hot than re-entry plasma, and so that is one way to mitigate re-entering the atmosphere. There you go. First stage
choose and terminal guidance.
First stage coming up on landing. Second stage coming up on Seco 1. Keeping an eye on the telemetry. Watch the speed pile on the right side for the second stage and scrub off on the left side for the first stage. Just a space ballet happening before our eyes.
26,000 kilometers an hour. 27,000.
My God.
They are really pushing it.
They're cooking.
Almost 28,000 kilometers an hour.
Wow. That's fantastic. First
And
stage
burn has begun for
Dragon
burn.
SpaceX nominal orbit insertion. Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Copy
There
that,
we go, first
SpaceX,
stage
and
landing.
show the scene.
And a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the stage 1 vehicle has touched down on Just Read the Instructions. A very excited crowd there. Here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and good orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
That's the Dragon trunk, I think.
Yeah, that looks like a view in the trunk.
Do I dare to say that landing was bingo right in the center?
It looked. I was gonna say it, and then I unironically look 0G indicator. There's the puppy.
Aww.
But yes, a lot did happen in rapid succession there. Falcon 9 first stage successfully landed on drone ship. Just read the instructions, and they successfully inserted into the correct orbit. Everything has worked so far perfectly. It's exactly what we want to see. Absolutely wonderful. Polaris Dawn in space. What do you even say? I'm so excited for what the coming days are going to bring. Like this week just got so much more exciting because now
this week is gonna be it's gonna be refresh time, right? Like F5 time.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna be glued to my phone and the social media feeds more so than I already am. So make sure you're following NSF wherever you get your socials because we will be doing our best to keep you all up to date with everything as it's happening. They are weightless. We got the 0G indicator floating around. They're in the appropriate orbit, and we're coming up on Dragon deploy. I
mean,
just wow. They really did it. They threaded the weather needle.
I didn't think this would honestly when my time on the stream arrived, I was like, there's probably not a good chance that I will be even on commentary today because
same.
I thought they would grab
Same. See, it's one of those things where you always think it's going to scrub and then it goes, or when you think it's going to go for sure, then it scrubs. Like it just sort of, that's always sort of how it works out. Spaceflight makes fools of us all.
Look at the altitude of Dragon. It's already at 211 and
Wow.
rising fast.
Fast. Yeah, that's remarkable. Thanks for pointing that out. Coming up on Dragon Deploy.
Yep, and then Falcon 9 has done its job. There we go. Look
at what an amazing view of Earth and the capsule separating away from the second stage. That is absolutely stunning.
That's inspirational.
It is. That feels like the future. This feels like we're in the future right now, and I love it.
Polaris Dawn.
Wow.
Flying free into the sunrise.
Oh my gosh. I'm so glad they went with the second T0 because we got this view. There's your Polaris Dawn right there. D wanted it. We got it.
Yes, that is incredible. I don't even know what else to say.
There are no
I have
words.
something else incredible, I think, to report, because remember when we told our community they can do 5K?
Humanity.
Hang
Each
on.
of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
LD, CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
We're going to get to work now. I love that.
Some really nice words there from our tonight's launch director, Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as...
It's... just what do you even say at a time like this? Just, I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking. Just the most beautiful views of Earth. The texture in the clouds.
Yeah.
Speaking
Just to
of
mention,
getting... Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've been tracking this, and, well, our community did it, because we indeed reached $5,000 raised for sand shoots. So, good job, Chad. You understood the assignment here. And I think that's an amazing cause that we just raised money for. And again, if you have some money to spare, if you have something to give here and you want to do that, below the stream there's a link and you can donate to St. Jude's. And I think there's probably not that much better that you can do with some spare money right now. So if you have maybe $5 left that you want to give, maybe use that link and help us to raise more money for St. Jude. That's it. Jack, I got nothing more.
Sorry, talking while muted. We can see the nose cone opening right now. And yeah, Adrian, I mean, thanks for the update. And chat, thank you so much for helping us break 5K there. It's just, I'll keep saying it because if you in your life have had the
Station and
misfortune...
service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
There you go.
If you've in your life had the misfortune... Oh my God.
Tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic
Yes, cancer bad. Childhood cancer even worse. Donate to St. Jude's, please. And thank you for everyone that did. I believe we're working on getting some replays up, so stand by and we'll be able to see that beautiful launch from all the different angles. Just give us a few moments here to get that prepped. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm probably just like babbling at this point, but it's just we've all been waiting for this mission for quite a like basically ever since it was announced, because we knew it was going to be a special one, and to see that they were able to actually launch today is just so fantastic. B-1083 back on Earth on Just Read the Instructions, Dragon Resilience on orbit and climbing fast. Just what more could you want? Oh, I know. Some really cool science and maybe a live stream of the spacewalk. So it's going to be an awesome few days. I'm so excited. Is the strong back going back to vertical, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? I can't tell.
Could be.
It is very hard to tell.
Oh man, D, did you manage to pull off some slow-mo? Is that one of the replays perhaps that we have in work?
I sure did. It is it has sent, and so a bit later this stream you will get to see from 2 different cameras some slow-mo of this launch.
Yeah, just a few moments and we will get our eyes on that. But right now we're looking at 39A without a rocket, which is a really good thing because there's a little mission coming up called Europa Clipper, which is going to be launching on a Falcon Heavy in full expendable mode, and it is going to be launching from 39A. So now that we got Polaris Dawn out of here and into space, SpaceX can begin to ready 39A for Falcon Heavy and for Europa Clipper, exactly as planned. I'm getting hoarse. I'm just like sitting in the living room at 4:43 a.m. shouting with excitement. Dan is probably a grumpy boy because I'm probably keeping him awake. But oh my goodness, what a mission!
Absolutely stunned. Absolutely stunned. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. They're gonna be really inspirational. So it's and again, it's all also related to a great cause. So I'm just excited for this. I'm really excited for this. And spoiler, NSF will do its best to cover the EVA as well.
Absolutely. Still working on those replays. Stand by. We'll have them up in just a few moments here. I'm excited to see those views again. There was one, I suspect it was a D camera that was like extra orangey and just really beautiful, showing Falcon 9 jumping through the clouds. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. I'm excited to see these replays. While we wait for that, I'll thank some people. There's no, we got them. We got the replays. Thank you everyone that's been super chatting. You're the best. We can't do this without you. Yes, a view from the port. Look at that. It almost looks like a nuclear bomb going off or something, or like the sun rising at like 20x speed. Just gorgeous.
Absolutely stunning. Wow, the clouds make it really perfect.
And the way that the shadows and light just dance across the clouds. And I really like the wider angle views sometimes. I mean, the close-in views are really nice too, but the wider angle views are more akin to what you would see if you were there in person. So
yeah, like
that's really
view,
special,
right? Like
yeah,
this is about a lot of rocket launches.
Right. Yeah, this is about what it would look like to your eyes if you were sitting out there at the port.
Go Falcon, go Polaris. Copy, 1 Alpha. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Nice drone shot. Love it. Into the cloud layer. I suspect back out of the cloud layer. Did the drone operator... Oh. Onboard views. Always good, too. Rip chat's ears. Sorry, ears. Sorry, chat. I love the shake on that camera. It just really shows the power that's being exerted by the rocket. Falcon 9 like, yeet.
Goodbye.
See
ya. Wonderful.
Another view of liftoff. Always love that angle because you get to see the plume sort of through the windows and the crew access arm. Just absolutely gorgeous. And don't worry about the upside down exhaust plume next to the rocket. That's just lens artifact. There is not actually a giant upside down plume next to the rocket.
There's not a giant ghost rocket flying next to this in the opposite direction.
Somehow upside down.
Thanks for clarifying, Jack. I was really worried for a moment.
You know what, Adrian? It's 5 a.m. and I haven't slept, so you gotta give me some slack, man.
Really important.
Just doing my best to be a space reporter. Fun fact, no upside down ghost rockets exist.
Yeah, just to clarify.
I think the adrenaline is wearing off, and now we get to celebrate a little bit by laughing at how dumb I am.
Okay, that's sorry, that killed me.
Oh, man. I mean, we can't say it enough times. This is the modern day Gemini. The Polaris program is furthering our knowledge of spaceflight. And the next few days, we're going to watch along as the Polaris crew accomplishes feat after feat of bravery and of science. How many science objectives, Adrian? Was it 36? Am I getting that number right?
36.
36. Wow. And look at that. Is this a D slow-mo shot?
No, it is not.
That's gorgeous. I'm not even mad about the white balance being a little bit off. It kind of made it look cooler. Oh, and this must be from Max on top of the VAB. Look at that. Wow. And the birds. And you can just see how much Falcon 9 illuminates the surroundings. All right, well, once again, looking forward to everything that we get to see coming up in the next few days on the Polaris Dawn flight. I already said it, I'll say it again. If you are first-timer here or not, if you like what you saw and what you heard, we appreciate you for stopping by. Be sure to do all the YouTube things, hit the like button, subscribe, whatever it is. We're always out here trying to get people excited about spaceflight, trying to educate everyone about how cool it is that we live in a new space age. So, just once again, y'all are the best. And, yeah, I mean, Adrian, thanks for joining me on this and being on the B team with me.
Absolutely, and I will not even go about the Volp chat. I just want to mention once again, we are, below the stream, there's a link to the fundraising for Sanctude. Mods go crazy in spamming this in chat, please, right now, so everybody sees that. And what we did for a previous charity work I did with is we did these $5 trains. So, but I basically want everybody to do that has the money. If you don't have to, don't feel sorry, that's okay. But if you have the money, open that link, open it right now, and just put the $5 in. Let's do that. It's $5. Spam that link. I don't like to ask for this, but this is charity. This is against cancer. So I'm very much fine doing this.
Do it. I'm going to do it right now. I'm doing it right now, live on air. I'm going to donate right now. I spent $5 on a coffee today. Like, who cares about coffee?
Yeah, this is one coffee that you instead can redirect to a good cause. So everybody get in that link, put $5 in, and just let's push that a bit more. I really think we can push it a bit more. And this is me going absolutely like motivated for charity. But let's do it. Let's get some more in there.
I'm just at a loss for words. D, thank you so much for staying up all night and bringing us the awesome views. I don't think we have Max on comms, but thanks to Max as well, of course. But D, because we have you on comms, any final words or thoughts?
This was a beautiful night. Florida weather did Florida weather, and couldn't be happier to be here.
Absolutely. Once again, thank you for that. Can we get Max's info up on screen? You can see D's info right there. It might have already been there. I'm like actively typing my name into the St. Jude website right now. Hang on just a second. No, like I want to get this done before the stream is over. There's Max's info. Make sure you follow him on the socials. Absolutely stunning work from the team all around. And just wow. Wow. Earlier in the stream, we also had Das, or John, whatever you want to call him, hosting things, holding things down, being his lovable self. You can see his info up there. Follow his Twitch. How cool would that be if Das wakes up in the morning and has like way more Twitch followers, subscribers? I don't even know. There's Sawyer as well. Sawyer, thank you so much for being in the back channel, throwing questions in the queue, and for being on commentary on the A-Team. We appreciate you. There's Sawyer's information. Make sure you follow him.
My pleasure. One of my friends is in space right now. I'm so happy. Back to you.
Oh my god. Also, I didn't know you were still there. Hi. We also had Ryan. There's Ryan's info. Thank you, Ryan, for being you. Lovably British, incredibly British, but we love you anyways.
Lovely British.
We also had Carson Phillips helping run the stream. Appreciate all of our operators. It takes a whole team to do this stuff. It's why when we get the support, we appreciate the support, because
we just broke 6,600.
Let's go. We're about to break 6,700 as I press this button.
Yep, I also am in. Just say, like, I'm just updating again. St. Jude. It's in the chat. Just go crazy there. That's just constantly mentioning Wildest outro. Go ahead with the outro.
Do it. Just do it. We also had Jay Keegan helping operate the stream. Thank you, Jay. There's his info. You can see his delightfully playful trolls of me on Twitter if you decide to follow him. He's really good at it. Also, speaking of really good at things, except for knowing which ship is the best ship, Kevin Michael Reed operating today's stream. Thank you, Kevin, for being you. You're a fantastic human being. There's Kevin's info on the screen as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys. There's the NSF socials on X, on IG, and FB. It's hard to say Instagram and Facebook after saying X. Like, I just want to read all letters, but then it just turns into like word soup.
Yeah, it's X, FB, and IG.
Oh my goodness. Absolutely beautiful slow-mo from D there. Oh, goodness. Thank you all for watching Modern Day Gemini, Polaris program, currently in progress with Polaris Dawn, furthering the realm of human knowledge. Let's go. Once again, thanks y'all for watching. I'm Jack Beyer for NSF, and stay tuned. We'll bring you updates as we get them, wherever we can. Bye!
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go. Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is methane to be igniting in the flare, correct?